Hey guys, tonight we're finding out exactly why you couldn't handle medieval women. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video, and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If your image of a medieval woman comes from fairy tales, romantic paintings or films where she spends her afternoons, the house is still nameless at 4 in the morning. It stands beneath a sky the color of old silver, its chimneys dark, its windows blind, its gardens folded under mist. No carriage moves upon the drive. No voice stirs behind embroidered curtains. Even the portraits in the entrance hall seem to have withdrawn into themselves, their painted eyes veiled by shadow. And yet, deep below the staircase, something has already begun. A small clock rests near the servants' hall. Its face is plain, its wooden case darkened by years of smoke and touch. No visitor has ever admired it. But in this hidden chamber, where stone floors keep the nights cold, the clock possesses an authority greater than any ornament above. Before its hands reach the hour, a housemaid opens her eyes. Then memory returns. The grates, the ashes, the water, the rooms that must be warm before anyone knows they were cold. She rises quietly, dressing by touch. The cloth of her uniform is cold against her skin. There is no time for hesitation, and yet nothing in her movement is hurried. In service, haste must often be hidden. A servant may move quickly, but she must never disturb the stillness she has been commanded to preserve. It is said that the greatest houses seem to awaken naturally. Curtains opened as though morning itself had drawn them. Fires glowed before the first hand reached toward the bell pull. Hot water appeared in polished jugs. Boots returned clean beside the bedroom door. Tea arrived while dreams still clung to the sleeper. But houses do not awaken themselves. Beneath the silence, someone must carry the dawn. The maid descends by a narrow staircase never seen by guests. The steps bend sharply between walls without paintings. There is no carpet to soften the feet, only worn wood, then colder stone. A candle trembles in her hand whenever a hidden draught passes through the passage. Its light reveals the house in fragments, a brass handle, a row of doors, a bell wire disappearing into plaster. Everything else remains beyond the veil. In the kitchen, another servant stirs the banked coals. The range has slept beneath ash, preserving a small red heart through the night. It must be awakened carefully. Too little air, and the ember will fade. Too much, and smoke may spill into the room. The servant kneels and breathes life into yesterday's fire, like one tending a sacred flame. Soon, coal begins to crackle. A kettle is filled. Water starts its slow journey toward warmth. No one upstairs hears this beginning. That is part of the ceremony. The housemaid carries her brush, cloth, dustpan, and coal scuttle toward the family rooms. She knows which floorboard speaks beneath pressure, and which door complains when opened too widely. She knows where the candle must be shielded, and where the hall clock can be heard through the wall. Time below stairs is not the same as time above. Above, the hour is something awaited. Morning will arrive with tea, newspapers, and the soft lifting of curtains. A gentleman may wake and ask the time. A lady may remain beneath blankets while the fire strengthens. The clock upon the mantel is elegant, its chime part of the room's beauty. Below, the hour is a command. It lives in the kitchen clock, in the housekeeper's watch, in the distant stable bell. It lives in the servant's body, trained to wake before light. 5 minutes may mean the difference between an empty grate and a glowing one, between work completed invisibly and work discovered unfinished. The maid enters a bedroom where the sleeper has not yet stirred. The curtains are closed. The air holds the cold of winter. She lowers herself before the grate. Ash must be removed without sound. Old cinders are lifted carefully. Dust, if allowed to rise, may settle upon polished furniture or disturb the sleeping figure. Paper is placed. Kindling follows. Coal is arranged with the quiet precision of stones upon an altar. For a few breaths, nothing happens. Then a small flame appears. It takes the paper first, curling its edges inward. It touches the wood. A faint glow enters the coal. Warmth begins as a secret, no larger than a hand, and the maid watches until she trusts it to remain. Only then does she move to the next room. One fire, then another. One chamber, then another. The house is still asleep, yet beneath its silence, light is being planted. Whispers tell us that the finest service was the service least observed. A servant's labour was considered successful when it left no trace of effort. The fire was simply there. The water was simply hot. The clothes were brushed, the passages clean, the breakfast ready. This was the strange contradiction at the heart of the Victorian household. The more perfectly the servants worked, the less visible their work became. Their hours disappeared inside another person's comfort. Like gears hidden behind the painted face of a clock, they moved so the household might seem still. They hurried so others might experience calm. They woke in darkness so morning could arrive gently for those above. And they saw things. Servants crossed the intimate chambers of family life while being expected to carry no curiosity with them. They heard voices behind doors, footsteps at forbidden hours, bells rung with trembling hands. Yet their silence was part of the house's order. Some knowledge belonged to the hidden corridors. Some truths were swept away with ash before dawn. As the clock advances, more servants rise. A footman begins with boots and lamps. The cook enters the kitchen, where the range breathes with stronger heat. A scullery maid bends over cold water. In the stable yard, a groom opens a door to the pale winter air. The household becomes a constellation of unseen motion. Each person follows a separate orbit, yet all are governed by the same invisible center, the hour at which the family expects the world to be ready. Water travels upward in covered cans. Coal rises in scuttles. Trays are arranged. Newspapers are brought from the outer door. Curtains wait for the moment when darkness has softened enough to be called morning. The housemaid returns to the first chamber. The fire is alive now. Its glow touches the brass fender. She crosses to the window and places her hand upon the curtain. Outside, the sky has changed. The moon is fading over the trees. A thin line of grey rests beyond the garden wall. Roofs begin to emerge from shadow. She draws the curtain slowly. Dawn enters the room. Not suddenly, but like breath upon glass. It reveals the furniture, the flowers, the sleeping shape beneath blankets. It touches the clock on the mantel, whose hands now approach the waking hour. The maid steps back. Her candle, once the only light in the chamber, has become unnecessary. Soon a bell may ring. Soon a voice may ask for tea. Soon the house will fill with footsteps permitted to be heard, and doors permitted to open. Before that moment, the servant gathers her tools. There must be no ash upon the floor, no coal dust upon the fender, no sign that cold and darkness were ever present. She leaves by the hidden door. Behind her, the family chamber rests in warmth. When its occupant wakes, morning will seem to have arrived alone. Perhaps this was the deepest illusion of the great Victorian house, that beauty required no labour, that comfort had no beginning, that the polished world above the stairs existed outside time. But the small clock below knew otherwise. It had watched the maid rise, while the stars were still visible. It had measured the lifting of ash, the warming of water, the carrying of coal. It had counted the steps taken in darkness, and the breaths held beside sleeping doors. Its ticking did not praise her. It did not remember her name, yet it remained the only witness that never slept. By the time sunlight reaches the highest windows, the servants have withdrawn from the rooms they prepared. Their presence survives only in warmth, order, and silence. The house has remembered its name. It is once again the grand residence, the ancestral home, the elegant world of breakfast rooms and polished halls. But for one hidden hour before dawn, it belonged to those who awakened it. And perhaps, if one listens beyond the fading fire and the distant chime above, something of that hour remains, a soft footstep upon stone, a candle moving behind a closed door, a clock beneath the stairs, still holding the forgotten morning in its quiet hands. Some lives are not written into portraits or carved into stone. Some lives survive only as warmth in a room they have already left. And some voices, it is said, can be heard only before the house is fully awake. At midday, when the upper rooms of the great house were filled with pale winter light, another world gathered beneath the stairs. The servants' hall lay beyond a narrow passage, far from the drawing-room windows and the quiet glow of polished mirrors. Its walls were plain. Its floor was stone. A long wooden table stood in the centre, marked by years of bowls, elbows, hot plates, and hurried hands. Above the entrance hung a clock. Its face was white. Its hands were black. Its wooden case bore no carved leaves, no gilded angels, no curling vines. It did not sing the hour with silver bells. It offered no beauty to impress a visitor. Yet beneath the silence, this plain clock ruled more completely than the jewelled clocks upstairs. Its hands moved with a soft and patient certainty. Below them, the servants ate. Steam rose from bowls of broth and potatoes, briefly veiling tired faces. Chairs scraped against stone. Spoons touched crockery. For a few fragile minutes, the housekeeper, butler, footmen, maids, and younger servants occupied the same chamber, gathered not by leisure, but by permission. Their meal had begun, and already it was ending. No one needed to say this aloud. The clock said it for them. Its minute hand crossed the pale face, slowly and without mercy. Every movement reminded them that a bell might ring, a carriage might appear upon the drive, a visitor might arrive before the table had been cleared. A mistress upstairs might suddenly remember a shawl left in the morning room, or a letter waiting to be carried, or a fire that seemed less warm than it should. Rest below stairs was never entirely rest. It was a pause, held open by uncertainty. It is said that in some houses, servants learned to eat while listening. They listened for the trembling of the bellboard beyond the door. They listened for footsteps on the passage. They listened for the distant opening of the front entrance, or the muffled voice of the housekeeper receiving an order. Even laughter, when it came, seemed to listen. A young maid might smile at something whispered across the table. A footman might begin a story about the stable yard or the village road. For a moment, the hall might soften. The servants might remember that they were not only positions in a household book, but people with memories, private jokes, and names once spoken freely at home. Then someone would look toward the clock. The story would shorten. The smile would fade into readiness. The servants' hall existed between two worlds. It was not quite a place of labour, though labour entered through every door. It was not quite a place of rest, though weary bodies came there seeking warmth. It was a chamber suspended between summons and silence. Where memory fades, the clock remains. The housekeeper sat where she could see its face without turning. Her authority within the servants' quarters was quiet, but immense. She understood the rhythm of the entire house, when rooms should be opened, when linen should be counted, when the afternoon tea tray must rise, when lamps should be prepared before the light began to fail. She watched the hands not because she doubted the hour, but because the hour contained everything still to be done. 2 o'clock might mean the beginning of bedroom inspections. 3 might belong to letters, stores, or callers. 4 brought tea. 5 drew evening closer, with its lamps, fires, dressing rooms, and dinner preparations. To those upstairs, these hours appeared empty and gentle. They were hours for reading, walking, resting, or receiving guests. Below stairs, every hour was divided into smaller invisible pieces: a quarter hour for silver, 10 minutes for coal, 5 minutes to carry hot water before it cooled, a single minute to cross a passage before a door opened and the servant became visible where no servant was expected to remain. The butler also understood the clock's authority. His afternoon might be measured through cellar keys and decanters, through the polishing of silver, until each surface held the candlelight without stain. He moved with dignity, but dignity did not free him from time. The dinner gong must sound exactly when expected. Wine must be brought forward neither too soon nor too late. The dining room must appear complete before the family entered. In his pocket, perhaps, he carried a watch. Yet the clock above the servants' hall door remained the shared measure. It watched not one duty, but all duties. It was the eye beneath which the hidden household gathered and dispersed. The youngest servants learned its meaning quickly. At first, the clock may have seemed harmless. Only a face, only two hands, only the small, steady sound of a mechanism enclosed in wood. But soon they understood that lateness was more than a mistake. It was a disturbance in the order of the house. A tray arriving late altered the mistress's morning. A fire lit late allowed cold to enter a bedroom. A carriage summoned late left a gentleman waiting beneath the portico. Even when the delay was small, its echo could travel through many rooms. And because servants were expected to anticipate, rather than merely obey, they were taught to arrive before the appointed moment, before the bell, before the footstep, before the need had fully entered another person's mind. This was the deeper command of the clock. Not simply be on time, but be there before time asks for you. Whispers tell us of servants' clocks kept several minutes ahead. Perhaps this was done deliberately. Perhaps the housekeeper adjusted the hands so that every servant moved within a secret margin, invisible to those upstairs. 5 minutes stolen from rest might become 5 minutes of protection against blame. The records do not always speak clearly. Household manuals described punctuality, discipline, order, and routine. They taught that work must be done at proper hours and that a well-regulated household depended upon regular habits. But they rarely preserved the small private customs of a particular servants' hall. Was the clock truly fast? Did the servants know? Did newcomers discover the difference only after weeks of hurrying through passages? Perhaps the clock agreed with the kitchen clock, but not with the hall clock. Perhaps the master's watch followed railway time, while the servant's clock followed the housekeeper's judgment. In an age when clocks were corrected by church bells, station clocks, watches, and local habit, a few minutes could drift between rooms like mist. The great house may have contained several versions of the same hour. Upstairs, a gilded clock beneath a glass dome might announce 3 o'clock with a delicate chime. In the kitchen, another clock might show 5 minutes past. In the servants' hall, the dark hands may already have moved toward 10 past 3, urging everyone onward. Which one told the truth? Perhaps none of them did. Perhaps truth mattered less than obedience. The clock's mystery was not whether it measured time perfectly, but whether it was meant to. A clock kept ahead would not merely describe the hour, it would shape behavior. It would create a hidden future, into which servants were always stepping, preparing the house for moments that had not yet arrived. In this sense, servant time was almost sacred. It belonged to anticipation. The maid carried tea before thirst was spoken. The footman opened the door before the visitor's hand reached the bell. The fire warmed the room before the sleeper woke. The servants lived a few minutes ahead of everyone else, yet those minutes were never truly theirs. As afternoon faded, the hall emptied again. Bowls were carried away, chairs were pushed beneath the table. The housekeeper gathered her keys. The butler returned to the silver room. The maids rose toward bedrooms and corridors where lamps waited to be lit. Outside the small windows, winter light turned blue. Inside, the clock continued. Its ticking filled the abandoned hall more clearly now. Tick, a breath of passing time. Tick, an hour consumed by labor. Tick, a life moving beneath another family's roof. Years passed beneath that clock. The faces at the table changed. Young maids arrived from distant villages, uncertain and homesick. Footmen grew older or left for other houses. Cooks departed. Housekeepers retired. Some servants married. Some vanished from the records after a final wage payment or a brief line in a ledger. The clock remained above the door. Its hands repeated the same circles. It watched meals swallowed in haste and letters read in secret. It witnessed quiet tears after reprimands, small celebrations, whispered courtships, and exhausted silence at the end of long days. Perhaps someone wound it every Sunday. Perhaps the butler held its key. Perhaps a younger servant climbed upon a chair and opened the wooden case while the hall was empty. No account tells us. The simplest acts are often the first to disappear. By evening, the servants' hall lay in shadow. The great house above began to glow with lamps and firelight. Dinner preparations moved through the passages. Bells sounded. Doors opened and closed. Still, the clock watched. It possessed no title and no memory. It did not know the names of those who hurried beneath it. It could not distinguish between duty and weariness, between obedience and fear. Yet it guarded their hours. Hours belonging to the household. Hours belonging to the family. Hours that seemed to belong to everyone, except the servants who lived inside them. Much later, when the final meal had ended and the chairs stood empty, the clock continued alone. Its white face floated faintly in the darkness above the doorway. The minute hand advanced. The hour hand followed. No bell rang. No voice called. For a little while, the hall belonged only to silence. And perhaps, in that stillness, the clock no longer commanded. Perhaps it simply remembered. The laughter interrupted before it could fully rise. The meals left unfinished. The tired eyes lifted again and again toward its face. The lives that passed beneath it, always preparing for the next hour. Some clocks measure time, others seem to collect it. And in forgotten corners of old houses, where dust rests upon stone and doors remain closed, there may still be clocks holding the vanished minutes of those who were never allowed to waste them. Perhaps those minutes were never truly lost. Perhaps they remain above an empty doorway, turning slowly through the darkness, waiting for someone to listen. In the passage beyond the kitchen, where daylight entered only as a pale and distant memory, a row of brass bells waited upon the wall. They were small bells, plain bells. Each was fixed beneath a painted label naming a room hidden elsewhere in the house. Drawing room, library, blue bedroom, morning room. The words seemed almost like names carved upon forgotten gates. Behind each one lay another world of carpets, curtains, firelight, books, perfume, and whispered conversation. Yet here, below stairs, those distant rooms existed only as bells. The passage was empty. A kettle murmured beyond the kitchen door. Somewhere, water moved through pipes with a low and secret breath. Dust rested upon the stone floor, untouched beneath the dim amber light of a wall lamp. Then one bell trembled. No hand stood beside it. No wind entered the corridor. The little brass cup shook upon its spring, and a clear note passed through the passage. For a moment, the hidden house listened. A maid carrying folded linen stopped beneath an archway. A footman polishing a lamp raised his eyes. In the kitchen, the cook paused with one hand above the table. The bell moved once more, then it became still. It is said that a great Victorian house possessed two voices. One voice was heard by guests. It lived in the dinner gong, the piano in the drawing room, the laughter beneath chandeliers, and the measured chime of the hall clock. The other voice travelled through walls. It spoke through wires. It spoke in small metallic notes, and only the servants were expected to understand it. Behind the plaster, thin wires stretched from room to room. They turned around corners, crossed ceilings, descended through hidden shafts, and entered the servants' passage like threads from an unseen web. At one end was a bell pull, a cord, or a tasseled handle placed conveniently beside a fireplace or bed. At the other end waited brass. An unseen hand pulled, a wire tightened, a bell moved. Distance became command. The system was simple, yet it carried something almost mysterious. A person might summon another from several floors away without speaking a name. The master did not need to leave his chair. A guest did not need to open a door. The house itself seemed to call on their behalf. Whispers tell us that experienced servants learn the bells as one might learn the voices of familiar birds. Though two bells might appear identical, their movements were not always the same. One rang sharply and returned at once. Another trembled longer upon its spring. A certain room might produce a faint metallic shiver before the true note arrived. Another bell might lean slightly to one side, its wire stretched by years of impatient hands. The servants learned these differences, A short, decisive pull from the library might belong to the master, who expected the door to open before the bell had fully settled. A slow ring from the drawing room might mean that tea should be removed. A hesitant movement beneath the label of a guest bedroom could come from someone unfamiliar with the cord, uncertain how firmly it should be pulled. No written language explained these distinctions. They passed from servant to servant. The older maid told the younger one which bell tended to stick in damp weather. The footman knew which room rang twice for more coal. The butler recognized a summons from the dining room by the violence of its movement, even before he looked at the label. Thus, the bellboard became more than a device. It was a chamber of memory. Each spring held years of habits. Each wire carried the character of the hand that pulled it, and each note demanded a response before its meaning had fully faded into silence. When a bell rang, no one below stairs could know exactly what waited beyond the distant door. It might be nothing more than a forgotten book, a shawl left upon a chair, a lamp requiring oil, a glass of water, a message to be delivered across the house. But the same bell might summon a servant into illness, into grief, into the private aftermath of an argument. The metal gave no warning. It did not distinguish between inconvenience and sorrow. It simply rang. At night, the sound became different. After the household had withdrawn and the passages had grown dark, a sudden bell could enter the servants' quarters like a star falling through the roof. The maid might wake in her narrow attic bed and listen for footsteps on the staircase. The footman might lift his candle and move through corridors where portraits watched from shadow. A nurse or lady's maid might be called to a chamber where fever had disturbed the night. Sometimes the need was urgent. Sometimes it was only loneliness disguised as thirst. A guest unable to sleep might ring for warm milk or another blanket. A mistress, troubled by a dream, might call for the fire to be stirred. An elderly gentleman might fear that the house had grown too quiet. The servant came because the bell had spoken, yet the bell never explained why. This was the sacred contradiction within the system. It joined people who remained separated. A thin wire connected the bedroom to the passage, the drawing room to the servants' hall, the library to the kitchen. For one moment, two distant lives were linked by brass and tension. But the connection preserved the distance it appeared to cross. The person upstairs need not enter the servant's world. The servant, when entering the room above, must remain discreet, restrained, and almost without presence. She might be called beside a bed where someone wept. She might collect a broken glass after a quarrel. She might carry a tray into a chamber where no one had spoken kindly for many hours. She might notice letters hidden beneath books, medicines beside candles, or a portrait turned toward the wall. But curiosity was forbidden. Or perhaps it was not curiosity itself that was forbidden, but the expression of it. A servant could see, a servant could hear, a servant could remember. What the servant could not do was reveal that these things had become part of her knowledge. The wire carried command downward. Silence carried secrets away. Beneath the polished life of the great house existed this unseen archive. The bells knew which rooms rang repeatedly after midnight. They knew which guest called for wine when the rest of the household slept. They knew when the nursery had fallen suddenly quiet. They knew which bedroom demanded separate fires after a marriage had grown cold. No ledger preserved these patterns. No family portrait displayed them. The bellboard recorded nothing. Its brass moved, shimmered, and returned to rest. And yet the servants remembered. Perhaps not every word, perhaps not every face, but they remembered rhythms. The room that never rang until winter. The bell that began sounding more often after a letter arrived. The guest who pulled the cord gently, as though apologizing for being heard. The master who rang twice when once would have been enough. Such knowledge was neither fully personal nor fully impersonal. It belonged to service, gathered through repetition and carried quietly from one day into the next. Some believe that houses keep the shape of the commands once sent through them. A bell wire hidden behind plaster may remain long after the servant's passage has emptied. It may curve through darkness beneath old wallpaper, crossing rooms whose names have changed. The drawing room may become a gallery. The blue bedroom may be locked. The morning room may lose its curtains and fill with dust. But somewhere behind the wall, the wire remains, a thin path between a vanished hand and an abandoned bell. Where memory fades, metal sometimes endures. By evening, the bellboard grew busy. The drawing room called for tea things to be removed. The master's dressing room required hot water. The dining room summoned the butler. The front door announced visitors through another sound altogether, sending movement along the service corridor like ripples over dark water. The servants listened and answered. A bell rang. A figure crossed the passage. A door opened. Another bell trembled. A tray disappeared upstairs. The house seemed to breathe through these motions. Brass notes became its pulse, and the servants became the hidden current, carrying life from chamber to chamber. Yet there were pauses, brief moments when every bell was still. In those intervals, the servants' passage seemed almost ancient, like a buried hall beneath a forgotten temple. The painted labels watched from the wall. Candlelight touched the brass. Dust drifted between floor and ceiling. No one knew which bell would move next. No one knew what truth waited behind its room. That uncertainty was part of the discipline. To serve was to remain prepared for the unknown while appearing calm. To listen without being seen listening. To enter private sorrow and leave no footprint behind. At last, the house went to sleep. The drawing-room fire sank into embers. Books remained open in the library. Curtains were drawn around beds. The hall clock gave its late chime, each note fading slowly into the upper floors. Below stairs, lamps were lowered. The kitchen settled. The servants' corridor emptied. Only the bellboard remained awake. Moonlight entered through a small window and rested upon the brass like cold starlight. The painted room names could barely be read. Their wires disappeared upward into darkness. For a long time, nothing moved. Then one bell gave a faint motion. There was no clear sound, only the smallest tremor, a brief shimmer beneath the moon. Perhaps the wire had tightened as the house cooled. Perhaps a draft moved inside the wall. Perhaps someone, half asleep in a distant chamber, had touched the bell pull without knowing. Or perhaps the old house had remembered a summons from years before. The bell settled. Silence returned. No servant came. No door opened. The passage remained empty, guarding its secrets beneath stone and plaster. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. And some bells, it is said, continue speaking long after the hands that called through them have turned to dust. At 6 in the evening, 2 clocks began to speak. The first stood in the entrance hall, beneath a carved staircase that curved upward through light. Its polished case reflected the chandelier. Its pendulum moved behind glass, and when the hour arrived, it released 6 slow notes into the open space. The sound climbed past family portraits, touched the painted ceiling, and faded among the upper galleries like music entering a cathedral. Behind the wall, another clock marked the same hour. It was smaller and plainer, fixed beside the servants' staircase, where the passage narrowed, and the air smelled faintly of coal, soap, and cooling stone. It possessed no musical chime. Its voice was only a steady ticking, quiet enough to be forgotten by anyone who did not depend upon it. Both clocks said 6, yet 6 o'clock did not mean the same thing on either side of the wall. It is said that old houses contained more than rooms. They contained separate worlds arranged one above another, linked by doors that were meant to remain unnoticed. At the center of the visible house stood the grand staircase. It rose beneath portraits in gilded frames. Its banister was smooth beneath the hands of generations. Light from tall windows gathered upon its steps during the day, and after sunset, chandeliers turned the polished wood to amber. Guests descended it slowly. A woman might pause upon the landing, one hand resting lightly upon the rail, her evening dress moving behind her like water. A gentleman might wait below beside a marble table. Music from another chamber might drift across the hall. This staircase was not merely a way between floors. It was a place of arrival, a place of display, a small theatre of movement and rank. But beyond a discreet door, covered perhaps with green baize or painted to disappear into the wall, Another staircase turned sharply downward. It was narrow, its steps were steeper, there were no portraits there, no mirrors, no chandelier, only a small lamp, a plain handrail, and the marks left by countless feet. This was the staircase of service. At 6 o'clock, while the entrance hall gathered light, the back staircase filled with motion. Coal scuttles rose from below. Hot water climbed toward dressing rooms. Empty trays descended toward the kitchen. Boots, letters, lamps, folded linen, messages, brushes, and keys passed one another in the narrow space. A housemaid pressed herself against the wall to let a footman pass. A younger servant lifted her skirt slightly above the steps so that she would not stumble while carrying water. Somewhere below, a door opened, releasing the glow of the kitchen for one brief moment before closing again. The staircase seemed to breathe. Upward, downward, upward again. 6 o'clock above stairs was preparation for pleasure. 6 o'clock below stairs was preparation for the preparation of pleasure. In the bedrooms, fires had already been strengthened. Lamps glowed beside dressing tables. Gowns were laid across beds. Brushes, gloves, jewels, and ribbons waited in careful order. A lady's maid fastened hooks at the back of a dress, while conversation drifted from the corridor. A valet folded away the clothes of the afternoon and arranged those of the evening. Letters were finished. Curtains were drawn. Downstairs, the drawing room waited for guests to gather before dinner. Everything appeared calm, yet the calm depended upon the river moving behind the hidden door. Beneath the silence, the back staircase carried the weight of the house. Its steps held the rhythm of anticipation. Servants were not merely expected to answer a need. The finest service required them to sense the need before it was expressed. A fire should be stirred before the room grew cold. A lamp should be lit before darkness settled. A coat should be waiting before the visitor requested it. A door should open before the hand reached the handle. This was the mysterious art of arriving before desire had found its voice. The servants lived a few moments ahead of the household. Their bodies learned to read signs that clocks could not measure. The fading of daylight across the landing, the change in footsteps above, the murmur of voices behind a bedroom door, the sound of a chair moving in the drawing room, the almost inaudible pause before a bell was pulled. They watched time, but they also watched people. And in doing so, they crossed a strange threshold. They became intimate with lives that were not meant to become intimate with theirs. On the narrow staircase, fragments of the house drifted through walls. Laughter escaped beneath a door. A piano released a sequence of notes and then fell silent. A child cried in the nursery before being soothed. A man's voice sharpened briefly in the library. A woman whispered something too softly to be understood. The servant heard only pieces. The staircase never offered the whole story. It carried echoes without explanation. A maid ascending with folded towels might pause for half a breath beneath music from the ballroom. The melody entered the passage through the wood, softened by distance. For that brief moment, the staircase seemed to open upon another life. She might imagine the chandelier, the moving dresses, the polished floor reflecting candlelight. Then footsteps approached from below, or a bell rang, and the imagined world closed again. Duty pulled her onward. Whispers tell us that servants learned where to pause and where never to linger. The hidden staircase was a place of passage, not rest. To stand still upon it was to interrupt its current. Someone might need to pass. Something might cool. An order might be delayed. Even tiredness had to keep moving. Servants climbed quickly, but they were expected to emerge calmly. The house required speed, without the appearance of speed. A maid could hurry up 3 flights of stairs with hot water in her hands, then slow her breath before entering the corridor above. She must not arrive flushed or breathless. The door must open quietly. The jug must be placed without trembling. The labor could be urgent. The servant could not appear so. This was another contradiction held within the stairs. Below the hidden door, motion. Beyond it, stillness. Below, the sound of shoes upon bare wood. Beyond, carpets that softened every step. Below, the smell of coal, wax, and steam. Beyond, perfume, flowers, and polished furniture. The staircase did not merely connect two floors. It transformed one reality into another. At the landing where the back stairs met the upper corridor, the two kinds of time nearly touched. A servant might stand behind the closed door, listening. On one side, the hall clock completed its chime. On the other, the kitchen clock continued its plain ticking. The same 6 minutes passed for both worlds, but they were filled differently. For the family, there was time to choose a ribbon, finish a page, or stand near the fire. For the servant, 6 minutes might contain a journey to the cellar, a climb to the third floor, a message delivered, a grate checked, and a return below before the next bell. The clock measured equal minutes. Life did not. Perhaps this is why the staircase seemed almost sacred. It revealed the hidden truth that time is not experienced equally, even when every clock agrees. One person's pause may be built from another person's haste. One person's silence may depend upon another's footsteps. One person's effortless evening may rest upon 100 unseen journeys between floors. The staircase remembered these journeys. Wooden steps wear slowly. At first, there is no visible change. Then the center of each tread begins to hollow beneath repeated weight. The grain smooths where shoes have passed. The handrail darkens beneath palms. Years collect in such marks. A young maid climbs them on her first evening in the house, uncertain which door leads where. A footman carries lamps upward through winter darkness. A housekeeper descends with keys at her waist. A servant, leaving forever, passes down the same steps with a small trunk. Their names may disappear from the household records, but the staircase keeps the shape of their movement. Where memory fades, wood remembers. By 7, the upper rooms were fully illuminated. Guests entered the drawing room. Conversation gathered like warmth. The piano stood open. Glass reflected candlelight. Soon the dinner gong would sound. Behind the wall, the servants' staircase continued its steady circulation. The cook's message rose toward the butler. Empty glasses descended. Another scuttle of coal climbed toward the bedrooms. The two clocks moved onward together. Neither paused to consider what the hour contained. Much later, after dinner, the grand staircase would hold slower footsteps. Guests might ascend beneath fading candles. A hand would rest upon the polished rail. Laughter would travel upward, softened by wine and weariness. Behind the hidden door, servants would still be moving. Dishes returned to the kitchen. Hot water rose toward bedrooms. Lamps were lowered. Fires were guarded for the night. The visible staircase carried the household toward sleep. The hidden staircase carried the labor required to make sleep possible. And then, for one brief moment, the landing became empty. No tray passed. No bell rang. The music had ended. A thin line of candlelight appeared beneath the door to the upper corridor. Below, the back stairs descended into shadow. The two clocks continued, ticking, chiming, measuring one shared night. Yet those who listened closely might have heard that the hour contained two separate worlds, candlelight and coal dust, music and breathless silence, rest and the work that prepared it. Perhaps every old staircase holds such a division. Perhaps each step remembers who was permitted to pause upon it and who was required to keep moving. And perhaps, marked by the moon and hidden behind the wall, the narrow stairs still wait between those two kinds of time, never belonging entirely to either one. Before morning had a colour, she was already awake. The great house stood beneath the last veil of night, its windows dark, its chimneys resting against a sky marked by the fading moon. Frost clung to the garden paths. Bare branches reached over the roof like the hands of an old clock, still and silver beneath the stars. Inside, the bedrooms remained sealed behind heavy curtains. The fires had fallen into ash. The wash basins were cold. The carpets held the silence of sleeping feet. And in one chamber, beside a grate filled with yesterday's grey remains, a housemaid knelt with a candle protected between her hands. Its flame was small, almost nothing. Yet within that fragile light waited the beginning of the day. It is said that dawn enters a house through its windows, but in the great Victorian household, dawn often entered first through the servants' passage. It came in a coal scuttle, in a covered jug of warm water, in the faint glow carried from one hearth to another. The maid brought it quietly, chamber by chamber, long before the people upstairs believed morning had begun. The bedroom before her was cold enough to make breath visible. The curtains had not yet been opened. Their dark folds concealed the paling sky, preserving the room in a private midnight. A figure slept beyond the carved bedposts, sheltered beneath embroidered blankets. The maid did not look toward the bed for long. Her attention belonged to the grate. She placed the candle nearby and lowered herself onto the hearth rug. Every movement followed an order learned through repetition. First, the old cinders, then the ash, then paper, kindling, and coal. She lifted the remains of the previous fire with a small shovel, working slowly so that dust would not rise. Ash was light and disobedient. A careless breath could send it across the carpet or onto polished furniture. Evidence of labor could not be allowed to escape the hearth. Everything she touched was meant to appear untouched. Beneath the silence, this was one of the hidden laws of service. The work must be complete. The worker must disappear. The maid placed the ash into a covered container. She wiped the bars of the grate. She arranged the paper in soft folds and set thin pieces of wood above it, leaving narrow chambers through which air could pass. Then came the coal, one dark piece, then another, each placed carefully, like stones upon a forgotten altar. She leaned closer and lowered the candle. The paper caught with a faint whisper. Its edges curled inward. A narrow flame climbed toward the kindling, trembled, almost vanished, and then found strength. Light moved across the brass fender. Warm amber touched the maid's fingers. For a few moments, she remained still. The fire could not simply be lit. It had to be trusted. Too weak, and it might fade after she left. Too strong, and it might crackle loudly enough to disturb the sleeper. She watched until a red glow entered the first piece of coal. Only then did she rise. The room had begun to change, though no one above the blankets knew it. Warmth spread slowly, no larger at first than the circle of light upon the rug. But soon it would reach the washstand, the curtains, the carved wardrobe, and the hands of the person who would wake believing the morning had arrived gently. Whispers tell us that a skilled housemaid learned to move through sleeping chambers as though passing through sacred ruins. She knew where the boards complained beneath pressure. She knew which door hinges sighed. She knew which clock struck too loudly, and which bedside table held objects that could easily be disturbed. The room offered signs of a life not yet prepared for the day. A letter lay open beside the pillow. A small glass bottle of medicine stood near the candle. Flowers in a vase had begun to bend toward the tabletop, their petals losing color in the cold. A photograph rested face down beside a silver frame. The maid noticed these things because it was impossible not to notice them. Yet noticing was not the same as asking. Servants entered chambers where private sorrow had not yet been hidden beneath clothing, manners, and daylight. They saw the remains of sleepless nights. They found handkerchiefs left damp beside beds, letters folded and unfolded until the paper softened, books opened to the same page for many evenings. Their work carried them near the secret edges of other lives. Their silence became part of the furniture. The maid crossed to the washstand. The water left from the previous evening had cooled to the temperature of stone. She removed it and replaced it with clean water carried from below. A covered jug of warmth was positioned nearby. Soap, towels, brushes, and combs were arranged in their proper places. Nothing must appear newly moved. It must simply appear ready. This was the mysterious transformation performed before waking. Disorder became order. Cold became warmth. Night became morning. Yet the person who performed the transformation was not meant to remain within it. Beyond the room, the passage waited in darkness. Other chambers still needed fires. Other washstands waited for water. Boots left outside doors had to be carried away, cleaned, and returned. Carpets required brushing. Curtains must be opened at the correct moment. Chamber vessels had to be removed discreetly beneath linen covers, their passage hidden from those who preferred not to know how comfort was maintained. Each task belonged to a precise sequence. Too early, and the servant might disturb sleep. Too late, and the illusion would begin to break. A lady might wake to an unlit fire. A gentleman might discover cold water. A bell might ring before the maid had reached the passage, revealing the household not as timeless and effortless, but as a place dependent upon human hands. And so the maid lived inside a narrow margin between darkness and discovery. The clocks guided her, but not entirely. She also read the sky. She knew how winter morning entered slowly, beginning as a pale thinning of blackness beyond the curtain. She knew the difference between the cold blue before snow and the softer grey before rain. She listened to the house, the changing breath of the kitchen range below, the first movement in the stable yard, the footsteps of another servant crossing the upper corridor, the distant opening of a door. Time was not only a number marked upon a clock face, it was a pattern of sounds, light, temperature, and expectation. Yet she did not own any of it. The hour belonged to the household. Her body merely carried it. This was the quiet contradiction at the heart of her mourning. She had no power over when the day began, but she shaped how the day would be received. She could not decide when the sleep arose, but she could ensure that waking felt gentle. She could not keep the winter darkness from the world, but she could place fire between that darkness and another person's skin. The family experienced mourning as comfort. The maid experienced it as sequence: ash, coal, water, cloth, brush, door, stair, another room, another fire. From chamber to chamber, she carried the dawn in fragments. A flame protected by her palm, a jug warming her fingers, a pale line of starlight waiting behind curtains. Some believe that mourning is a celestial event, shaped only by the turning earth and the slow withdrawal of stars. But inside the Victorian house, mourning was also made by labour. It was built below stairs and carried upward. It passed through hidden doors. It climbed narrow steps. It arrived in rooms before the sunlight did. The maid completed the fire and moved toward the carpet. With a brush, she lifted small traces of dust and soot. The sound was soft, repeating, almost oceanic, back and forth, back and forth. The room emerged from darkness piece by piece. The carved legs of a chair, the faded flowers, the silver edge of the photograph, the clock upon the mantel. Its hands approached the waking hour. The maid looked toward it. She had measured her progress well. There remained just enough time. She crossed to the window and placed one hand against the curtain. For a moment, she waited. Outside, the moon had faded until it was almost transparent. The first birds had not yet begun. The garden was still buried beneath mist. Then she drew the fabric aside. Pale light entered the chamber. Not bright light, not yet. Only the delicate blue of morning before the sun, a colour as soft as breath upon glass. It touched the ceiling. It moved over the bed curtains. It met the new fire and mingled with its amber glow. The room appeared to awaken. The maid opened the second curtain and stepped back. She extinguished her candle, now unnecessary. A thin spiral of smoke rose from the wick and disappeared into the air. All around her, the evidence of night had been removed. The ash was gone. The water was fresh. The carpet was clean. The fire glowed with quiet confidence. The wilted flowers, the medicine, the unfinished letter, and the overturned photograph remained, but they now belonged to mourning. Whatever sorrow they carried had been placed beneath the veil of daylight. The sleeper moved faintly behind the curtains. The maid gathered her tools. She left before the eyes opened. The door closed without sound. Outside in the passage, darkness still lingered. There were more rooms to visit and more fires to wake. She lifted the coal scuttle and moved onward, carrying the final fragments of night with her. Behind her, the bedroom was warm. Soon the person within it would wake and perhaps listen to the fire. Perhaps they would believe the room had always been this way. Perhaps they would look toward the pale window and think that morning had entered naturally, as it always did. Only the mantel clock knew otherwise. It had watched the maid kneel beside the ash. It had measured each careful movement. It had seen her carry warmth into coldness and order into sleep. But clocks do not speak the names of those who serve beneath them. They only continue, ticking as the house awakens, ticking as footsteps permitted to be heard begin in the upper corridors, ticking as breakfast trays rise and curtains open across the estate. And somewhere beyond the room, the maid descends the hidden staircase once more. Her candle is dark now, her hands smell faintly of coal. The day she created for others has only just begun for her. Perhaps this is why dawn seems so gentle in old houses. It has already passed through tired hands before reaching the light. Perhaps morning was never meant to arrive alone. Perhaps, beneath every quiet sunrise, there remains the echo of someone who carried it unseen. Before sunrise, the kitchen was a chamber of iron and ash. No flame moved openly in the range. No knife touched the heavy wooden table. The copper pans hanging from their hooks reflected only a weak glimmer of moonlight from the high windows. The room seemed abandoned, yet beneath a pale covering of ash, one ember remained alive. It gave no true light. It offered only a buried redness, small as a distant star seen through fog. But within that ember waited the heat of the coming day, the kettles, the bread, the breakfast trays, the warming passages, and every meal that would later appear beneath silver covers. Above the tables hung the kitchen clock. Its dark hands moved over a face softened by years of steam. Flour dust had settled along the edge of its wooden case. Smoke had dimmed the numbers. Its ticking travelled through the cold room with quiet authority. Tick, a breath inside the darkness. Tick, a warning that the hour was already passing. It is said that every great house possessed a hidden sun. It did not rise beyond the eastern trees. It lived below stairs. It was fed with coal, guarded through the night, and awakened by servants long before daylight touched the upper windows. In winter, that sun was the kitchen range. Without it, water remained cold. Bread could not rise. Bedrooms lost their warmth. Tea could not be carried upward at the expected hour, and so the fire was never entirely permitted to die. The door from the service passage opened. A scullery maid entered carrying a small lamp. Her hands were stiff from the cold. Her dress was plain and dark, her apron pale in the dimness. She closed the door softly behind her and stood for a moment listening. The clock spoke first. From somewhere within the range came the faint settling of coal. Beyond the walls, the rest of the house remained asleep. The maid placed her lamp upon the table and knelt before the iron door. When she opened it, a breath of old heat touched her face. Beneath the ash lay the ember that someone had preserved for her before midnight. She reached forward with the poker. The ash shifted. A red glow appeared. Then another. Beneath the silence, the sleeping fire opened its eyes. The maid worked slowly. A careless movement might scatter ash into the room. Too much coal placed too soon could smother the ember. Too little might allow it to fade before the kitchen had awakened. She cleared a narrow chamber around the glow, placed dry kindling nearby, and leaned closer. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a thin flame rose. It moved delicately, almost transparently, touching one piece of wood and then another. The light revealed the range door, the worn stone floor, and the copper vessels waiting above. The kitchen was beginning to remember itself. Soon the flames strengthened. Coal cracked quietly. The dark iron grew warmer. A kettle was filled at the pump and placed above the heat. Water, silent only moments before, began its long approach toward boiling. There were hours before the family would sit at breakfast, but below stairs, the meal had already begun. First came fire, then water, then bread. Then every smaller task that must be completed before the tray reached the breakfast room. The scullery maid crossed to the preparation table. Knives rested in a row. Bowls waited upside down. Flour lay inside covered bins. A loaf from the previous day stood beneath a cloth. Nothing moved without time. The maid knew this, though she might rarely speak of it. The cook knew it more deeply still. In the Victorian kitchen, the hour was not read only upon the clock. Time revealed itself through scent, through colour, through steam, through the changing texture of food beneath a wooden spoon. Dough carried its own clock. It rose according to warmth, patience, and the unseen life within it. Fruit softened in pans at a pace that could not be commanded by bells. Sugar passed from clear syrup to golden amber in moments that demanded close attention. A cook might glance toward the wall clock, but she also watched the surface of a sauce. She listened to the sound of fat in a roasting pan. She pressed the crust of a loaf. She knew how long remained before a pudding was ready by the fragrance escaping from the oven. These were older measures than minutes. They belonged to fire and transformation. Yet the household demanded that such ancient rhythms arrive at modern hours. Breakfast could not wait for bread to feel ready. Dinner guests would not delay their entrance because a joint required another quarter hour. The kitchen had to persuade flame, water, grain, meat, and fruit to obey the clock. This was its daily mystery. Every meal began as disorder, raw ingredients, cold vessels, separate scents. Then, through heat and careful sequence, they became something whole. A soup clarified, a loaf rose, a sauce thickened, a roast darkened toward the desired color. The kitchen transformed the ordinary into ceremony, but the ceremony would be seen only after leaving the room where it was created. By then, the soot, steam, uncertainty, and hurried hands would be hidden beneath porcelain and silver. Upstairs, breakfast might feel peaceful. A cup of tea would send a thin spiral of steam into morning light. Toast would rest inside folded linen. Butter would appear cool and neatly shaped. Newspapers would be opened beside polished spoons. No one seated at the table would see the ember beneath the ash. No one would hear the scullery maid feeding kindling into the dark range. No one would know how many small decisions had been made before the first cup was poured. This was the contradiction between the kitchen and the dining room. Above, meals belonged to conversation and leisure. Below, meals belonged to temperature. A sauce could separate if left too long. A plate could cool during the journey upstairs. Tea could lose its fragrance while waiting for a door to open. Meat carved too early might surrender its warmth before reaching the table. Carved too late, it might delay an entire procession of courses. The kitchen lived in fear of the cooling moment. Heat was always leaving. Steam faded. Crust softened. Gravy thickened. The clock watched all of it. Its hands moved with no concern for whether the fire burned evenly or whether a servant had been delayed on the stairs. 5 minutes remained 5 minutes, even when one of them was spent searching for a missing cover or waiting for a bell that did not ring. A late tray might be noticed immediately. Hours of faithful labor before it might remain invisible. Whispers tell us that this was one of service's deepest sorrows. Perfection made no sound, while a single delay echoed through the household. And still the kitchen continued. Morning passed into luncheon. Luncheon gave way to afternoon preparations. Vegetables were washed. Pastry was rolled. Silver covers arrived from another room. More coal was carried in. As the light beyond the high windows changed, the kitchen clock kept its patient vigil. It watched servants gather and disperse. It watched a young maid learn to carry plates without trembling. It watched the cook stand before the range with one hand raised, judging heat that no instrument could fully explain. It watched meals leave through the service door and return as empty dishes, stained bowls, crumbs, bones, and cooling silver. Every finished dinner came back as evidence. The dining room above might preserve only memory, the flavor of wine, a conversation, laughter beneath candles. The kitchen received the remains. There, celebration lost its disguise. At night, after the last plates had descended, the servants washed what remained. Steam filled the scullery. Copper vessels were scrubbed until their dull surfaces caught the firelight again. The kitchen grew quieter by degrees. Knives returned to their places. Tables were wiped. Flour was covered. Pans were lifted onto hooks, where they hung like dark moons beneath the ceiling. Yet the fire remained. Even after dinner, it could not simply be abandoned. Someone must watch it. The range warmed water for the final bedroom jugs. A kettle might be needed if illness disturbed the night. An unexpected traveller could arrive after the household had settled. A child might wake feverish. A guest might ask for broth, tea, or something warm. The kitchen fire stood ready for needs that had not yet taken form. It was both servant and guardian. In winter, its heat moved beyond the room through walls, pipes, passages, and rising air. It softened the cold beneath the stairs. It warmed servants who paused near it for only a moment before returning to duty. The family might praise the comfort of the house without knowing where its warmth began. The range was the hidden sun, but those nearest to it were often the first awake and the last to rest. At midnight, the clock continued. The kitchen no longer held the energy of dinner. Its silence had deepened. Shadows gathered beneath the tables. The last candle had burned low. A servant knelt before the range once more. This time, she did not awaken the fire. She prepared it for sleep. The glowing coals were drawn together. Ash was placed carefully over them, not to extinguish them, but to protect their heat from the night air. The fire disappeared beneath grey dust. Its breathing slowed. The iron door closed. To anyone entering afterward, the range might seem dead, but the servant knew where the ember remained. She filled a kettle and left it nearby. She checked the table, the doors, and the clock. Then she lifted her candle and departed through the passage. The kitchen was alone. Moonlight touched the copper pans. The clock marked the darkness. Tick. The house slept. Tick. The fire waited. Tick. Another morning approached through hours no one could see. Beneath the ash, one ember glowed. It carried no name. It kept no record of the hands that had guarded it. Yet it held within itself the memory of every flame that came before, and the promise of every meal still to be made. Perhaps this is why old kitchens feel different from other rooms. Their stones have known fire. Their walls have absorbed steam, hunger, weariness, and waiting. Their clocks have measured not only hours, but transformations. Cold water becoming warmth, flour becoming bread, darkness becoming morning, and beneath it all, the small red heart of the house, sleeping, but never entirely gone. Perhaps it was never merely a fire. Perhaps it was the breath of those hidden lives, preserved beneath ash, until someone returned before dawn to listen. In the late afternoon, before the candles were lit, and before the first carriage turned upon the drive, the dining room waited beneath a pale winter sky. The long table stretched through the centre of the chamber, beneath a chandelier that had not yet awakened. Its white cloth lay smooth and untouched, like snow upon a silent field. Chairs stood at measured intervals. Tall windows held the final grey light of day, and beyond them, the garden slowly withdrew into mist. Upon the table rested a single silver spoon. Its curved surface reflected the clock upon the mantel more clearly than it reflected the man polishing it. The butler stood beside the table with a cloth folded over one hand. His coat was dark, his movements restrained. He turned the spoon gently beneath the fading light, watching until no cloud remained upon the silver. Within that small reflection, the clock hands advanced. It is said that a formal dinner began long before anyone entered the room. It began with keys turning in cellar doors, with linen unfolded and examined beneath careful eyes, with glasses lifted toward a window to reveal marks invisible in shadow. It began with the butler walking the length of the table in silence, measuring distance not with a ruler, but with memory. A fraction to the left, a glass drawn nearer, a knife turned so that its blade faced inward, a candlestick corrected until it answered the one opposite. The smallest disorder could disturb the room's harmony. The table had to appear natural, though nothing upon it had been left to chance. The butler paused at one place setting. He lowered his gaze along the line of glasses. Crystal caught the pale light and returned it in faint stars. Each rim had to stand in alignment. Each piece of silver had to reflect candlelight without revealing the hands that had polished it. Beneath the silence, this was the first ceremony of the evening. Not eating, not conversation, preparation. The room was being taught how to receive its guests. The butler crossed to the mantel clock. In his waistcoat pocket rested another measure of time, a watch, plain perhaps, but carefully maintained. Its movement remained close to his body throughout the day, ticking beneath layers of dark cloth. He withdrew it. The small case opened in his palm. For one moment, two clocks faced one another. The mantel clock belonged to the room. The pocket watch belonged to duty. If they disagreed, even by a little, the difference mattered. Candles must not be lit so early that wax flowed before dinner began. Wine must not be opened so late that it reached the table closed and silent. Plates must be warmed, yet not left to cool. The dinner gong must sound at the expected hour, neither anticipating the family nor making them wait. Time in the dining room was not an empty line upon which events were placed. It was an instrument that had to be tuned. Whispers tell us that the butler understood this music more deeply than anyone seated at the table. He knew the measured pause between the gong and the opening of the drawing-room door. He knew how long guests might linger before moving toward dinner. He knew when the cook required a message and when a dish could wait no longer beneath its silver cover. The evening depended upon many clocks, although only one could be seen. There was the kitchen clock, softened by heat and steam, the clock in the servants' hall, the watch in the butler's pocket, the private clocks within food, flame, and conversation. Wine possessed its own hour. It needed time to breathe after the cork was drawn, but too much waiting might change its character. Candles had their own hour, measured in the lowering of wax. A roast carried another, passing from heat toward coolness the moment it left the kitchen. And guests, too, had hidden clocks. Some arrived early, some delayed the entire evening, some spoke too long between courses, some emptied their glasses quickly, causing the butler to adjust the rhythm without appearing to do so. His authority below stairs came not from loudness, but from control. He carried keys. The cellar key, the plate room key, keys to cupboards holding silver, wine, and objects whose value was recorded more carefully than many lives. He might receive letters at the front door, supervise footmen, answer inquiries, announce visitors, and guard the threshold between the household and the outer world. He knew which wine was chosen for honoured guests. He knew which creditors had begun writing more often. He knew which visitor should never be left alone in the library, yet his knowledge could not become expression. His face remained calm, polished, reflective, but unreadable, like the silver he protected. By evening, the sky beyond the windows had darkened. Lamps glowed in the entrance hall. The chandelier remained unlit for a little longer, waiting for the precise moment when its brilliance would appear effortless. The butler moved through the dining room once more. He checked the doors. He tested the distance between chairs and table. He studied the arrangement of flowers, making certain that no tall stem would obstruct conversation. He listened. From below came the muffled activity of the kitchen, a tray placed upon a surface, a door opening, a brief exchange of low voices. From above came softer sounds, footsteps in dressing rooms, the movement of furniture, a distant laugh. The household was drawing inward toward dinner. He returned to the clock. There were minutes remaining, but not all minutes were equal. Some passed slowly in empty rooms, others contained entire ceremonies. The butler's silver minute belonged to the interval after the guests were seated. It was the brief, nearly invisible space in which a plate could be removed, a glass refilled, a crumb lifted from the cloth, or a fresh course placed before a diner without breaking the current of conversation. To an untrained eye, little occurred. A hand entered, silver moved, a plate vanished, but within that quiet exchange lay years of observation. The servant had to read the table without staring. A glass lowered by half an inch might signal that it could be filled. A fork resting at a certain angle announced that a course had ended. A guest leaning toward another might make immediate service intrusive. A pause in conversation might create the correct opening. The butler moved not only through physical space, but through attention. He had to be present without becoming the subject of notice, to enter the scene without disturbing it, to alter the table while allowing the diners to believe the evening flowed by itself. This was perfected invisibility, a discipline of controlled breath. He approached from the correct side. His hand remained steady. The silver tray did not tremble. A footman followed his signal without words. Then the moment passed. Conversation continued. No one remarked upon the vanished plate. The silver minute closed. Another began. It is strange to consider how much of elegance depends upon movements designed to be forgotten. The meals seemed to unfold naturally, course after course, as though the table itself possessed knowledge of what should appear next. Yet behind every transition stood listening, waiting, judgment. The butler knew when to move because he understood silence. He could distinguish between an ordinary pause and the heavier stillness that followed an unwelcome remark. He could sense when laughter offered cover for service. He could hear tension beneath polite speech, and through years beside the dining table, he gathered fragments of knowledge never intended for him. Political opinions spoken with confidence after wine, family grievances disguised as jokes, the name of a debtor lowered almost to a whisper, an inheritance discussed before the person expected to leave it had died, a marriage praised too warmly, a relative never mentioned until a guest made the mistake of asking. The dining room was a chamber of polished surfaces, but beneath them moved darker currents. Silver reflected faces from below, glasses loosened guarded tongues, candlelight softened expressions but could not erase them. The butler heard everything without seeming to hear. He might be present when a son confessed a debt to his father beneath the murmur of other voices. He might notice two guests who never addressed one another directly. He might carry away a plate, while a secret name remained suspended in the air behind him. Such knowledge was dangerous only if it became visible, and so his face preserved silence. He did not raise an eyebrow. He did not allow surprise to enter his posture. He did not carry the conversation below stairs, at least not in any form that could return to the family. His restraint was another lock, for which he alone held the key. Perhaps this was why the butler's dignity seemed almost ritualistic. He served, but he also guarded. Not merely silver and wine, he guarded the household's appearance. He protected the distance between what was known and what was acknowledged. A dinner could survive disagreement if its surface remained unbroken. The next course arrived. The glasses were filled, the candles burned steadily, and the clock advanced. Hours passed through the dining room disguised as conversation. Outside, night deepened around the house. Frost settled upon the garden. The windows became dark mirrors, reflecting chandelier light and the moving shapes within. Eventually, the final course was removed. The ladies withdrew first, perhaps, leaving the gentlemen with decanters and slower conversation. Later, chairs moved back. The door opened. Voices passed into the corridor and faded toward the drawing room. The dining room was left behind. The silence that followed seemed softer than the silence before dinner. It held warmth now, and memory. Empty glasses stood where hands had rested. Napkins lay folded or loosened beside chairs. A final trace of candle smoke hovered above the table. The butler returned alone. He walked through the remains of the evening. He saw the glass from which too much wine had been poured. The chair pushed farther back than the others. A small stain, hidden near one place setting. Nothing on the table spoke clearly, yet everything suggested that something had occurred. The room remembered in fragments. He gathered the keys into his hand. The cellar key pressed against his palm, cool and solid. Above the fireplace, the clock had advanced beyond midnight. Its hands moved without interest in whether the evening had succeeded or failed. It had measured the dinner, but it had not understood it. Perhaps no clock could. Time was not only what passed, it was what had been concealed within the passing. A glance, a hesitation, a name spoken softly, a servant's hand entering at the precise moment, then vanishing before the conversation changed. The candles burned lower. Their light touched the silver spoon still resting beside an empty plate. Once again, its curved surface reflected the clock. The butler's own image appeared only faintly along the edge. For one quiet moment, he stood in the room where laughter had been, surrounded by glasses that remembered more than they would ever reveal. Then he extinguished the candles one by one. The chandelier faded. The table returned to shadow. Only the mantel clock continued, ticking above cold silver, ticking above the white cloth, ticking beyond the hour that had governed every movement. Perhaps the perfect servant was never truly invisible. Perhaps he remained in every uninterrupted conversation, every warm plate, every glass that seemed to refill itself. Perhaps his life survived not in portraits or ledgers, but in the smooth continuation of evenings from which his effort had been carefully removed. And perhaps the silver minute was never merely a measure of time. Perhaps it was the small hidden chamber where discipline became grace, and where a man learned to disappear without ever leaving the room. Rain had been falling since late afternoon. It moved across the stone steps in silver threads, gathered beneath the iron railings, and darkened the long road beyond the gates, until the world outside seemed to dissolve into mist. Inside the entrance hall, a fire burned quietly. Its light touched the marble floor, the carved table, the portraits above the staircase, and the tall clock standing near the front door. Beneath that clock waited a footman. His coat was fitted closely at the waist. His gloves were pale, his hair had been arranged with care, and his posture seemed almost too still to belong to a living body. To anyone arriving from the rain, he would appear ready, timeless, as though he had always stood there beneath the clock, waiting for the door to open. Yet behind the calm line of his shoulders, he was listening to every second. The carriage was expected before 6. The clock had already passed a quarter to the hour. Outside, no wheels disturbed the wet gravel. No lantern moved between the trees, only rain. It is said that waiting is one of the quietest forms of service. It leaves no polished surface behind. It fills no glass and carries no tray. Yet entire hours may be surrendered to it. The footman could not sit. He could not wander toward the servants' hall or step outside to look down the road. His place was beside the entrance, close enough to reach the door before the visitor's hand became impatient. And so he waited, not idly, never idly. He listened for the rhythm hidden beneath the rain, a distant wheel, the strike of a horse's shoe, the metal movement of the gate. He watched the clock's long hand cross one dark mark after another. Each minute became a narrow chamber through which he had to pass without changing his expression. The tall clock had watched many servants stand beneath it. Its case rose almost to the ceiling, built of dark, polished wood. Behind glass, the pendulum moved with solemn grace. Left, right, left, right. Its movement seemed calm because it had no need to arrive anywhere. The footman's stillness was different. His stillness contained readiness. At any moment, the road might produce a visitor. The door must open before the knocker sounded twice. An umbrella must appear. A coat must be received. A name must be understood clearly and carried inward without error. Luggage must be lifted from the carriage. A card might be presented. A message might need to reach the library, the drawing room, or a bedroom whose occupant had not expected to be disturbed. The arrival of one person could send motion through the entire house. Yet the first movement belonged to the footman. Whispers tell us that the grand entrance of a Victorian house was a kind of sacred threshold. Beyond it lay the weather, the road, the village, the railway, and the uncertain outer world. Within it stood warmth, hierarchy, ritual, and the carefully guarded life of the household. The front door divided these worlds. The footman stood beside that division. He was both gatekeeper and servant. He admitted people whose names carried power, wealth, affection, danger, or grief. Yet he did not decide who belonged. He followed the rules of the house. Some visitors were expected and welcomed immediately. Others waited while their cards travelled inward. A tradesman might be directed toward another entrance. A stranger might remain beneath the portico while the butler was consulted. A familiar guest could be recognized by carriage, voice, or even the pattern of a knock. The footman learned these signs. He learned the sound of regular wheels upon gravel. He learned which horses belonged to neighbouring estates. He learned which caller stepped down slowly and which one leapt from the carriage before it had fully stopped. He learned to observe without appearing curious. The art of attendance was built upon such contradictions. He must see everything. He must reveal almost nothing. A guest arriving in anger should be received as calmly as one arriving in celebration. A doctor called after midnight must not see alarm reflected in the servant's face. A son returning unexpectedly from a distant journey might stand beneath the doorway with rain upon his shoulders. But the footman must not stare at the emotion that crossed the family when his name was announced. The servant stood close to the threshold of feeling, but he was not invited to cross it. The clock watched. Its pendulum moved behind glass, as if measuring not hours, but passages. How many people had crossed the marble floor beneath its gaze? How many arrivals had seemed ordinary at first, only to alter the life of the house? A visitor admitted for tea might later become a husband. A letter delivered by hand might change an inheritance. A doctor's quiet entrance could mark the beginning of weeks of lowered voices. A young woman might descend the staircase on the morning of her marriage and leave through the front door beneath flowers and bells, never again belonging to the house in quite the same way. The footman would open the door for all of them. He might stand beside a daughter leaving her childhood home, holding the door while family members embraced. He might receive a son returning from war or travel, carrying a case worn by distance. He might help an elderly guest from a carriage and later open the same door for mourners dressed in black. His hand touched the brass handle, at moments that families remembered for generations. Yet his own name rarely entered those memories. Household diaries might record, Lady Ashcombe arrived at 5:30. Mr. Ellison dined and remained overnight. The doctor was called shortly after midnight. The family departed for London before noon. Names, hours, weather, occasions, but seldom the servant who waited beneath the clock. Seldom the hand that drew the door inward. Seldom the figure who stood in the background as one life entered and another departed. Where memory fades, service becomes almost architectural. The footman is remembered like the door itself, present, necessary, unnamed. The rain continued. The expected hour arrived and passed. The hall clock sounded 6. Its chime rose slowly through the entrance hall. One note, then another. The footman remained in place. Perhaps the carriage had been delayed by mud upon the road. Perhaps the train arrived late. Perhaps a bridge had flooded. He could not know. Uncertainty belonged to him, but impatience could not. This, too, was part of the discipline. A visitor might arrive 20 minutes late and enter apologizing to the family. But the footman must behave as though the door had opened at precisely the right moment. The household's welcome could not appear diminished by waiting. Time might disturb the servant. It must not disturb the ritual. Beyond the hall, other rooms had begun preparing for the guests. Lamps were lit. Tea or wine waited. A bedroom fire may have been strengthened. A maid might have unfolded fresh linen. The kitchen adjusted its own calculations, uncertain whether food should be held back or sent forward. The delayed carriage stretched invisible threads through every part of the house. But in the entrance hall, all consequence was hidden behind stillness. The footman watched the rain darken the windows. His shoulders had begun to ache, though nothing in his posture revealed it. He could feel the slow pressure of his shoes against the marble floor. The gloves upon his hands had grown warm. He listened to the clock. Tick, rain against glass. Tick, fire settling in the grate. Tick, the faint movement of servants behind a distant door. Some believe that long waiting changes the nature of a room. Objects become more distinct. The carved edge of a table, the pale face of the clock, the thin draught that enters beneath the door, the scent of wet stone beyond it. Time seems to gather in corners, like dust illuminated by a sudden shaft of light. The footman may have known every feature of that hall more intimately than the family did. He knew the exact place where the floor creaked near the stairs. He knew how the door moved in damp weather. He knew which portrait caught the last light and which brass fitting needed polishing more often. He knew how the hall sounded when it was empty and how it changed when grief entered. At last, something moved beyond the gates. A faint glow appeared in the mist. One lantern, then another. The footman's attention sharpened, though his body barely changed. The sound came slowly, hooves striking wet ground, wheels pressing into gravel, harness metal answering the rain. The carriage emerged from darkness, as though travelling through a veil between worlds. Before it reached the steps, the footman moved, not hurriedly, not yet. He straightened his coat, glanced once toward the clock, and placed his hand near the door. The carriage stopped. A groom approached outside. The footman opened the entrance before the visitor could knock. Cold air entered the hall. Rain lights spread across the marble floor. For one brief moment, the warmth of the house met the darkness of the road. The guest stepped beneath the portico. An umbrella was raised. A hand reached for the carriage door. Luggage appeared from the mist. The footman received the wet coat, heard the visitor's name, and carried it inward with the calm precision of ceremony. The clock began to sound the half-hour. Its notes moved above the threshold while the guests crossed below. Perhaps they apologized for the delay. Perhaps they laughed about the road. Perhaps they carried news that would change the house before morning. The footman could not know yet. His duty was not to interpret the arrival, only to make it possible. When coats had been taken and names announced, the guests passed deeper into the house. Their voices faded toward the drawing room. Footsteps climbed the staircase. A servant carried luggage upward. The door closed. The rain became distant again. Warmth returned to the hall. The footman resumed his place beneath the clock. The arrival had lasted only a few minutes. The waiting had lasted much longer, but no trace of that waiting remained. His posture was steady. His gloves were pale. The clock continued above him. Soon another carriage might come. A messenger, a neighbor, a doctor, a stranger carrying a sealed letter, or perhaps no one would arrive for many hours. He would remain near the door, still enough to seem timeless, attentive enough to move before the next life reached the threshold. The hall clock would witness every entrance and farewell, holding each moment briefly before allowing it to pass. But clocks remember only the hour, doors remember only the touch, and households remember only the names they choose to preserve. Perhaps the footman existed between these forms of memory, not fully forgotten, not truly recorded, a quiet figure at the gate between the known and the unknown, marked by the moon, reflected in wet stone, listening to wheels still far beyond the trees. Some lives enter history through grand doors. Others spend their years opening them. And perhaps, in the entrance halls of old houses, beneath tall clocks whose pendulums still move through shadow, a trace of that waiting remains, a patient breath before the knock, a gloved hand beside the brass, and the silence of someone ready to welcome a world that may never remember his name. At the far end of the upper passage, where the carpet softened every footstep and the light grew pale beneath a narrow window, there stood a painted door. Small flowers curled along its panels, faded roses, blue leaves, a little bird no larger than a thumb. The colours had dimmed with years, but in the morning they still caught the light, as though the door guarded a garden hidden somewhere beyond the wall. Behind it lay the nursery, and within the nursery, time moved differently. A wooden horse rested on its side beneath the window, one wheel turned toward the ceiling. A cloth rabbit leaned against a stack of worn books. Sunlight lay across the floorboards in a quiet golden rectangle, touching the edge of a rug patterned with stars. Above the shelves, a small clock ticked. Its voice was softer than the clock in the entrance hall, softer than the dinner gong, softer than the bells that passed their commands through walls. Yet here, among toys and picture books, it governed an entire world. Breakfast, lessons, the morning walk, dinner in the nursery, an appearance downstairs, baths, prayers, sleep. It is said that childhood remembers itself as endless. A summer afternoon becomes a kingdom without borders. A winter evening seems to last forever beside the fire. A staircase can become a mountain, and the space beneath a table can hold a hidden country. But childhood in the Victorian nursery was often divided carefully into hours. The children might believe the day belonged to them. The nursemaid knew otherwise. She entered before they woke. The room still held the faint chill of night. Curtains remained partly closed. One child slept curled beneath a pale blanket. Another had pushed the covers toward the foot of the bed. A small hand rested beside a toy taken secretly beneath the sheets. The nursemaid crossed to the clock. There was time before breakfast, but not much. She stirred the fire and opened the curtains just enough to allow morning into the room, without waking it too suddenly. Then she began the quiet work of transforming sleep into order. Clothes were laid out, water was poured, hairbrushes placed in a row. The wooden horse was lifted from the floor and returned to its corner. By the time the children opened their eyes, the nursery would seem to have prepared itself. Whispers tell us that the best nursery routine was gentle in appearance and exact beneath the surface. Breakfast must arrive before hunger became impatience. Lessons should begin while attention was still calm. The walk must fit between weather, meals, and the possibility of visitors below. A tired child could turn a small delay into tears. A missed nap might disturb the entire evening. And so the nursemaid watched the hour, not to make childhood feel shorter, but to preserve its fragile peace. She knew that time announced itself differently in children. It appeared in rubbing eyes, in sudden silence, in laughter becoming too loud, in a spoon pushed away, in a child who asked the same question 3 times because weariness had begun to gather. The clock gave numbers. The children gave signs. She learned to read both. Breakfast arrived on a tray with porridge, bread, milk, and perhaps a little jam. The meal was simpler than the one served downstairs, yet it possessed its own ceremony. Napkins were tied. Sleeves were guarded from spills. One child ate quickly. Another watched the steam rise from the bowl as though it carried a message. A spoon fell. A cup was nearly overturned. The nursemaid restored calm with a hand, a word, or a glance toward the clock. Nothing in the nursery remained orderly for long. That was part of its life. Blocks became towers and then ruins. Books opened like gates and remained face down upon the carpet. A wooden soldier lost an arm. A doll disappeared beneath a chair and was later discovered with great relief. Small rebellions emerged between the hours. A child hid beneath the table when lessons were announced. Another refused a coat, though rain waited beyond the glass. Someone insisted that the clock must be wrong, because bedtime could not possibly have arrived. The nursery clock heard all these arguments and continued without reply. Tick, a lesson resisted. Tick, a page turned. Tick, a life quietly growing. The governess, in wealthier houses, might take charge of older children's lessons, while a nurse or nursemaid cared for the younger ones. In other homes, those duties overlapped. The nursery became schoolroom, dining room, playroom, sick room, and sleeping chamber. Within its walls, children learned letters, prayers, manners, and the invisible boundaries of rank. They learned which doors they could open, which rooms belonged to adults, when they could speak downstairs, how long they were expected to remain during a family visit before being returned upstairs. The nursery was both sanctuary and enclosure. It protected childhood from the formal world below. It also kept childhood separate from it. At certain hours, the children were prepared for appearance. Hands were washed. Hair was smoothed, buttons checked, shoes tied. The nursemaid transformed the disorder of play into the small dignity expected before parents or guests. Then the painted door opened. The children entered the upper passage, crossed toward the main staircase, and descended into rooms that seemed unusually large. There might be a drawing room glowing with afternoon light, a mother seated beside a guest, a father near the fireplace. Conversation softened when the children entered. A few questions were asked. A small accomplishment might be displayed, a poem recited, a greeting offered, a hand placed correctly into another hand. The visit could last only minutes. Then the nursemaid guided them back upstairs. The great rooms closed behind them. The nursery received them again with its toys, worn books, crumbs, secrets, and familiar clock. This was one of the quiet contradictions of the Victorian household. Children belonged to the family, yet much of their daily life belonged to servants. The nursemaid knew who feared darkness, who woke after dreams, who disliked the sound of thunder, who hid food beneath a napkin, who had spoken a first word before anyone downstairs was told. She knew the shape of each child's illness, the temperature of a forehead beneath her hand, the particular cry that meant pain rather than anger, the way a fever could make a familiar face seem strangely distant. At night, when illness entered the nursery, the clock changed its meaning. Minutes no longer organized lessons or meals. They measured breath. The nursemaid sat beside the bed with a lamp lowered and a cloth folded near a basin. She listened to the child breathe. In, out, a pause, then breath again. The clock seemed louder in those hours. Its ticking crossed the room like footsteps no one could stop. She might count the spaces between coughing. She might wait for medicine to be given again. She might watch the first pale line of dawn appear beneath the curtains and wonder whether the fever had lessened. Below, the family slept or waited for news. Above, the nursemaid kept watch. No clock in the house held more fear than the small clock above the nursery shelves when a child's breath became uncertain. Yet morning might come. The fever might break. The child might ask for water. The room might slowly return to its ordinary disorder. The nursemaid would remove the basin, change the linen, lift the curtains, and allow the clock to become ordinary again. Some believe that the deepest bonds in old houses were not always the ones preserved in portraits. A servant could love a child whose future would carry them into entirely separate worlds. The child might grow, leave the nursery, attend school, marry, inherit, or travel. The nursemaid might remain in service, move to another household, or disappear from the family record after a single line in a wage book. Yet for a few early years, their lives were held within the same small chamber. The nursemaid tied ribbons, tended bruises, answered impossible questions, invented stories when sleep would not come, and kept secrets. The nursery gathered many of them, a broken ornament hidden behind books, a letter discovered in the passage and quietly returned, a child who heard raised voices through the floor and asked why the adults below were angry, a mother's tears glimpsed during a brief visit, a father absent for longer than anyone explained. Children noticed more than adults imagined, but they understood in fragments. The nursemaid might soften what could not be answered. She might say that everything was well, that grown people sometimes spoke loudly, that tomorrow would be different. Her words became a veil, drawn gently across truths, too heavy for the nursery hour. Perhaps she concealed her own sorrow as well. A letter from home might remain unopened in her pocket until the children slept. News of illness, poverty, or death could arrive, yet breakfast still had to be served. Hair still needed brushing. The walk still had to begin at the appointed time. The nursery sheltered the children. It did not always shelter those who cared for them. Time carried these small mysteries onward. The broken object was replaced. The argument below was forgotten or renamed. The child who once feared the dark learned to sleep alone. The painted flowers on the door faded a little more. Years passed in ordinary repetitions. Breakfast, lessons, walks, rain against the window, summer light across the floor, winter fires, birthdays marked by candles, clothes outgrown and folded away. One day, the wooden horse was no longer ridden. The picture books seemed too simple. A bed stood empty because its child had moved to another room. The nursery clock continued. It did not mourn the passing. It only measured it. By bedtime, the day had softened. Toys were returned to shelves, though never perfectly. Curtains were drawn. Faces were washed. Nightclothes replaced the garments of daylight. The children knelt for prayers. Their voices were quiet, sometimes solemn, sometimes distracted by sleep. Then came blankets. A story, a final drink of water, a question from the darkness. The nursemaid answered softly. The lamp was lowered. Moonlight entered through the window and rested upon the wooden horse, the cloth rabbit, and the scattered stars upon the rug. The room became almost celestial, marked by the moon. Protected for one more night, the children slept beneath pale blankets, their breathing slow and separate. The nursemaid stood near the door and looked toward the clock. For the first time that day, there was nothing immediate to prepare. She wondered, perhaps, how many nights remained like this. How many years before these beds belonged to other children? How many mornings before the painted door opened upon an empty room? The clock offered no answer. It ticked above the worn books. Tick, a dream beginning. Tick, a childhood passing. Tick, an hour no household ledger would preserve. The nursemaid lowered the lamp until only a small amber glow remained. Then she stepped into the passage and drew the painted door nearly closed. Behind it, the nursery continued to breathe. The toys waited in moonlight. The clock watched over sleeping faces. And the house below moved through its adult ceremonies, unaware that another world rested above it. A hidden kingdom measured in stories, fevers, prayers, and the footsteps of someone who guarded time so the children might believe it had no end. Perhaps childhood is never truly endless. Perhaps it only feels that way because someone else is watching the clock. And perhaps, behind every painted door, there remains one quiet hour that does not vanish. An hour held between a lowered lamp and a sleeping breath, where memory has not yet learned to say goodbye. Before dawn reached the drawing room windows, the laundry had already disappeared beneath a veil of steam. The room stood apart from the elegant heart of the house, beyond narrow passages and service yards, where small windows looked toward a sky still without colour. Its walls were damp with years of heat. Copper vessels rested above the fire. Wooden tubs waited upon worn stone. Heavy irons stood in rows like dark relics from an older age. Across the ceiling, wet linen hung from lines and wooden rails. Sheets drifted faintly whenever a door opened. In the uncertain light, they resembled pale figures suspended between earth and sleep. At the center of the room, water turned slowly inside a great tub. A white sheet moved beneath the surface, vanishing and returning as the laundress guided it with a wooden pole. Her hands were reddened by heat and cold. The clock above the doorway was blurred by moisture. Still, its hands continued. It is said that every hour leaves something behind. A crease, a stain, a trace of smoke, the faint scent of a room. In the laundry, these remains arrived in baskets. Tablecloths carried the memory of dinner. Dark wine near one place setting, wax hardened beneath a candlestick. A small circle where a glass had stood too long. Collars returned from journeys darkened at the edge by dust from railway platforms and roads. Nursery linen carried crumbs, grass, ink, medicine, and the quiet disorder of childhood. Towels came down from bedrooms still holding the scent of soap, perfume, or fire. Black garments arrived after death entered the household. Lace came folded separately, too fragile for haste. Everything worn, used, touched, or stained eventually found its way to this hidden chamber. The laundry received what the grand rooms could not keep. Beneath the silence, it became the place where yesterday was undone. The laundress lifted the sheet from the hot water. Steam rose around her face, softening the room, until walls, tables, and hanging garments seemed to recede into mist. Water streamed from the cloth and struck the tub with a low, repeating sound. She twisted the linen carefully, not too violently. Fabric could weaken, seams could open. A torn sheet might be judged as waste, and waste could become accusation. The work required strength, but also restraint. First came sorting, white linen apart from coloured cloth, delicate lace away from coarse towels, garments marked by illness handled separately, household linen counted carefully. For every pillowcase, napkin, sheet, and handkerchief belonged to the estate and must return. Then came soaking, washing, boiling, rinsing, bluing, drying, starching, ironing, folding. Each stage followed the next as faithfully as prayer. A step neglected at the beginning could reveal itself only much later, when a stain returned beneath the iron or a fold refused to lie flat. The laundry possessed its own hidden liturgy. Soap was cut or softened. Water was carried and heated. The cloth was worked by hand against wood, rubbed, pressed, lifted, and returned. For certain linen, boiling was necessary. The great copper vessel breathed heavily over the fire, while white fabric moved within it, like cloud beneath a troubled sky. Yet heat alone could not create whiteness. Soap might leave linen dull or yellowed. A small amount of blue could be added to the rinsing water, allowing pale colour to deceive the eye and restore the appearance of brightness. This, too, was part of the mystery. Purity was carefully made. It did not arrive naturally. The whiteness admired upstairs was born from heat, weight, timing, and repetition. The family might open a bed and find sheets cool, smooth, and faintly scented with clean air. They might lift a napkin without considering how many times it had passed through boiling water, or how many hands had drawn it beneath an iron. The cloth appeared untouched. The labour vanished inside it. Whispers tell us that this was one of the deepest contradictions within the great household. Cleanliness was visible, cleaning was hidden. White linen suggested stillness, innocence and order, but its creation belonged to steam, aching shoulders, scorched fingers, heavy baskets, and hours spent standing beside fire and water. The laundress worked so that no trace of her work would remain. Only her hands carried the evidence. Skin roughened by soap, fingers reddened by hot water, small burns from iron. Wrists made tired by cloth made heavier through wetness. The house wore freshness. The workers wore the cost. Above the doorway, the clock moved deeper into morning. Yet time in the laundry was not measured by hands alone. Water possessed its own hour. Fabric needed time to soak. Starch needed time to settle. Irons had to reach the correct heat. A cloth damp enough for pressing could become too dry if left waiting. A storm approaching from the west might change the entire day. Weather became another clock, larger than the one upon the wall. On bright mornings, laundry could be carried outside. Sheets were lifted into open air and fastened along lines where wind moved through them. Sunlight offered mercy. It whitened linen, shortened drying time, and opened the room to the scent of grass and sky. The workers might look upward and understand that the day had granted them kindness. But rain brought delay. Clouds gathered over the estate. The first drops darkened the stones. Then came the hurried return of baskets and half-dried cloth, carried inside before the weather could undo the morning's work. The laundry filled with dampness. Garments hung closer together. Steam remained beneath the ceiling. Everything waited. The clock advanced, but the cloth did not dry. This created a quiet worry, unlike the visible urgency of a bell. No shout was needed. No one had to explain that beds still required sheets, dinner still required napkins, and guests expected fresh towels. The weather had taken possession of the schedule. The laundress could not command the sky. She could only rearrange the room and continue. Near the fire waited the irons. Some were solid pieces of metal, heated upon the range and exchanged as they cooled. Others opened to hold hot material within. Each had to be tested carefully. Too cool, and it would fail to smooth the cloth. Too hot, and it could scorch linen that had already consumed hours of labour. A faint hiss might rise when metal touched damp fabric. The laundress guided the iron across a folded sheet, forward, back, a pause at the edge, then forward again. Her movement was slow but constant, almost oceanic. The wrinkles disappeared beneath pressure. The cloth became smooth. Heat transformed disorder into surface. On the table nearby lay a child's small shirt. It had returned many times. The laundress may have known its shape without looking. A repaired seam near the shoulder, a faint stain that resisted complete removal, a button different from the others. Week after week, the shirt travelled down from the nursery and returned clean. Then one day, it no longer came. Perhaps the child had outgrown it. Perhaps the family had left for another house. Perhaps illness had emptied a bed. The laundry did not explain absence. It revealed it quietly through repetition interrupted. A garment returned until suddenly it did not. An empty place appeared within the basket. No household ledger recorded the moment when a familiar piece of cloth disappeared from the cycle, but the laundress might notice. She knew the household in fabric. A new set of infant linen announced a birth before visitors arrived. Travel-stained clothes spoke of return. Fine garments prepared unexpectedly suggested a coming celebration. Black cloth entered the laundry and changed the room before formal news had reached every servant. Mourning could be felt in weight and colour. A black dress absorbed the light around it. Its folds required careful treatment. Its presence among white linen seemed almost like a shadow laid across snow. Perhaps it belonged to a widow, perhaps to a daughter, perhaps to a servant whose grief would not be acknowledged beyond the hidden rooms. The laundress cleaned it without asking. The garment carried meaning, but offered no story. Nearby, A handkerchief, embroidered with initials, rested in a basin. It held the faint trace of perfume, or perhaps salt. The mark left by tears was not always visible. Such objects passed through servants' hands while remaining deeply personal. A handkerchief had touched a face. A shirt had held the warmth of a body. A pillowcase had received the silence of sleep. The laundry became an archive without words, not written in ink, but held in stains, folds, scents, repairs, and absence. It knew who travelled, who grieved, who was ill, who had grown, who no longer returned. Yet every washing erased part of this knowledge. Perfume faded, blood lightened, dust entered the water and vanished. The cloth emerged clean, carrying less of the life that had touched it. Where memory fades, soap completes its work. By afternoon, the steam had grown thick. Light entered the small windows in narrow beams. Dust and moisture moved together inside them, appearing almost star-marked. Folded linen rose in pale stacks along the shelves. Sheets, towels, napkins, pillowcases. Each piece returned to order, its history hidden inside smoothness. The laundress counted carefully. One missing item could become a question. One damaged cloth could become a deduction from wages or a note of disapproval. Objects belonging to the house were often preserved more clearly than the people who cared for them. A sheet might remain in service for years. The name of the woman who washed it could disappear entirely. Still, the work continued. As evening approached, the fire lowered. The final iron crossed the final piece of cloth. Its metal base had begun to lose heat. The hiss faded. The room slowly released its breath. Garments were folded with edges meeting precisely. The stacks resembled silent pages from an unwritten history. Here was breakfast. Here was illness. Here was childhood. Here was mourning. Here was the ordinary passage of bodies through rooms. All of it made white again. The workers returned irons to the hearth. Tubs were emptied. Water travelled across stone and disappeared into the drain, carrying away the softened remains of another day. Above the doorway, the clock emerged from the thinning steam. Its face became clear again. The hands had advanced many hours, though inside the laundry, the day seemed to have dissolved into water, heat, and repetition. Tomorrow, baskets would return. The same sheets would arrive changed by sleep. The same tablecloths altered by another dinner. The same shirts carrying dust from another road. The cycle would begin again. The laundry would receive the evidence of life and quietly remove it. It would surrender hours so that other rooms might appear untouched by time. At last, the lamp was lowered. The folded linen remained upon the shelves, pale in the final light. Outside, evening mist gathered over the service yard. Somewhere in the great house, a bed was being opened. A napkin was placed beside a plate. A clean towel waited beside warm water. No one heard the cooling iron. No one saw the reddened hands. Only the clock remained, patient above the door, ticking over empty tubs, ticking above the water-darkened stone, ticking through garments that had forgotten the bodies they once touched. Perhaps the laundry did not merely clean the house. Perhaps it guarded the illusion that nothing was ever truly used, stained, aged, or lost. Perhaps every white sheet was a veil drawn across time, and perhaps, beneath that veil, the vanished hours remained, warm as steam, faint as perfume, and silent as the name of the person who washed them away. Before sunrise, when the great house still seemed buried beneath sleep, a face trembled upon the surface of a basin. It was not a clear reflection. The water was cold, the light was weak. A small lamp burned beside the stone sink, and each movement of its flame caused the face below to loosen and gather again. For one moment, the scullery maid looked down at herself. Then her hand entered the water. The reflection vanished. Above her, somewhere beyond the ceiling, the kitchen clock began to strike. Its sound reached the scullery through timber, pipes, and stone, softened until the hour seemed to come from another house. She listened, one note, then another. She could not hear them all clearly, but she knew that morning had begun. It is said that the grandest households rested upon rooms no visitor was meant to see. The drawing room depended upon the dining room. The dining room depended upon the kitchen, and the kitchen, in turn, depended upon a colder chamber below or behind it, where grease, ash, water, and damaged things were carried after their usefulness had ended. This was the scullery. Its ceiling was low, its walls shone faintly with damp. A narrow window stood near the top of the room, too high to look through without climbing. Before dawn, it revealed only a strip of darkness, and perhaps one fading star. The scullery maid often began there, while nearly everyone else slept. She might be the youngest servant in the household, a girl newly arrived from a village, a daughter sent into service because wages were needed at home, someone still learning which bells belonged to which rooms, which doors she could open, and which names she must never speak without a title. Yet the longest day in the house could belong to her. Her first task was water. Water for the kitchen, water for washing, water for pans blackened by the previous night, water for knives, bowls, boards, cloths, and floors. Before pipes reached every corner of domestic life, water had to be carried, heated, poured, emptied, and carried again. Even where pumps and boilers existed, it did not simply appear in the right vessel at the right temperature. The scullery maid moved it from place to place. Cold water entered the basin. Dirty water left it. Between these two moments lay labor. She lifted a pot from beneath the table. Its base was dark with soot. Fat had hardened around the edge. She lowered it into the basin and began to scrub. The sound was small and rough. Brush against iron, water against stone, a vessel placed down, another lifted. The day formed itself from such sounds. Beneath the silence of the sleeping house, the scullery began its repetitive hymn: scrub, rinse, turn, scrub again. No single movement seemed important enough to remember. Together, they consumed the hour. By the time light entered the high window, the remains of yesterday's dinner had nearly disappeared. Soon, breakfast would create new remains. This was the mystery of the scullery maid's work. Completion did not mean ending. A pan shone only until it returned to the fire. A knife was clean only until it met bread, meat, fruit, or bone. A floor remained washed until the next pair of boots crossed it. Her labor moved in circles, returning always to its beginning. Whispers tell us that servants learned to measure the household by what came back through its hidden doors. Breakfast returned as cups stained with tea, cracked eggshells, porridge bowls, knives touched by butter, and plates holding abandoned crusts. Luncheon brought serving dishes, saucepans, carving tools, and glasses marked by hands. Dinner returned in waves. One course descended while another rose. Plates arrived warm, then cool. Silver covers were lifted. Roasting pans emerged heavy with grease. Pots appeared from the kitchen range, blackened at their bases, their handles too hot to touch without cloth. Every vessel carried proof that another room had been fed. The scullery maid received this proof after its ceremony was over. She did not see the dining table beneath candles. She saw what remained when the candles had burned lower. She did not hear the praise offered to the cook. She met the pans after praise had lost its voice. The scullery was the place where elegance returned to its raw materials. Porcelain became dirty clay. Crystal became fragile glass. Silver became metal requiring polish. Celebration became scraps, stains, water, and ash. And from these remains, order had to be made again. The maid scrubbed copper until firelight appeared upon it. At first, the vessel was dull and darkened by use. She worked paste against the surface with a cloth, pressing harder where smoke had settled. Slowly, a glow emerged. Not the glow of copper itself, perhaps, but the reflection of the lamp behind her. For a moment, the metal held a distorted image of the room. The basin, the stone wall, her moving arm, a face too blurred to recognize. Then the cloth passed again, and the reflection broke apart. Every polished object seemed capable of remembering her for only an instant. Then it returned upstairs, where another hand would use it, and another stain would cover what she had done. The clock above continued. Its sound rarely reached her hole. A chime might pass through the ceiling while water ran. A bell might ring in the kitchen. The cook might call from the stairs. Time arrived as fragments. She did not always know the precise hour. She knew morning by breakfast dishes, midday by the knives returning from luncheon, afternoon by the growing number of pans prepared for dinner, night by the emptiness in her stomach and the darkness inside the high window. The household clock measured the family's hours. The scullery measured aftermath. Her meals came when the kitchen allowed. A piece of bread beside the sink, a bowl eaten after others had finished, tea that had cooled. She rested when no one called, and when no vessel waited urgently in the doorway. These pauses were brief and uncertain. She might sit upon a low stool and place her hands in her lap. Water softened the skin until it wrinkled. Soap found small cuts and made them burn. For a few breaths, she did nothing. Then footsteps sounded above. A pan appeared. The pause vanished. It is strange how a day can disappear without any great event. No journey, no celebration, no hour remembered clearly. Only repetition, each task removing the shape of the one before it. Morning dissolved into water. Afternoon vanished beneath grease. Evening faded into steam. By night, the scullery maid might struggle to remember the first pot she had washed. Yet her body remembered. Her shoulders knew the weight of water. Her wrists knew the pressure of iron. Her knees knew the hardness of stone. Her hands carried the full record of the day, written in redness, heat, and small unseen wounds. The scullery lay beneath a hidden hierarchy. Above stairs, the family lived within rank and ceremony. Below stairs, servants had ranks of their own. The butler guarded keys, wine, and silver. The housekeeper governed linen, stores, and female servants. The cook held authority within the kitchen. Footmen appeared in the entrance hall and dining room, visible to guests in polished uniforms. Housemaids entered bedrooms and drawing rooms before the family woke. The scullery maid remained among discarded things. She supported the work of those who served others. Even within the invisible household, she was almost unseen. The cook needed clean pans. The footman needed polished serving pieces. The kitchen maid needed bowls ready. The housemaid needed hot water. Many duties rose from the scullery, yet few descended to remember the person who completed them. Her name might appear once in a wage book, perhaps beside an age, perhaps beside the place from which she came. Then a line might later announce that she had left. No portrait, no diary entry, no family story. The house preserved silver more carefully than it preserved her, and still she learned the household. Not through formal conversation, but through fragments gathered at doorways. A disagreement in the kitchen, a name spoken sharply by the cook, a footman whispering that a guest had arrived unexpectedly, a housemaid mentioning that someone upstairs had not slept. The scullery maid listened while continuing to work. She learned when the family was pleased because fewer voices carried tension through the passage. She learned when someone was ill because cups returned from the sick room at unusual hours. She learned when visitors stayed late because dishes continued long after midnight. Objects told her what words did not. A broken glass arrived wrapped inside cloth. One edge was sharp. A dark drop of wine remained near the base. Perhaps it had slipped from a hand. Perhaps it had been struck from a table during a quarrel. The glass offered no explanation. Its pieces reflected the lamp in scattered stars. She gathered them carefully. A cup returned from an upstairs bedroom, with medicine still clinging to its rim. It had been carried to someone unable to leave the bed. She washed it separately. The scent was bitter. Nearby, a plate arrived almost untouched. Food remained arranged as the kitchen had sent it. Perhaps grief had removed hunger. Perhaps anger had closed the throat. Perhaps the person upstairs was simply unwell. The scullery maid scraped the meal away. What had been prepared with care disappeared into a bucket without revealing why it had not been eaten. These were the silent messages of the house. A burnt pan spoke of haste. A shattered plate spoke of accident or emotion. Too many empty bottles suggested an evening prolonged. A child's cup returned with a crack along the handle. A silver spoon bore the faint mark of teeth. The maid saw celebration and sorrow only after both had ended. She handled their remains when their stories had become quiet. Some believe that discarded objects tell the truth more easily than people. A ballroom may preserve laughter, a diary may preserve names. But the scullery receives what can no longer pretend. Grease, ash, broken glass, food gone cold, a cup left untouched. Yet her task was not to interpret these relics. Her task was to erase them. The glass was removed, the plate cleaned, the cup rinsed until no trace of medicine remained. The pan polished until the evening's haste vanished from its surface. The house depended upon forgetting. Each meal required the previous one to disappear. Each morning required the night to be washed away. The scullery maid became one of the guardians of this forgetting. By late evening, the pile began to shrink. The last dinner plates arrived. Knives were counted, pots cooled enough to be handled. The kitchen above grew quieter as the final trays left for the drawing room or bedrooms. Still, the scullery continued. Water had to be changed. Floors had to be washed after every other task was complete. The maid swept scraps and ash from beneath the tables. She poured water across stone and moved it toward the drain with a stiff brush. The floor darkened, then slowly emerged clean beneath the lamplight. Everyone else had crossed it. Now she removed the evidence of their passing. At last, only one pan remained. She lowered it into the basin. The water was grey. Her hands moved more slowly now, but the ritual remained the same. Scrub, rinse, turn. She placed the pan upside down upon the drying board. Its copper surface caught the weak lamp and shone faintly in the empty room. For a moment there was nothing else waiting. The scullery maid lifted her eyes toward the high window. In the morning, it had held a fading star. Now it was black. The whole day had crossed beyond it without ever entering the room. Somewhere above, a clock began another hour. The sound descended faintly through the ceiling. She could not tell whether it was 11 or midnight. Perhaps it no longer mattered. Her day had not ended in the way other days ended. It had dissolved. Into water, emptied through the drain. Into steam absorbed by stone. Into grease removed from copper. Into hundreds of movements, too small to be named. She wiped her hands upon her apron and lowered the lamp. The final pan remained upside down, holding a soft reflection of flame. Tomorrow it would be used again. Tomorrow, the basin would fill. Breakfast would return. Then luncheon. Then dinner. The vessels would darken and shine, darken and shine. Perhaps the scullery maid's life was not measured in days at all. Perhaps it was measured in things restored and immediately soiled. In fires that left ash. In meals that left plates. In hours that vanished as soon as they were completed. The lamp flame trembled. Her reflection appeared briefly in the polished pan. Then she turned away, and it was gone. Only water remained in the basin, slowly becoming still, and somewhere within that dark surface, beneath the silence, the vanished day seemed to wait, without a name, without a witness, already flowing toward morning. One winter morning, the great clock in the entrance hall began to forget the hour. At first, the loss was small. A minute, then 2. Its golden hands still moved with dignity across the painted face. Its pendulum still passed behind glass, with the solemn patience of a church bell seen through fog. Visitors crossing the marble floor would not have noticed anything wrong, but the servants noticed. The breakfast tray arrived while the hall clock still believed there was time. A carriage waited upon the drive before the hand had reached the appointed mark. Letters meant for the morning post remained upon a silver tray several minutes too long. Somewhere below stairs, the kitchen clock disagreed. In the stable yard, another clock offered a different answer. And beyond the bare winter trees, the village church bell spoke an hour that belonged only to itself. Beneath the silence, time had begun to separate. The house still appeared orderly, but its rhythm had loosened. Like a great ship moving through mist, it continued forward, while its hidden instruments quietly contradicted one another. It is said that disorder often enters a household without sound, not through a broken window, not through a raised voice, but through a small uncertainty repeated from room to room. Was the gong late? Had the guest arrived early? Was the kitchen behind? Or was the hall clock wrong? A few lost minutes passed through the house. like dust entering beneath a door. And so a clockmaker was summoned. He did not arrive through the grand entrance. No footman opened the polished door beneath the carved portico. No visitor's card was carried into the drawing room. Instead, he came around the side of the house, where the stone path narrowed between winter shrubs and the servants' yard. The servants' entrance stood beneath a smaller arch. Its paint was worn near the handle. Coal dust rested in the corners of the step. Deliveries, tradesmen, baskets, tools, and messages passed through this door without disturbing the ceremonial quiet above. The clockmaker raised his hand and knocked. When the door opened, he carried a long, narrow case of tools. The case was dark with age. Brass catches held it closed. Within it rested screwdrivers, keys, files, small brushes, pliers, oil, cloth, and instruments shaped for wheels too delicate to be touched by ordinary hands. He entered the back passage. Warm air from the kitchen met the winter cold upon his coat. Somewhere nearby, pans moved against stone. The bellboard waited upon the wall beneath its painted room names. A maid carrying folded linen stepped aside to let him pass. He was neither guest nor servant. He belonged to the strange border between them, an outsider permitted into hidden corridors because the visible house could no longer keep time without him. Whispers tell us that those who repaired clocks were often invited deeper into houses than ordinary visitors. They passed through rooms designed to conceal labor. They saw the back of ornament. They opened cases that owners admired but rarely understood. Their work required them to enter the secret chamber behind the face. The clockmaker followed the housekeeper through the servants' hall. The plain clock above its door continued ticking, perhaps several minutes ahead of the great clock upstairs. Servants lifted their eyes toward the narrow tool case as he passed. They knew why he had come. For days, the house had felt faintly uncertain. Nothing had failed completely, but everything had begun to require explanation. The clockmaker climbed from the service passage toward the entrance hall. The change in the house unfolded around him. Stone gave way to polished wood. Bare walls opened into carved panels. The scent of coal and soap softened beneath beeswax, flowers, and fire. Then the great clock appeared. It stood near the staircase like a dark shrine. Its case was carved with leaves, columns, and small curling forms that caught the winter light. The dial gleamed pale beneath glass. Golden hands moved over Roman numerals with the confidence of something that did not know it was wrong. The clockmaker placed his case upon the floor. For a moment, he listened. Not to the chime, not to the ticking alone. He listened to the spaces between them. A clock reveals its illness through rhythm, a hesitation, a scrape, a beat that falls too slowly after the one before. He opened the lower wooden door. The interior smelled of old timber, metal, dust, and oil. The pendulum moved within darkness. Left, right, left, right. Its motion appeared simple, but above it waited a hidden world of wheels and weights. The clockmaker opened another panel. The face of the clock remained elegant toward the hall, but behind it lay brass gears, fine teeth, cords, pulleys, and accumulated dust. A weight hung within the case like a buried stone. The mechanism turned in silence, each piece surrendering motion to the next. The servants gathered at a respectful distance. A housemaid paused near the service door. A footman stood beside the wall. The housekeeper watched with folded hands. Perhaps even the butler allowed himself a longer glance than usual. For years, the clock had governed their movements. Its chimes had divided mornings from afternoons, arrivals from departures, preparation from delay. Yet few of them had seen what lived behind its painted face. The open case revealed a familiar truth. Beauty in front, labor behind. The clock resembled the house itself. Upstairs, carved wood, silver, music, and ceremony. Behind the walls, wires, bells, stairs, soot, steam, and human movement. The hands upon the face appeared to move by themselves, but their calm progress depended upon hidden weight, friction, balance, and repeated adjustment. So did the household. The clockmaker leaned closer. He stopped the pendulum. The great hall entered a strange stillness. For the first time in years, perhaps, the clock no longer divided the air into equal beats. Without its ticking, smaller sounds became visible to the ear. Rain against glass, the fire settling in the grate, a servant's shoe upon the corridor beyond, the faint movement of cloth. The house seemed larger without the clock, and less certain. The clockmaker examined the mechanism. Dust had gathered upon a wheel. Old oil had thickened. A small part no longer moved as freely as before. Nothing dramatic had broken. Time had been lost through resistance too slight for the eye. He took out a soft brush and began to clean. Each touch was careful. Dust drifted into the winter light like fragments of a forgotten sky. Brass emerged beneath it. The teeth of the gears shone faintly. He added only the smallest measure of oil. Too much could harm the mechanism. Too little might allow the slowing to return. Repair was not force, it was balance. Some believe that clocks do not merely count time, they negotiate with it. A pendulum does not move because the hour commands it. It moves because weight, length, gravity, and resistance remain in agreement. Break that agreement, even slightly, and the clock begins to wander. The household had trusted the great clock because it occupied the grand hall. Its height gave it authority. Its golden hands gave it beauty. Its chime reached more rooms than the plain clocks below. But did elegance make it true? Before time became more widely standardized, clocks could disagree from place to place. A village might follow its church bell. A railway station might insist upon another measure. Watches were corrected by trusted public clocks, though even trusted clocks required human hands. The master might compare his watch with railway time. The coachman might follow the stable clock. The cook might trust the kitchen clock, because dinner depended upon it. The servants' hall clock might be kept deliberately fast, 5 minutes ahead, perhaps 7, a hidden margin placed between duty and blame. No one upstairs needed to know. If servants believed the hour was later than it truly was, they would arrive before the household expected them. The fire would be ready. The tray would be waiting. The carriage would stand at the door. Time itself could be adjusted to create obedience. Yet, if clocks disagreed, who decided which one carried truth? The master? The housekeeper? The station? The church? The clockmaker? Or did truth belong simply to the clock everyone agreed to obey? The servants watching from the edge of the hall may have wondered something more practical. If the great clock had been losing time, who had been blamed? A maid reprimanded for arriving late. A footman accused of sounding the gong too slowly. A kitchen told that dinner had failed to meet the hour. Perhaps lateness had belonged not to the servants, but to the machine standing above them. A clock could make an error without shame. A servant rarely possessed that mercy. The clockmaker continued his work. He checked the weight. He examined the suspension of the pendulum. He corrected the hands. Perhaps he compared the time with his own watch, itself corrected earlier by a railway clock or another trusted standard. The house waited while 1 hour was chosen over all the others. Then he set the pendulum moving. Left, right, left, right. The beat returned. At first, it sounded almost too loud. The servants listened. The housekeeper glanced toward the clock in the service passage, perhaps calculating the difference. The butler withdrew his watch and quietly compared the hands. The great clock began again, restored to the rhythm the household had decided to trust. Soon the wooden panels were closed. The secret machinery disappeared. Dust, wheels, weights, and oil returned to darkness behind the carved case. From the hall, the clock looked unchanged. Once again, the golden hands seemed to move without assistance. The clockmaker packed his tools. The servant stepped away. He was led back through the hidden passage, past the bellboard, the kitchen door, and the servants' hall clock that may still have remained a few minutes ahead. Then he left through the entrance by which he had arrived. The side door closed. Winter silence returned to the yard. Inside, the household resumed its rhythm. Letters departed. Carriages arrived. The dinner gong sounded at the appointed hour. Tea reached the drawing room while it was still hot. The family may have felt that order had been restored. They could once again trust the clock. But what had truly been restored? The mechanism, the schedule, or only agreement? At night, after the entrance hall had emptied, The great clock stood alone beneath the staircase. Moonlight rested upon its glass. Behind the wooden panel, the gears turned. A weight descended almost too slowly to see. The pendulum travelled through its dark chamber. Left, right, left, right. Each movement appeared certain. Each second seemed equal to the one before. Yet the silence preserved a gentler mystery. Did the clock measure the life of the house? Or did the house shape itself around the clock, and call that shape time? Perhaps every household lives within an hour of its own making, an hour adjusted by duty, by expectation, by fear of lateness, by the need to appear ready before anyone asks. Perhaps the clockmaker repaired more than brass and wood. Perhaps he restored the shared illusion that time could be trusted. And perhaps, behind every calm clock face, there remains a hidden chamber where certainty depends upon dust being removed, weight being balanced, and someone quietly deciding which hour the world will believe. In the hour before the household fully awakened, a ring of keys rested beside a candle. They lay upon a small wooden desk in the housekeeper's room, each one different in weight and shape. Some were narrow and pale with age. Others were dark, heavy, and worn smooth, where fingers had turned them through years of service. In the low light, they shone like a circle of small moons. One opened the linen cupboard. Another belonged to the china closet. There were keys for storerooms, medicine cabinets, locked drawers, preserved fruit, household silver, and doors whose contents had to be counted before they could be trusted. Beside them rested a ledger. Its cover was dark. Its corners had softened beneath repeated touch. The pages within were marked by careful columns, measured figures, names, dates, and small explanations written in a disciplined hand. Soap, candles, flour, tea, cloth, wages, breakages, visitors expected, servants absent, rooms prepared. The entire life of the estate seemed to have been reduced to ink. Yet beneath the silence of those columns, other lives remained hidden. It is said that every great house kept two histories. One was preserved in portraits, letters, titles, marriages, inheritances, and the names of those who owned the land. The other survived in lists. How many sheets were sent upstairs? How much coal was used during winter? How many jars of fruit were sealed before autumn ended? Which servant received wages? Which room required fresh linen unexpectedly? Which bottle of medicine had to be replaced before the last one should have been empty? This second history belonged to the housekeeper. She entered the room before dawn had fully reached its small window. A plain clock ticked beside shelves of preserves. Folded correspondence waited beneath a paperweight. A cupboard door stood locked behind her. She lifted the ring of keys. Their metal touched with a faint sound. Not a chime. Not quite music. More like the whisper of distant gates opening one after another. She fastened the ring at her waist and sat before the ledger. For a moment, she did not write. She listened. The kitchen had begun to wake. A poker moved inside the range. Somewhere in the passage, water was being carried. The great house above still seemed asleep, but its hidden machinery was already turning. The clock marked another minute. The housekeeper opened the book. A new day entered the page. Whispers tell us that the housekeeper's authority did not need to be announced loudly. It moved through keys, schedules, inspections, and memory. She knew which rooms had been used, which servants had completed their duties, which linen should return from the laundry, which candles had burned more quickly than expected. She knew how much soap remained in the cupboard, and whether the sugar store had diminished too rapidly. Her work required her to remember what the household preferred to forget. Everything consumed, everything broken, everything worn, everything missing. Comfort appeared upstairs as abundance, but below stairs it existed as calculation. A fire required coal, a bed required sheets, a guest required towels, candles, soap, hot water, and a room prepared before arrival. A dinner required stores gathered over days or weeks. The housekeeper stood at the place where luxury became arithmetic. She turned a page. Under one date, a delivery of cloth. Under another, preserves sealed. A servant's name followed by wages. A note regarding a cracked basin. A room opened after months of silence. The words were plain, but each carried the shadow of an event. The ledger did not say why the room had been opened. It did not explain whose basin had broken, or whether the servant whose wages were recorded had been pleased, disappointed, ill, or afraid. It offered facts without voices. This was its power, and its cruelty. The housekeeper dipped her pen into ink. She entered the number of candles received. Candles belonged to time as much as clocks did. They marked evening through their shortening bodies. They vanished while others read, dined, argued, prayed, or slept. The housekeeper knew their value. She knew how many should be sent to guest rooms, and how many could be spared for servants' passages. She knew that a candle left burning carelessly could mean waste, danger, or both. Yet she may also have watched her own candle lower late at night, measuring the private hours remaining before sleep. She counted every candle belonging to the household. No one counted the weariness by which she used her own. The keys at her waist moved when she rose. The first cupboard waited. She inserted a long iron key and turned it. The lock resisted for a breath, then opened. Inside lay folded linen, sheets stacked by size, pillowcases, towels, tablecloths, napkins, each pile white, ordered, and faintly scented with soap and dry air. The cupboard appeared almost sacred. Its shelves held the cloth that touched every private moment of the household. Birth, sleep, illness, bathing, dinner, mourning. The housekeeper counted carefully. One sheet missing might mean nothing, or it might mean that a room had been used without proper notice. A towel absent from its stack could belong to a sick room. Damaged linen might reveal carelessness, accident, or distress. The cupboard kept no written story, yet its contents shifted with the life of the house. A sudden request for nursery linen might announce an arrival before the bells rang. Black cloth might appear before mourning was spoken openly. Extra bedding sent to a distant wing could mean guests, illness, or separation. The housekeeper noticed these movements. Her duty required it. But knowledge did not grant ownership. This was the contradiction held within the keys. They opened almost every hidden chamber. The housekeeper could enter storerooms filled with food, closets of porcelain, shelves of linen, cupboards of medicine, and rooms containing objects worth more than she might earn in many years. She might hold the key to the family's household memory, yet little of it belonged to her. Her own room was often modest: a bed, a chair, a washstand, a desk, perhaps a photograph, a prayer book, or a few letters tied with ribbon. She possessed access without possession, authority without freedom. The keys trusted her with abundance while reminding her that abundance belonged elsewhere. Some believe that a key is a symbol of power, but a key can also bind the person who carries it. Every locked door becomes a responsibility. Every cupboard must be accounted for. Every lost item may become a question. Every servant who needs access must come through the keeper of the key. The ring at her waist did not merely announce rank. It carried the weight of constant vigilance. The housekeeper moved through the morning opening and closing the estate. A storeroom for soap and candles, a closet for china, a cabinet containing medicines, a pantry where preserves waited in rows, each jar holding the faded colour of summer fruit. She remembered when they had been sealed. Late August, early September, before the garden lost its warmth. Her calendar was not only a line of numbered days, it was a wheel of seasons. Summer curtains were removed when the air changed. Winter draperies returned when cold entered the stone. Mattresses were turned, blankets aired, carpets lifted, silver inspected, fruit gathered before frost, preserves sealed before sweetness faded, coal measured before winter demanded more than expected. The family experienced the seasons through comfort. The housekeeper experienced them through preparation. Autumn was not merely golden leaves. It was stores, curtains, chimney inspections, and the fear that winter supplies might prove insufficient. Spring was not only blossom. It was opened windows, beating carpets, laundering curtains, and bringing hidden dust into light. She lived ahead of the weather. Like the finest servants, she prepared for needs before they became visible. The house had to be ready for cold before the first truly cold night, for guests before the carriage appeared, for illness before a chamber became a sick room, for mourning before grief learned how much black cloth it required. This anticipation gave her authority. It also denied her rest. At midday, she returned to the ledger. A maid had reported a broken lock upon a cabinet in the west passage. The housekeeper wrote it down. No explanation was certain. Perhaps the metal had failed. Perhaps someone had forced it. Perhaps a key had turned badly in old wood. A broken lock is a small fact, but within a household, small facts often guarded larger mysteries. Who had tried to open it? What had been kept inside? Why was the damage discovered only that morning? The ledger preserved the repair. It did not preserve the suspicion. On another page appeared repeated purchases of medicine, the same preparation, again and again. The dates stood closer together than expected. Perhaps someone in the family suffered from a long illness. Perhaps a servant required treatment. Perhaps sleep had become difficult in an upstairs room. The book did not say. It recorded bottles, not pain. Elsewhere, linen had been sent suddenly to a distant bedroom rarely used. 3 sheets, 2 pillowcases, additional towels, a small entry beneath an ordinary date. Yet such a movement could signal an entire hidden event. A guest arriving secretly, a relative separated from the family, a nurse installed beside someone unwell, a room reopened after years of silence. The housekeeper wrote what was needed. She did not write what had been whispered. Facts entered the page. Stories remained outside it. Where memory fades, these fragments are sometimes all that survive. Later generations may discover the ledger in a drawer and turn its brittle pages. They may find names without faces, numbers without explanation, an unusual expense, a servant who disappears after one final wage payment, a purchase of black fabric, a lock replaced, a bedroom supplied. The reader may sense a story hidden between the lines but be unable to reach it. The ledger becomes a sealed gate. Its ink points toward another world without opening it fully. Perhaps this is why old household books feel strangely intimate. They were never intended to become mysteries. They were practical things, tools of order, yet time transforms order into secrecy. The most ordinary record can become a sacred fragment once everyone who understood it is gone. By evening, the housekeeper's keys had opened and closed dozens of doors. Their weight had rested against her dress through inspections, instructions, corrections, and quiet conversations with servants. She had answered questions, settled disputes, counted linen, checked stores, listened to concerns that could not be carried upstairs. Her role placed her between worlds. She served the family, but governed servants. She possessed authority, yet remained under authority. She was expected to maintain discipline while also understanding the exhaustion of those whose work she inspected. Perhaps younger servants feared her. Perhaps some came to her in tears. Perhaps she offered stern words because gentleness alone could not protect order. Or perhaps behind the closed door of her room, she allowed herself the sympathy she could not always display in the passage. The clock moved toward night. The household quieted by degrees. Dinner had passed. Doors were locked. Stores checked. Candles distributed. The housekeeper returned to her desk. She removed the keys from her waist and placed them beside the candle. One by one, she touched them. The linen cupboard, the storeroom, the medicine cabinet, the china closet. Each key carried the memory of a door. Each door guarded objects that would outlast many of the hands caring for them. She opened the ledger for the final time. A servant absent, a delivery received, a loss explained, a room prepared. Then she drew a line beneath the day. It seemed like an ending, but official duties did not always end simply because ink said they had. Someone might still knock. A servant might fall ill. A guest might arrive late. A bedroom bell could ring. A cupboard might need opening before dawn. And so the keys remained within reach. The candle burned lower. Its light moved across the metal ring, causing each key to shine and darken as the flame shifted. Small moons, small gates, small instruments of trust. Around the room, locked cupboards held the material memory of the house. Fruit from vanished summers, linen from forgotten beds, medicine from illnesses never named. China carried through dinners whose conversations were gone. The ledger preserved only shadows of those lives. A line of ink where there had once been worry, a number where there had been labor, a name where there had been a person waking before dawn. The housekeeper closed the cover. The clock continued. Tick, a candle consumed. Tick, a year recorded. Tick, a life passing in the keeping of other people's possessions. Perhaps the keys granted access to the whole house, except the one chamber she could never open, the future, in which her own name might be forgotten. Perhaps the ledger measured everything except the value of the person who kept it, and perhaps, in old houses where cupboards remain locked and dust lies across abandoned desks, the ring of keys still waits beside a closed book, not as proof of ownership, but as the quiet echo of someone who guarded every hour, every object, and every hidden threshold, while time, the one door without a key, carried her gently beyond the page. Just before dinner, the great house seemed to hold its breath. The last pale light had withdrawn from the windows. Beyond the glass, winter trees stood beneath a dusk blue sky, their branches marked faintly by the moon. Inside, doors closed with soft and careful sounds. Curtains were drawn. Candles awakened one by one along the passages, placing small circles of gold against the gathering darkness. The drawing room glowed. The dining table waited. In the kitchen below, steam moved beneath the ceiling, while covered dishes stood ready beneath polished silver. And in the entrance hall, beside a great bronze gong, a footman raised a padded mallet. For one suspended moment, he did not strike. He listened. Somewhere beyond the wall, the hall clock approached the appointed minute. Upstairs, a door opened and closed. A lady's maid fastened the final hook of a dress. A gentleman folded a letter and placed it inside his coat. In the cellar passage, the butler checked that wine had been brought forward. In the kitchen, the cook looked toward the clock and then toward the waiting soup. Every hidden movement of the house converged upon this instant. The footman held the mallet above the gong. Then he let it fall. The sound began as metal receiving touch. A deep note opened within the bronze. It spread across the hall, entered the staircase, crossed beneath chandeliers, and moved through doors like a slow wave passing over dark water. The house heard dinner. It is said that certain sounds do more than announce an hour. They transform it. Before the gong, the household remained in preparation. After it, the ceremony had begun. For the family and their guests, the note was an invitation. It called them from dressing rooms, libraries, and drawing room chairs toward warmth, conversation, wine, and the carefully arranged table. For the servants, it meant something different. The gong did not say, "Come." It said, "Now." There could be no further delay. The soup must leave the kitchen. The dining room doors must open. The wine must stand ready. The warmed plates must reach the table before their heat disappeared. The note traveled through every rank of the household, but its meaning changed as it descended. Above stairs gathering, below stairs precision. The bronze wave faded, yet the servants continued to move inside its echo. Whispers tell us that a formal dinner in a Victorian great house was a performance whose most important actors were expected to remain nearly invisible. The guests saw candlelight reflected in crystal. They saw flowers arranged low enough for conversation. They saw porcelain, silver, folded napkins, and courses that seemed to arrive through some natural rhythm of the room. They did not see the kitchen clock. They did not see the servants waiting behind the green baize door. They did not hear the cook's final instruction or the quiet message passed from footman to butler. The dinner appeared effortless, because effort had been moved elsewhere. The first door opened. Guests entered beneath the chandelier. Chairs were drawn back with measured grace. Names found their places. Fabric moved softly against the carpet. The butler stood where he could see the entire table without seeming to watch anyone directly. Behind the guests, footmen took their positions, almost motionless, their coats dark, their hands prepared, their faces arranged into calm. The soup arrived from below. Its journey had begun long before the gong. Bones, vegetables, herbs, heat, skimming, straining, seasoning, and patient attention had all been transformed into a smooth surface, resting inside a silver tureen. Now only the final minutes mattered. The tureen crossed the service passage. It passed through the green baize door. It entered the dining room, where the air was cooler and the candles steady. The servants moved in sequence. One carried, one served, one watched. Nothing must interrupt conversation. Nothing must cool. The guests might continue speaking while the course appeared before them, never turning their thoughts toward the narrow passage through which it had travelled. This was the hidden art of dinner, to make movement seem like stillness, to make timing seem like abundance, to make labour disappear beneath ceremony. The butler watched the table. He watched the level of wine in each glass, the lowering candles, the angle of a fork, the slight movement that told him a guest had finished. He listened to conversation without appearing to hear its meaning. A pause might offer the proper moment to remove a plate. Laughter could hide the quiet exchange of silver. A difficult silence might require servants to remain still for a little longer. Dinner possessed several rhythms at once. There was the rhythm of speech, the rhythm of eating, the rhythm of courses rising and descending, the rhythm of candles becoming shorter, and beneath them all, the rhythm of the clock. Each course had an invisible boundary. Too early, and the guest felt hurried. Too late, and the meal lost harmony. The servants had to sense the exact point at which one part of the ceremony had ended and another could begin. No bell announced this moment clearly. It lived in observation. The butler gave a glance. A footman understood. A door opened. The empty plates began their return below. Beyond the green baize door, the atmosphere changed. The carpet ended. Footsteps became audible upon stone. The soft language of the dining room gave way to steam, heat, metal, and low voices. The used plates descended toward the scullery. The next course waited in the kitchen. The cook stood near the range, listening for signs from a room she could not see. Her work had reached the point where control became fragile. Food continued changing after it left the fire. Sauces thickened. Pastry softened. Meat cooled. Vegetables lost colour. The gong had promised that dinner would begin at a fixed hour, but every dish obeyed another kind of time. The cook waited for the door to open. A message came. The first course had been cleared. Now, the next dishes rose. Through the passage, past the servants' hall, toward the green door, into candlelight. In the dining room, the transition appeared smooth. Below, it had been a narrow crossing between readiness and loss. It is strange how luxury is often created at the edge of disappearance. A plate is most perfect shortly before it cools. A candle is most beautiful while consuming itself. A flower arrangement begins fading from the moment it is placed upon the table. Wine opens and changes in the air. The servants preserved these brief states long enough for others to enjoy them. They carried moments that could not be held. The guests spoke of time differently. Perhaps they discussed travel, hunting, politics, inheritance, or the season in London. They might speak of leisure as something abundant, a month at an estate, a summer abroad, a morning left free for riding. Below the surface of these conversations, servants counted seconds. 1 minute before the plates must be cleared, a little longer before the next wine, 5 minutes before the dish in the kitchen lost its finest heat. The same evening contained two experiences of time. For one world, dinner expanded. For the other, it narrowed. The guests moved through pleasure. The servants moved through consequence. A small delay could echo across the table. A door opened too late. A plate cooled. A glass stood empty. The family might remember the mistake more clearly than the hundreds of precise movements that surrounded it. Perfection left no memory. Error became visible. And so the servants protected the illusion with controlled breath. A footman stood behind a chair, while his feet ached within polished shoes. The butler maintained the calm of the room, while listening for movement beyond the door. A maid below waited with hot plates, unable to set them down too soon. The cook judged the heat of a dish whose future depended upon a conversation she could not hear. Their bodies formed the hidden clockwork of the meal. Above, the chandelier burned with warm certainty. Below, dishes multiplied. The scullery received each used course in waves. Soup bowls, plates marked with sauce, knives darkened by meat, crystal carrying the last trace of wine. Silver covers returned to their waiting surfaces. The scullery maid began washing while dinner continued overhead. Water moved through basins, grease loosened, porcelain touched stone with careful sounds. The guests praised the food. The praise travelled no farther than the dining room walls. The dishes travelled all the way down. Laughter sometimes followed them. It passed through floors and service shafts, softened until no words remained. In the kitchen, the servants heard only the rise and fall of distant voices, an echo without meaning, a reminder that another world existed directly above them. Some believe that old houses remember sound more deeply than speech. A particular joke disappears, a name is forgotten, but the shape of laughter may linger in a ceiling. The note of the dinner gong may remain inside bronze. Footsteps may seem to return to a passage after the people who made them have gone. The meal advanced, candles shortened, the air grew warmer with conversation and wine. A guest leaned back, another spoke too long. The butler adjusted the pace without announcing the adjustment. The servants waited. Timing was not a rigid command. It was a living thing. The clock offered the hour, but the table offered permission. At last, the final course appeared. The ceremony softened. Conversation grew less formal. Napkins loosened. Glasses reflected smaller flames. Outside, night had fully closed around the house. When the ladies withdrew, chairs moved gently against the floor. Later, the gentlemen followed. Voices passed into the corridor and faded toward another room. The dining room became still. The servants entered more fully now. Plates were removed, glasses gathered, napkins lifted. The tablecloth revealed small traces of the evening. Crumbs, a drop of wine, a ring of moisture, wax fallen near a candlestick. The performance had ended. Its remains could now be seen. Below stairs, the final dishes reached the scullery. Water ran. The kitchen range settled. The cook's work moved toward completion. The servants' dinner, perhaps delayed by the household meal, waited somewhere beneath a cloth or beside the cooling fire. The great house relaxed. Yet the gong remained in the entrance hall. Its bronze surface reflected the lowered lamps. Earlier, one touch had awakened the entire ceremony. Now it held no vibration. The footman passed beside it, carrying the final tray. The hall clock moved toward midnight. Tomorrow, the gong would sound again. The footman might stand in the same place. The mallet would rise. The bronze note would travel through the same chambers. To those listening from above, the ritual might seem eternal, but the people who answered it were not. The young footman would grow older. The cook's hands would stiffen. The scullery maid might leave without her name entering any family story. The butler's hair would pale. One generation of servants would be replaced by another, while the gong continued to offer the same command. Come, now, begin. The household preserved the ceremony more carefully than the lives that made it possible. Years later, the dining room might stand empty. Dust might settle across the table. The green baize door might remain closed. The kitchen range might grow cold. Yet the gong could still hang beneath the staircase, darkened but intact. A visitor might touch its metal and wonder how it once sounded. The gong would not explain. It held no record of the servants who moved when it called. No list of tired feet. No count of plates carried through hidden doors. No memory of the cook waiting below while laughter drifted through the ceiling. And yet, perhaps metal remembers in another way. Perhaps the note never vanishes completely. Perhaps it enters the walls, the doors, the polished rail, and the empty chambers. The final lamps were lowered. Moonlight rested upon the gong. Its curved surface held a dim reflection of the hall clock, still measuring the darkness. No one stood beside it now. No mallet rose, The house had returned to silence. But beneath that silence lingered the shape of the evening, a command crossing through walls, a promise of warmth and gathering, a reminder that elegance had been built from hidden movement, every candle lit at the proper moment, every plate arriving before it cooled, every servant standing still while time passed through aching limbs. Perhaps the gong did not merely announce dinner, perhaps it summoned the invisible house into motion, and perhaps, long after its vibration had faded, its deepest note remained, not in bronze, but in the vanished lives that answered before the echo was gone. After the final bedroom door had closed, the great house entered a silence that was not yet sleep. The guests had withdrawn from the drawing room. Their voices had faded along the staircase, softened by carpet, distance, and the lateness of the hour. Somewhere above, a door opened once more, then settled into its frame. Water was poured into a basin, a curtain was drawn, a final whisper passed between two rooms and vanished. Below, the entrance hall remained awake. Moonlight rested upon the marble floor, pale and cold beside the fading warmth of the lamps. The portraits along the staircase had lost their daytime expressions. Their faces seemed deeper beneath shadow, their eyes turned toward chambers no visitor could see. Near the front door stood a servant holding a candle. Perhaps it was the butler, perhaps a footman appointed to the final round. His coat was dark, his steps were measured. In one hand he carried a small ring of keys. In the other, the last candle still moving openly through the sleeping house. It is said that midnight changes familiar rooms. A doorway crossed 100 times by day becomes a gate. A corridor becomes a long stone passage beneath the moon. A mirror no longer reflects a household, but a small flame traveling through darkness. The servant approached the front door. He placed the candle upon a table and tested the handle. Then came the bolts. One slid into place near the top, another secured the center. A heavier bar entered its iron resting point below. Each movement made a low, deliberate sound. Metal against metal, wood receiving weight. The outer world was being separated from the inner one. Beyond the glass, mist gathered upon the drive. The iron gates stood closed beneath bare trees. No carriage lanterns moved through the night. No visitor waited beneath the portico. The servant checked the lock again. Only then did he lift the candle. At that moment, the hall clock began to sound midnight. The first note entered the staircase, then another. The chime travelled upward through sleeping floors and downward toward hidden passages. To the family, it marked the ending of the day. To the servant, it announced another sequence of duties: windows, lamps, fires, doors. The house could not be trusted to sleep merely because its owners had done so. Beneath the silence, vigilance began. The servant crossed toward the drawing room. Earlier, the chamber had been filled with candlelight, music, cards, and conversation. Now the chairs stood at uncertain angles, as though the people who had occupied them had vanished in the middle of a story. A glass remained upon a small table. Its rim caught the candle flame. A little wine rested at the bottom, dark and still. Nearby, a handkerchief lay partly hidden beneath the edge of a chair. A few flowers had fallen from an arrangement and rested upon the carpet like fragments of a forgotten summer. The servant moved carefully through these remains. He lowered one lamp, then another. The flames drew inward, becoming smaller beneath glass. He checked the curtains and touched the window fastenings. Cold air pressed faintly through the frames. In winter, even a narrow opening could carry dampness into the room or disturb the embers. At the fireplace, red coals remained beneath a soft covering of ash. The servant knelt. Fire was comfort. Fire was light. Fire was the hidden sun of every winter room. But after midnight, fire became something else. A question. Had the sparks settled? Was the guard secure? Had a coal rolled too near the carpet? Could one small ember remain unnoticed beneath a chair until the house had surrendered entirely to sleep? Whispers tell us that fire haunted the great houses of the 19th century. Candles stood near curtains. Lamps burned beneath shades. Kitchen ranges remained alive through darkness. Fireplaces opened into rooms filled with timber, paper, rugs, upholstery, and dry air. Newspapers carried stories of houses awakened by smoke, of servants running through corridors, of flames discovered only after they had entered ceilings or walls. Sometimes a neglected candle was blamed, sometimes a chimney. Sometimes the true beginning was never known, and so the midnight round became a quiet defense against ruin. No alarm sounded. No one praised the servant for finding nothing wrong. Success meant that morning arrived without disaster. The servant stirred the coals and placed the guard more firmly before the grate. The ember remained useful, but contained. He rose. The candle moved onward. In the library, the air smelled of leather, old paper, and cooling fire. A book remained open beside a chair. Its pages curved gently upward, holding the place where someone had stopped reading. A pair of spectacles rested nearby. On the desk, letters lay beneath a silver weight. The servant did not read them, or perhaps his eyes touched a word before he could turn away. A name, a place, a date. Servants lived near the written secrets of households, while possessing little right to ask what those secrets meant. He closed the window latch. He checked the lamp. He moved the book farther from the candle stand. Then he paused beside the chair. The cushion bore the slight hollow left by the reader's body. A faint warmth might still have remained within the fabric. The room seemed to hold the shape of its absent occupant. Each chamber preserved such traces. Not enough to tell a full story, only enough to suggest one. A handkerchief touched by tears. A letter pushed beneath a cushion. A photograph turned toward the wall. A decanter lower than it had been before dinner. The servants saw these things because the night had not yet hidden them. By morning, many would be removed, explained, or forgotten. But during the midnight round, the house stood briefly without its daytime veil. Duty required observation. Discretion required silence. The servant became intimate with the life of the household at the exact moment when he was most alone within it. He crossed the entrance hall and began climbing. A faint scent of perfume remained upon the staircase. It was not strong enough to identify anyone with certainty. It lingered in the air, where a guest or daughter of the house had passed only minutes before. One glove lay upon the landing. The servant picked it up. Soft fabric, a small pearl button. Perhaps its owner would ask for it in the morning. Perhaps no one would remember it at all. He placed it upon a side table and continued upward. The candle cast his shadow against the wall. It stretched over painted faces, climbed the banister, and disappeared each time he turned. At the upper windows, moonlight had silvered the glass. He checked each fastening, pressing gently to ensure that the frame was secure. The outside world seemed distant from here. The gardens were pale beneath mist. The roof of the stable appeared beyond the trees. A cloud crossed the moon, and for a moment the entire staircase darkened, except for the candle. Marked by the moon, the servant continued. He passed bedroom doors behind which the household breathed. Some rooms were silent. From another came a soft cough. Elsewhere, a floorboard moved beneath the weight of someone not yet asleep. He did not pause unless summoned. To remain too long outside a private door might appear curious. To pass too quickly might mean missing a need. Again, the servant lived within a narrow space between vigilance and invisibility. He descended toward the dining room. The long table had already been cleared, but the scent of wine and extinguished candles remained. Crystal stood upon a sideboard, waiting to be returned below. The white cloth bore one small mark near the end of the table. The evening had left evidence. It always did. The servant gathered an abandoned glass. Inside it, the candle flame appeared upside down. For one instant, the glass seemed to hold another small world, a room of fire and darkness, complete but unreachable. Then he carried it toward the service door. Beyond the green baize, the house changed. Carpet gave way to bare flooring. The air grew cooler. The servant's footsteps became audible. In the kitchen, the range still breathed beneath banked ash. Copper pans hung above the tables. The final washing had ended, and the scullery lay dark beyond another doorway. He opened the range carefully. A dull red glow waited inside. The fire could not be allowed to die completely. Mourning would need its warmth, yet it could not be left open and restless. He drew the coals together. He checked the iron door. Nearby, a kettle waited, in case illness disturbed the night. This simple preparation carried an entire world of possibility. A child might wake feverish. An elderly guest might ask for tea. A doctor might arrive before dawn. The fire waited for events that had not yet happened. The servant did the same. Some believe that every sleeping household depends upon things left quietly ready. A lamp trimmed, a kettle filled, a key within reach, a fire breathing beneath ash. The great house appeared to rest, but readiness remained hidden inside it like an ember. The servant entered the back passage. Only a few lamps remained. He lowered them one by one. The bellboard hung upon the wall, its brass cups motionless beneath painted room names. Earlier, each had spoken through the corridors. Now they seemed like small moons caught in metal. The servant watched them for a breath. A bell might move. A bedroom might call. Nothing happened. He continued. At the servant's entrance, he tested another lock. In the pantry, he checked the cupboard doors. In the silver room, keys turned and were withdrawn. Every threshold received attention. Every flame was reduced. Every opening was closed against the night. The round brought him at last to the servants' corridor from which he had begun. The candle was lower now. Wax had travelled along one side and hardened against the brass holder. The wick bent slightly beneath its own blackened weight. He stood near the wall clock. Its ticking entered the silence. Tick, a door secured. Tick, a fire guarded. Tick, a secret witnessed and carried away. There were no more rooms to inspect. No more lamps requiring his hand. The final candle remained. He raised it near his face. For a moment, its light revealed tired eyes, the line of his collar, the keys closed inside his hand. Then he lowered the flame toward the snuffer. Darkness gathered around it, waiting. The flame disappeared. A thin spiral of smoke rose into the corridor. The house entered night. Not the partial darkness of rooms left behind, but the deeper darkness that followed the extinguishing of the final moving light. The servant stood still until his eyes adjusted. Beyond sight, the clock continued. Its ticking became the only movement. He could no longer see the portraits, the abandoned glasses, the open book, or the glove upon the landing, but he knew they remained. He knew the embers rested behind iron guards. The bolts held the outer doors. The windows were fastened. The fires had been persuaded to sleep without dying. For a few hours, the house was safe. Yet the final question lingered in the passage. Who watched when the watcher slept? The servant would soon enter his narrow room. The keys would be placed nearby. His breathing would join the breathing of the hidden household. No human figure would remain in the corridors. Still, the clocks would continue. The embers would glow. The walls would settle. A wire might tighten behind plaster. A bell might tremble without sound. Perhaps the house watched itself. Perhaps every locked door remembered the hand that tested it. Perhaps the cooling fire guarded its own red heart beneath the ash. Or perhaps there was no watcher at all, only trust. Trust placed in iron bolts, in disciplined servants, in the measured decline of candlelight, in the belief that night would pass without choosing the house for ruin. Outside, moonlight crossed the roof. Mist gathered near the gates. The final thread of candle smoke disappeared, and somewhere inside the walls, unseen and patient, one clock continued counting the darkness toward dawn. Perhaps it was never meant to tell us who truly kept the house safe. Perhaps some duties become sacred because no one witnesses their completion. And perhaps the last candle did not merely light the servant's way. Perhaps it carried the final waking breath of the house, until one quiet hand extinguished it and left the night to guard what remained. On Sunday morning, a plain outdoor dress lay folded beside the window. It was not made of silk. It carried no fine embroidery, no narrow waist shaped for a drawing room, no ornament meant to catch the admiration of guests. Its cloth was dark and practical, softened at the sleeves by wear. Beside it rested a modest hat, a pair of gloves, and a small letter tied with faded ribbon. The maid had placed them there before breakfast. Beyond the glass, Sunlight touched the road outside the garden wall. The morning was clear. Rain from the previous night still shone upon the leaves, and the village church tower rose faintly beyond the trees. After luncheon, she had been told, if the household remained quiet, if no visitors came, if her work was complete, then she might leave. For several days, she had carried this promise inside her like a small candle protected from the wind. Her sister lived in the village. There would be tea, perhaps bread with jam, perhaps a walk beneath the elms before evening prayers. Nothing grand, only a few hours in which no bell would call her name. The clock beside the servants' staircase marked the morning slowly. Each movement of its hands drew her nearer to the gate. It is said that rest becomes sacred when it can disappear without warning. For those who owned the house, Sunday afternoon might stretch gently across the estate. It could hold reading, visiting, walking, music, or sleep beside the fire. For servants, time away was rarely so complete. It had to be granted. It had to fit around duty. It could be shortened, delayed, exchanged, or withdrawn. Even when promised, it remained fragile. A guest might arrive, a child might fall ill. A dinner might suddenly require more hands. A mistress might decide that a room should be opened. The hour belonged to the servant, only while the household continued not to need it. And so the maid moved through the morning carefully, completing each task with unusual precision. She brushed a passage carpet. She replenished water. She folded linen. She carried away ashes from a bedroom fire. Perhaps she worked more quickly than usual, though she could not appear hurried. A servant's eagerness to leave might be interpreted as impatience with duty. The house had to feel that nothing was being abandoned. Her hope had to remain invisible. Still, each time she passed the small window near the upper stairs, she looked toward the road. Sunlight lay upon it like a promise written in gold. Beneath the silence, she imagined the journey, the turn beyond the iron gate, the line of hedges, the chapel roof, her sister waiting beside a small table. Perhaps a familiar voice saying her given name rather than calling her simply Maid. Names changed within service. Some were replaced by titles, some were shortened for convenience, some disappeared beneath the name of a position. But beyond the estate, her sister would remember who she had been before entering the house. That memory alone made the afternoon precious. Luncheon approached. The maid returned briefly to her room. The dress still waited beside the window. She touched the folded sleeve. Only a little longer. Then came the sound of wheels. At first it was faint, a distant disturbance upon the gravel. She looked toward the window. Between the bare branches and pale winter light, a carriage appeared beyond the gate. It travelled slowly toward the house, carrying luggage upon its roof. The maid did not move. For one suspended moment, hope and understanding occupied the same breath. Then a bell rang below. A second bell answered. Footsteps entered the corridor. Whispers tell us that the arrival of a carriage could change an entire household before the wheels had stopped turning. The footman moved toward the entrance. The butler prepared to receive names. The cook began calculating another meal. The housekeeper considered linen, fires, towels, and rooms. And somewhere within this widening circle of duty, the maid's afternoon vanished. No one announced its disappearance. There was no formal sentence. No one entered the lost hours into a book. The housekeeper simply said that the west bedrooms must be opened. The guests would remain overnight. Fresh fires were required. Hot water must be carried. Luggage would need unpacking. The maid nodded. The promise of rest folded itself silently inside her. She returned to her room, only long enough to move the outdoor dress away from the window. She placed it upon the bed. Then she lifted a coal scuttle and went toward the closed wing. The west passage had remained unused for several weeks. The air beyond its door was colder. Curtains covered the windows. Dust lay upon tables and the edges of picture frames. The rooms seemed to have withdrawn from the house's daily memory. Now they had to awaken quickly. The maid opened the first curtain. Sunlight entered, revealing floating dust like pale stars. She knelt before the fireplace. Ash was removed, paper arranged, kindling placed, coal brought forward. A small flame opened in the grate, then another room, another fire, another curtain. The house expanded around its unexpected visitors. Each open chamber consumed a piece of the afternoon she had imagined. The clock moved onward. At first, she still hoped there might be time. Perhaps the guests would require little. Perhaps she could leave later. A shorter visit. Only an hour. Only tea. But luggage arrived. A large trunk for one room. A smaller case for another. Boots darkened by travel. Coats wet at the hem. Brushes, collars, letters, bottles, and folded garments appeared upon beds. Water was requested. Then more towels. One fire smoked and had to be rebuilt. The cook sent word that an additional hand was needed before dinner. The afternoon passed quietly into service. There was no cruelty in any single instruction, only accumulation. One task placed beside another, until the road beyond the wall belonged to another world. It is strange how freedom can disappear without a door being locked. The maid remained able to see the gate. She might cross the yard. She might walk down the drive. No chain prevented her. Yet wages, reputation, and the future stood around her more firmly than walls. A servant who refused an instruction might lose not only a place, but a written character. The reference given by an employer could determine whether another household would accept her. To leave in anger, return late, or be described as unreliable could follow a servant from one position to the next. The future might depend upon a few lines written by someone else. Industrious, honest, sober, respectful, or the opposite. A life could narrow beneath a word, and so leisure was governed by permission, even beyond the gate. A servant granted an evening away might be required to return by 10. The doors could be locked afterward. A name might be recorded if lateness was noticed. The house continued to measure the servant even when she briefly stepped outside it. Freedom had an appointed hour. It also had a curfew. Some believe that stolen time feels more vivid than ordinary time. A quarter hour beneath trees, a chapel bell heard from the road, a cup of tea held without listening for a summons, a letter written from beginning to end without interruption. Such things could carry the emotional weight of an entire journey. Servants learned to build private lives from fragments. A conversation beside the kitchen door, a few pages of a book before sleep, a visit postponed 3 times but still imagined, a photograph viewed beneath candlelight. Hope was placed inside small intervals because large ones rarely belonged to them. The maid carried this practice into the lost afternoon. While opening drawers in the guest room, she imagined what her sister might be doing. Perhaps the kettle had already been filled. Perhaps 2 cups stood upon the table. Perhaps footsteps had been heard outside and mistaken for hers. The thought was gentle, but it carried a quiet ache. She could send no message immediately. No telephone waited in the passage for her use. No servant could leave simply to explain that duty had changed the day. Her absence would have to speak for her. Perhaps her sister would understand. Those who lived near service often understood disappointment without explanation. The hours moved toward evening. Outside, sunlight faded from the road. Inside, lamps were lit. The guests descended after their journey, refreshed by hot water and warm rooms. Their travel watches may have been placed upon dressing tables. One might speak of delays upon the railway, of roads taken, landscapes crossed, and plans for the following week. Their clocks measured distance. The maid's clock measured permission. Others used time to travel, to visit, to choose when to leave and when to return. She watched the same hands move across the same kind of face, yet the hour held a different meaning. For one person, 6 o'clock might mark arrival. For another, it marked the moment when leaving was no longer possible. The contradiction remained quiet. The visitor admired the country road. The servant had spent the afternoon unable to walk upon it. Dinner required further work. Clothes had to be brushed. Fires checked. Beds turned down. Hot water prepared for later. The dress in the maid's room remained folded on the bed, darkening as the light beyond the window disappeared. Perhaps she thought of it only occasionally now. Duty has a way of covering disappointment with repetition. A bell rings. A tray is lifted. A door opens. The body continues. The heart learns to wait. By night, the guests had settled into the household. Conversation moved through the drawing room. Laughter passed into the corridor. The unexpected arrival had become part of the house's order, as though it had always been intended. Only the maid's missing afternoon remained displaced. No room had been left unprepared. No task had failed. Therefore nothing seemed lost. This was another mystery of service. What the servants surrendered often became invisible once the work was done. The family saw warm bedrooms. The guests saw unpacked clothes. The housekeeper saw duties completed. No one saw the walk that did not happen, the cup of tea that cooled untouched, the conversation postponed, the sunlight on the village road as it faded without her. Where memory fades, unwritten hours disappear first. At last, the final bedroom door closed. The passage grew quiet. The maid returned to her room. Moonlight had replaced the afternoon sun. The outdoor dress still lay upon the bed. She lifted it carefully. For a moment, she unfolded it. The dark cloth fell from her hands toward the floor, taking the shape it might have held upon the road. She looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, the way to the village was silver beneath the moon. Empty, near. The gate stood somewhere beyond the trees, no farther than it had been that morning. Yet the promised afternoon had become unreachable. Time can place a greater distance between people than any road. The maid folded the dress again, one sleeve across the other, the skirt turned inward, the gloves placed on top. She opened the drawer and returned everything to darkness. Perhaps next Sunday, perhaps another evening. The hope was not abandoned, only postponed. Servants became skilled in postponement. Rest later, write tomorrow, visit next week, sleep when the household settles, live when duty loosens its hand. But time did not always return what it borrowed. The maid sat briefly beside the window. The house clock began another hour. Its chime moved through the walls with calm certainty. It did not know which hours had belonged to whom. It did not distinguish between the guest's journey and the servant's waiting. It simply measured. Below, the entrance was locked. Above, the visitors slept in rooms she had awakened. Beyond the wall, the road remained under moonlight. Her lost afternoon left no mark in the household record. No ledger named it. No diary noted that she had intended to visit her sister. There was only the dress inside the drawer, and the clock that had watched her imagine leaving. Perhaps freedom is sometimes no more than an hour held gently before it is taken away. Perhaps a road can become sacred simply because one is not permitted to follow it. And perhaps the servant's true day of rest existed not beyond the gate, but inside the quiet hope she continued to protect, small as a folded letter, fragile as winter sunlight, and always drifting a little farther beyond reach. Before dawn, the stable yard lay beneath a white and breathless sky. Frost covered the cobbles. It gathered along iron hinges, wooden gates, cartwheels, and the edges of the water trough. Every surface seemed touched by a pale hand during the night. Even the roofs of the stables had disappeared beneath a thin layer of silver. Above the central archway, an estate clock watched the darkness. Its round face glowed faintly beneath a lantern. The black hands appeared almost motionless against the cold white dial, though somewhere within the wall, hidden wheels continued their patient turning. Below it, horses breathed clouds into the air. One shifted inside its stall. Another struck the floor softly with a hoof. The sound entered the winter silence and faded without echo. It is said that the countryside follows no clock. It follows the moon, the thaw, the first bird before sunrise, the return of leaves, the deepening of frost. Yet on the Victorian estate, even the ancient rhythms of field and stable were asked to bend toward an appointed hour. The estate clock looked across the yard like a shared eye. Grooms saw it when they opened the stable doors. Coachmen looked toward it before harnessing horses. Gardeners passed beneath it carrying tools. Dairy workers crossed the frost with covered pails. Messengers, labourers, servants, and delivery carts all moved under its quiet authority. The great house stood beyond the yard, its upper windows still dark. From those windows, the countryside might appear timeless. A peaceful estate, a world of trees, distant fields, grazing animals, and paths disappearing into mist. But beneath that stillness, the morning had already begun. A groom entered the stable carrying a lantern. Warm animal breath met the colder air around him. The horses turned their heads toward the light. They knew the hour in a way the clock could never understand. They knew it through hunger, through habit, through the familiar arrival of footsteps. They knew that grain would come before the doors opened, that water would be checked, and that brushes would move across their winter coats before harness or saddle was brought forward. The groom looked toward the clock. There were carriages expected later. One would carry the family toward the station. Another might be required after luncheon. The horses must be fed early enough to work, but not so heavily that they became slow upon the road. Their ancient bodies followed appetite and rest. The household followed appointments. The groom stood between them. Beneath the silence, service extended far beyond the walls of the house. It moved through stables, glass houses, dairy rooms, gardens, workshops, cottages, kennels, sheds, and fields. The estate was not one building. It was a constellation of hidden labour spread across the land. Every outer chamber sent something inward: milk from the dairy, vegetables from the garden, flowers from the glasshouse, coal from sheds near the service yard, horses from the stable, letters from the village, visitors from the station, firewood from the estate grounds. Each travelled toward the house according to a rhythm rarely visible from the drawing-room windows. A breakfast table might hold cream without revealing the cold hands that carried it before sunrise. Flowers might appear in a vase while frost still gripped the glasshouse paths. A carriage might wait beneath the portico with polished lamps and warm rugs, though the coachman had been awake for hours. Comfort arrived at the house already separated from the labour that created it. Whispers tell us that the estate clock joined these scattered tasks into one shared hour. At 5:30, the stable stirred. At 6, fires in the glass houses were checked. At 7, milk crossed the yard. Later came deliveries, messages, sweeping, feeding, pruning, repairing, harnessing, and the endless preparation for needs not yet spoken. The clock did not know the difference between a gardener and a coachman. It measured them equally, but their time did not feel the same. For the groom, an hour could be divided by stalls, feed, harness, and the moods of horses. For the gardener, an hour might be governed by frozen soil, fading light, and the careful cutting of branches. For the dairy worker, time lived in warmth, cooling, cleanliness, and the need to move fresh milk before it changed. The clock offered numbers. Nature offered conditions. The workers had to obey both. Beyond the stable yard, the gardener moved beneath bare trees, his boots pressed into frozen earth. A thin light had begun to gather along the horizon, revealing clipped hedges, stone urns, and paths whitened by frost. He did not need the clock to know that winter had entered deeply. The soil told him. The silence of the branches told him. The position of the stars before dawn told him. Gardeners carried another calendar within memory: the first swelling of buds, the arrival of certain birds, the scent of damp earth after thaw, the moment when fruit should be gathered, the week when leaves begin turning at their edges. These signs belong to an older form of time, slow, seasonal, written not in ink, but in bark, roots, weather, and light. Yet household expectation demanded precision. Paths must be cleared before the family chose to walk. Flowers must be cut for rooms on particular mornings. Vegetables must reach the kitchen before the cook needed them. Snow must be swept from the steps even while more snow continued to fall. Nature could be patient. The estate could not. Farther away, glass houses glowed dimly against the cold. Their panes were clouded with condensation. Inside, green leaves existed beneath artificial warmth, while winter pressed against the glass. Someone had tended the fires through the night. A flame extinguished too early might allow frost to enter and destroy plants cultivated for the pleasure of rooms above. Exotic flowers, delicate fruit, and tender seedlings survived because a worker kept vigil beyond sight. The glasshouse became another hidden sun. Like the kitchen range, it preserved warmth in a season of cold. The family might admire a winter flower without knowing that someone had risen in darkness to protect it. Perhaps all luxury depended upon preserving small summers inside winter. A warm room, fresh flowers, hot water, fruit out of season, a waiting carriage. Each appeared to resist the weather, yet behind each resistance stood a servant, measuring fuel, distance, temperature, and time. The estate clock continued. Morning fully arrived, though the sky remained pale. The yard filled with quiet movement. Harness buckles caught the light. A cart crossed the cobbles. A dog emerged from a doorway and paused, listening. Milk cans travelled toward the house. A gardener's assistant carried cut greenery beneath one arm. A stable boy swept straw from the threshold. No single task appeared extraordinary. Together, they kept the estate alive. It is strange that the countryside could be described as a refuge from hurry. Guests arriving from the city might praise its silence. They might speak of long mornings, slow walks, and days untroubled by clocks. From the drawing room, the estate seemed suspended outside ordinary time. But beneath the appearance of stillness lay constant measurement. The station had to be met. The post collected. The lamps along the drive lit before darkness. The carriage returned at an expected hour. The horses rested according to future journeys. Deliveries arrived before kitchens required them. Snow was cleared before footsteps reached it. The family escaped the urgency of the world because the estate absorbed that urgency on their behalf. Time had not disappeared. It had been carried outward, into the yard, into the stable, into the hands of those looking repeatedly toward the clock. Near midday, clouds gathered over the fields. The sky darkened. Snow began as a few uncertain flakes. They crossed the yard slowly, each one visible against the stable doors. Then more followed. The edges of the cobbles softened. Wheel tracks faded. Roof lines became pale. The clock remained clear beneath its lantern, but the world beyond it began to disappear. Paths vanished. Fields lost their boundaries. The road toward the village became a white line, then no line at all. Sound changed. Snow gathered upon roofs and branches, absorbing the ordinary voices of the estate. Hooves became quieter. Doors closed with softened weight. Even the clocks ticking seemed to belong to another room. A mystery entered with the storm. Could the estate still obey its usual hours when distance itself had been erased? A carriage expected from the station might be delayed. A delivery might fail to arrive. The post could remain beyond the gate. The family might ask for news that could not pass through snow. For once, the clock's authority met something larger than itself. Winter did not hurry. Snow did not recognize appointments. A drift could gather across the road without concern for the train timetable or the dinner hour. The workers continued, but their rhythm changed. Paths cleared once were covered again. Horses moved more cautiously. Lanterns were lit earlier because afternoon had darkened before its time. Tasks became slower, heavier, and more uncertain. Perhaps, for a little while, the estate entered an older hour. An hour measured by the depth of snow, by the distance a lantern could be seen, by the warmth remaining in a stable, by the breathing of animals in darkness. The clock continued to mark minutes, but the storm seemed to loosen their meaning. Some believe that snow returns the world to silence before names were given to roads. A gate becomes only a dark shape. A field becomes a white chamber. A path disappears beneath a veil. The estate, usually divided into gardens, yards, drives and boundaries, becomes one unbroken landscape, marked by the moon, buried beneath white breath. The workers remained within this silence, attending to life. A groom placed another blanket over a horse. A gardener protected a young tree. A servant carried a lamp between buildings. Their duties continued, but perhaps with a gentler urgency. Not the precision of the dinner gong, not the command of the railway hour, only the ancient necessity of keeping warmth alive. By late afternoon, the snow began to lessen. The sky lightened near the west. The estate emerged slowly from the storm. First the stable arch, then the stone wall, then the upper branches of trees. Footprints crossed the yard and created new paths where old ones had vanished. The clock remained above them. Its face had gathered a rim of frost, yet the hands still moved. The family expected the final carriage before dusk. It had gone to the station earlier and had not yet returned. The coachman knew the road, but snow had altered every familiar turn. Those at the stable watched the gate. The clock passed the expected hour. No carriage appeared. Perhaps servants carried the old question again. Was the carriage late, or had winter made the hour irrelevant? At last, lantern light emerged beyond the trees. Two small flames moved through the mist. The sound of wheels followed, softened by snow. The carriage crossed the gate and entered the drive, moving slowly, as though returning from a distant age. The horses breathed heavily. Snow clung to harness and roof. A groom stepped forward before the wheels stopped. The coachman climbed down, stiff from cold. No ceremony marked the safe return, only practical hands. A blanket, a loosened strap, a door opened, luggage lifted. The carriage had reached the estate. The clock marked another hour. Dusk settled quickly. The first stars appeared above the yard. One by one, the outer tasks moved toward rest. The dairy room quieted. Tools returned to sheds. The glasshouse fires were checked again. The horses received water and feed. Lanterns were hung beside doors. The great house glowed beyond the snowy grounds, its windows warm against the deepening blue. From within, the estate may have appeared peaceful once more, timeless, white, silent. But the workers crossing the yard knew how much measurement lived beneath that peace. The clock watched them disappear into stables, cottages, and passages. Its face remained visible beneath the lantern, ticking above the tracks of wheels, ticking over snow-darkened footprints, ticking while the first stars gathered beyond the roof. Soon the yard was empty. The horses settled. A chain moved softly within one stall. Somewhere far beyond the gate, winter continued without numbers. No clock governed the snowfall over distant fields. No bell summoned the frozen trees. The moon crossed the sky without appointment. Perhaps the estate clock did not truly command the land. Perhaps it ruled only the small circle of human expectation beneath it. And perhaps, during storms, the workers understood what the clock could not. That there are hours belonging to houses, hours belonging to labor, and older hours belonging only to animals, earth, snow, and stars. The lantern above the arch flickered. The clock hands moved toward night. Beneath them, the estate rested in white silence. And beyond them, where the road had vanished beneath winter's veil, time continued without witness, slow as falling snow, deep as the frozen soil, and free of every number ever placed upon a clock. There was once an hour that belonged only to the valley. It arrived when the sun climbed above the eastern trees and laid its brightest light upon the church tower. The village bell answered. Shadows gathered beneath carts, garden walls, and grazing animals. In distant towns, noon came a little earlier or a little later, according to the sky above each place. No invisible command demanded that every clock agree. The church kept 1 hour, the estate kept another. A farmer might judge the day by light upon the field. A cook might trust the kitchen clock. The coachman carried a watch corrected according to habit, memory, or whichever bell seemed most reliable. Time was local then. It moved across the land like sunlight, touching each place in turn. Then iron rails entered the distance. One winter morning, a telegram arrived at the great house. The message was carried through the servants' entrance, placed upon a tray, and delivered to the butler with the careful urgency reserved for words that had travelled faster than any horse. An important guest would arrive by train. The telegram named the station, it named the day, and, most strangely, it named the exact minute. The household looked toward its clocks. Suddenly, the hour inside the house was connected to a platform many miles away. The dinner table, the guest bedroom, the stable yard, and the kitchen range all became tied to iron tracks disappearing through mist. The train would not wait for the estate. The estate would have to wait for the train. It is said that railway time entered old houses quietly, not as noise, not as smoke, but as correction. A watch opened in a gloved hand, a clock key turned, a schedule was copied into a household book. The butler stood beneath the great hall clock, and compared its golden hands with his pocket watch. The two did not agree. Perhaps the difference was only 4 minutes. 4 minutes seemed almost nothing within a long winter afternoon. Yet a carriage leaving 4 minutes late might reach the station after the platform bell. A guest could step from the train to find no horses waiting beneath the lamps. 4 minutes could become embarrassment, and embarrassment could travel back through the entire house. The butler opened the clock case. The pendulum moved behind glass, calm and dignified, unaware that distant rails had judged it incorrect. He adjusted the hands. The hall surrendered its private hour. Below stairs, the message continued to spread. The housekeeper ordered the guest room opened. Sheets were carried from the linen cupboard. Curtains were drawn back from a chamber that had slept in dust and cold. A housemaid knelt before the grate, placing paper, wood, and coal in careful layers. The room had to be warm before the carriage returned. Hot water must be prepared. Luggage stands opened. Fresh candles placed beside the bed. The cook received the expected arrival time and began counting backward. How long from station to house? How deep was the mud upon the road? Would snow slow the carriage? Should dinner be delayed? Could the soup wait without losing its clarity? Could the roast remain warm without drying? The timetable named a precise minute, but dinner still belonged to fire, weather, hunger, and human uncertainty. The railway promised order. The kitchen knew how easily order could cool. In the stable yard, the coachman examined his watch. He looked toward the estate clock above the arch, then back toward the hands in his palm. Perhaps he had once trusted the village church bell. Perhaps he remembered when the household decided its own hour, and corrected itself only when lateness became visible. Now the station clock had become a distant authority. The carriage was prepared, harness was checked, lantern glass polished, warm rugs placed inside. The horses sensed the coming journey through the touch of leather and the familiar movement of the yard. They knew nothing of timetables. They knew only the tension of reins, the weight behind them, and the road beneath their hooves. Yet even their bodies were drawn into railway time. They had to leave at the correct moment, travel at the required pace, reach the station before the iron machine arrived from beyond the hills. Whispers tell us that the railways did more than carry people. They carried agreement. Across towns and counties, clocks that had once followed their own local suns were gradually persuaded to speak the same hour. Station clocks became reference points. Watches were corrected. Timetables required shared minutes, because a train could not belong to a different noon in every place it crossed. This change was practical, but it must also have felt almost mystical. An invisible decision moved through the country. Faraway clocks began turning together. A bell in one town now agreed with a platform clock in another, though neither could hear the other speak. Time became a net stretched over the landscape. Villages, cities, stations, estates, and distant households were gathered inside it. The great house, once governed by its own meals, bells, habits, and inherited routines, became part of something larger. The hour no longer ended at the gate. It continued along the road, across the platform, down the rails, through tunnels, cuttings, fields, and smoke. Beneath the silence, the estate had become connected to clocks it would never see. Older servants may have regarded this new precision with quiet suspicion. The church bell had once spoken noon, according to local light. The stable clock might disagree by several minutes, and no disaster followed. A servant knew which clock mattered for which task. The kitchen clock ruled meals. The hall clock ruled appearances. The estate clock ruled carriages. The church bell ruled Sundays. These different hours lived together without demanding perfect unity. Now one of them had to be called correct. But which one had been true before the correction? Was the hall clock wrong because the station said so? Had the church bell been wrong for generations? Could the sun above the village be mistaken? Perhaps time had not changed at all. Only obedience had moved from one authority to another. The railway did not create the hour. It merely insisted that everyone agree upon it. Still, agreement brought consequences. Visitors could announce their arrival with greater precision. Letters travelled more swiftly between station and estate. Guests could plan journeys through several towns using printed schedules. The household gained warning, but it also lost excuses. A visitor arriving at 6:23 could reasonably expect the carriage to be present at 6:23. A servant sent late could no longer blame the uncertain road without question. A missed train became visible in ink. Delay, once absorbed into weather and local habit, now stood against a printed minute. Precision entered the great house like a quiet guest who never left. It took a room in the hall clock. It sat beside the cook's calculations. It rode inside the coachman's pocket. It passed through the servants' hall and settled above the bellboard. Soon, lateness felt less like misfortune and more like failure. The carriage crossed the estate gates. Winter mist lay low over the road. Bare branches faded beyond the hedges. The wheels moved through mud hardened at the edges by frost. Inside the carriage sat no guest yet, only warm rugs, empty leather seats, and expectation. A young servant travelled beside the coachman, or rode behind, sent to assist with luggage upon arrival. The road to the station may have been familiar, but the destination belonged to another world. As they approached, smoke appeared above the trees. Then came the iron lines, the platform, the station lamps, the great clock mounted where travellers could see it. Everything there seemed to listen for the same moment. Porters waited. A station master checked his watch. Passengers stood beside trunks and carpet bags. The tracks stretched into mist, two dark lines disappearing toward places beyond imagination. The estate servant looked toward the platform clock. Its hands agreed with the coachman's watch. Somewhere back at the house, the hall clock now showed the same minute. 3 separate faces, one shared command. Then, far away, a sound entered the cold air. Not the measured striking of a church bell, a low vibration, a distant metallic breath. The train emerged through mist and smoke. Its dark engine seemed almost alive, carrying heat, motion, letters, luggage, strangers, and news from places unseen. It approached according to the timetable, or nearly so. Steam rolled across the platform. Doors opened. Passengers descended. Voices mingled beneath the station roof. The important guest appeared and was received. Luggage was identified. Names confirmed. The household machinery had reached beyond its gates and successfully caught a life arriving from the rails. Yet for one brief moment, the young servant looked beyond the guest. She watched the train. Through its windows were faces continuing toward other towns. Inside its carriages waited seats that could carry someone farther than the village road, farther than the estate boundary, perhaps farther than any journey she had imagined. The timetable that delivered the guest could also carry her away. A printed line upon paper might lead toward a city, toward work in another house, toward family, toward a life chosen rather than assigned. The train offered distance in exchange for a ticket and an hour. It did not ask whether one belonged to the drawing room or the scullery. Yet freedom was not as simple as stepping aboard. Her wages might not permit it. Her place depended upon obedience. Her future reference depended upon conduct. The guest's luggage waited. The carriage had to return before dinner. Her hour was not her own. The train gave a final sound. Doors closed. Steam gathered around the wheels. Then the carriages began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing certainty. The young servant watched until the final lamp disappeared into mist. The rails remained. The station clock continued. For a moment, the platform felt strangely empty, as if a gate had opened onto another world and closed again before she could cross. Then she turned back toward the waiting carriage. Duty had already begun its return journey. At the estate, the household listened for wheels. The cook judged the fire. The butler checked the clock. The housemaid placed the last towel beside the guest bed. Every prepared object waited for the railway to complete its promise. At last, the carriage lanterns appeared beyond the gates. The guest arrived. Coats were received. Luggage carried upstairs. The bedroom fire glowed. Dinner adjusted itself around the actual arrival, not the printed one. The great house absorbed the traveller and returned to ceremony. By night, Its clocks agreed. The hall clock struck the hour. Far away, perhaps, the station clock showed the same. The sound inside the house appeared certain now. Measured, correct. The family dined beneath candles. The servants moved through passages, according to minutes shared with towns they would never visit. Railway time had entered fully. And yet beyond the windows, another form of time continued untouched. The moon crossed the sky without timetable. Mist gathered when the air cooled. Stars appeared without waiting for clocks to agree. A horse shifted in the stable, according to hunger and sleep. The kitchen fire lowered, according to coal and breath. The great house existed between these two worlds, one measured by wheels, watches, printed tables, and distant agreements, the other measured by darkness, warmth, bodies, seasons, and stars. Perhaps neither was false. Perhaps one belonged to movement across the earth, and the other to the earth itself. The hall clock completed its chime. The final note faded into the staircase. Beyond the gates, iron rails shone faintly beneath the moon, stretching through sleeping fields toward places without names inside the household ledger. Somewhere along them, another train moved through darkness, carrying guests, letters, possibilities, perhaps even a servant beginning another life. The house listened to its corrected clock and believed the hour had been made certain. But outside, marked by the moon, the night kept its older silence. Perhaps time was never truly standardized. Perhaps only clocks were. And perhaps, beneath every printed schedule, there remains another hidden timetable, written in breath, in longing, and in the quiet moment when someone watches a train disappear, knowing that it could carry them away, but not yet. In the small attic bedroom, the dust had gathered so gently that even absence seemed to have weight. The bed stood beneath the sloping roof, narrow and iron-framed, its blanket folded back as though someone had risen only moments before. A wooden chair waited beside the wall. One drawer remained slightly open. Moon-pale light entered through the high window and crossed the floorboards in a narrow silver path. The servant who had lived there was gone. No coat remained upon the hook. No boots waited beside the bed. No letter rested beneath the washstand. Only a faint hollow in the mattress suggested that a body had once surrendered its weariness there, night after night. The housemaid came to prepare the room for another servant. She lifted the blanket, opened the window, drew the broom beneath the bed. Something small answered the wood with a muted metallic sound. She knelt. There, among dust, a fallen button, and one dried leaf, carried in long ago upon a shoe, lay a pocket watch. Its chain was worn smooth. Its glass was scratched. The case had lost much of its shine, though a little candlelight still gathered along the rim when she turned it in her palm. The hands had stopped at 20 minutes past 2. It is said that objects become mysterious when the person who understood them is gone. A watch without an owner is more than a silent mechanism. It is a question enclosed in metal. The housemaid held it closer. Perhaps she pressed the small crown. Perhaps she shook it gently and listened for movement within. Nothing answered. The second hand remained still. 20 minutes past 2. A precise minute inside a life no one could clearly remember. The servant who had occupied the room had departed weeks earlier, or perhaps months. The accounts were uncertain. Some said the watch had belonged to a young footman who left suddenly after receiving a letter from home. Others remembered a valet dismissed after an accusation no one discussed openly. An older servant had once occupied the attic as well, until illness carried him away during winter. Names passed quietly between the servants' hall and the kitchen. Each possibility seemed briefly true. Then another replaced it. The object remained. The story had loosened from it. Whispers tell us that forgotten lives often survive this way, not as complete histories, but as fragments waiting without explanation. A key that no longer opens any known door. A faded photograph without a name. A glove found behind a chest. A letter whose final page is missing. A watch stopped at an ordinary hour. The housemaid carried it downstairs. As she moved through the service passage, the watch rested inside her apron pocket. Though silent, it seemed to have weight beyond its metal. It had once been carried close to another body, perhaps against a waistcoat, perhaps within the hidden pocket of a servant's coat. It may have warmed beneath a hand during winter mornings. It may have been opened quickly beneath stairwell lamps, consulted in corridors where no wall clock could be seen. For a servant, a personal watch was not merely decoration. It could be a small instrument of survival. The great house contained clocks, but not in every hidden place. There was a clock in the entrance hall, admired by guests. Another above the servants' hall door. A smoke-darkened clock in the kitchen. A clock above the stable yard. Yet service moved between these public measures, through back passages, across dark landings, into bedrooms, down cellar stairs. A servant needed to know the hour, even when the clock was hidden behind walls. The pocket watch carried time into those spaces. Its owner might open it beside the linen cupboard, 5 minutes before tea, 10 minutes until the carriage, a quarter hour before the dinner gong, enough time to carry hot water upstairs, enough time to polish one more pair of boots, enough time to breathe before the next bell. The watch offered a kind of independence. The servant no longer needed to wait for the hall clock to speak. Time could be known privately, held in the palm, consulted without asking. But this freedom contained another form of obedience. The master's schedule now travelled inside the servant's clothing. The clock no longer remained upon the wall. It entered the pocket. It followed the servant to the attic, the yard, the chapel road, and perhaps even into the few hours granted beyond the estate gate. A personal watch allowed a servant to know the time. It also made lateness more difficult to explain. The same object that promised control could deepen discipline. Some believe that every tool of freedom casts a second shadow. The railway timetable opened distant places while demanding exact arrival. The bell wire connected rooms while preserving hierarchy. The key granted access while binding its keeper to responsibility. And the pocket watch gave its owner time while reminding him that the hour belonged elsewhere. Perhaps the servant saved for it slowly, a small sum set aside from wages, a coin not spent at the village shop, another kept after a Sunday walk. Months of patience for a modest watch with a scratched case and ordinary chain. To the family upstairs, it might have seemed plain. The house held far finer objects. Mantel clocks beneath glass domes, silver carriage clocks, jewelled watches resting in velvet cases, gold chains worn at formal dinners. But value is not always measured by the material itself. A servant might own very little, a trunk, a few changes of clothing, a prayer book, letters from home, perhaps one photograph. The watch could have been among the most sacred things in his possession. It held his savings, his hope, his attempt to govern at least a little of his own movement. This was the quiet contradiction of service. A servant might be trusted inside rooms filled with paintings, jewels, silver, wine, and inherited objects of immense value. He might carry a necklace from dressing table to locked drawer. He might polish silver worth more than his yearly wages. He might hold cellar keys or open a master's private cabinet. Yet his own treasured objects could fit inside one small box beneath an attic bed. The pocket watch may have meant more to him than every grand clock in the house. And still, it had been left behind. Why? The hands offered no explanation. 20 minutes past 2. Perhaps the watch slipped from a coat during hurried packing. The servant may have intended to retrieve it. He might have noticed its absence only after reaching another household, a railway carriage, or a distant road. Perhaps he wrote asking for it to be sent. Perhaps the letter never arrived, or perhaps there was no time to write. A dismissal could be swift. A servant accused of theft, insolence, carelessness, or misconduct might be required to leave with little warning. A trunk closed in haste, clothing gathered, personal things forgotten in drawers, beneath beds, or behind furniture. If the watch belonged to someone dismissed, its silence might hold the shock of sudden departure. 20 past 2 could have been the hour at which his final day broke apart. But perhaps this meaning was imagined later. The watch may have stopped days after he left. Dust could have entered the mechanism. The spring may have failed. The impact of falling beneath the bed may have disturbed a fragile wheel. 20 past 2 may have marked nothing. An afternoon like any other. A servant climbing stairs. A tray descending. Rain against the attic window. The house continuing without ceremony. Only later did the still hands become a gate. Time had stopped, and those who found the watch could not resist asking what had happened at that minute. Human memory is drawn towards stillness. A clock that moves becomes part of the room. A clock that stops becomes an omen, a relic, or a question. Yet the true mystery may be that nothing unusual happened at all. Perhaps the watch did not preserve a final moment. Perhaps it merely failed. And silence, arriving afterward, gave the minute its sorrow. The housemaid brought it to the housekeeper's room. The housekeeper may have examined the case and asked whose initials were engraved within. Perhaps there were none. Perhaps a faint mark had been rubbed away by years of touch. The housekeeper might have opened the lost property drawer. Such a drawer could hold the small remains of many departures. Buttons, keys, ribbons, coins, a penknife, a broken chain. Objects too useful to throw away, yet too uncertain to return. The watch may have entered that darkness. Perhaps it was listed in the household ledger. One silver-coloured pocket watch found in attic room, held for former servant. A practical line beneath a date. But records of such small things rarely survive with clarity. Perhaps the housekeeper did not write it down. Perhaps another servant recognized it and said nothing. A footman may have taken it, promising himself he would return it if the owner wrote. A maid might have hidden it among her belongings because the ticking reminded her of someone who had been kind. Or perhaps the watch was placed beside the kitchen clock and repaired, losing its mystery by returning to use. No answer remains. The object passes into possibilities. Each one opens briefly, like a door along a dark corridor, then closes. Where memory fades, certainty becomes a luxury. The house continued changing around the abandoned room. Another servant may have moved into the attic. A new blanket covered the bed. A different pair of boots stood beside it. The walls heard new breathing. Years passed. Servants came and left. Some married. Some were dismissed. Some returned home to care for parents. Some followed families to London for the season. Some disappeared from household books after a final payment, leaving no explanation beyond an empty line. The great clocks below continued striking. Breakfast, luncheon, dinner, midnight. The pocket watch remained still. Its stopped minute belonged outside the moving order of the house. 2:20 became a small, unmoving chamber. Inside it, imagination placed the unknown servant again and again. Perhaps he stood beneath the stable arch, checking the time before a carriage. Perhaps he waited outside a bedroom with hot water. Perhaps he sat upon the attic bed reading a letter. Perhaps he held the watch during his last night in the house, unaware that someone would one day find it without remembering his name. It is said that forgotten people do not vanish all at once. First the face becomes uncertain, then the voice, then the reason for leaving. The name may remain in a ledger for a generation. Later, only the position survives. Footman, valet, under-butler, servant. Eventually, even that loosens. Only the object remains. At night, the watch was placed beside a candle. Its scratched glass reflected the flame. The chain lay in a loose curve across the table, like a small road leading nowhere. Around it, the great house continued measuring itself. The hall clock sounded 9. The kitchen clock answered from below. The stable clock marked the darkness beyond the yard. Hours moved through the corridors, yet the little watch did not follow. Its hands remained at 20 minutes past 2. For a moment, the stopped face seemed more powerful than all the moving clocks. The others announced the present. This one guarded an absence. The candle burned lower. Wax gathered beside the holder. The watch gave no name, no confession, no final scene. Perhaps it was never meant to be understood. Perhaps some objects survive not to answer questions, but to preserve them. The unknown servant's life had once contained mornings, hunger, cold corridors, private hopes, irritation, laughter, and weariness. He had not experienced himself as forgotten. He had stood within each hour as fully as anyone beneath the family portraits. But time had taken the story and left only its instrument behind. The flame touched the scratched glass once more. A pale circle of light moved over the motionless hands. 2:20. A minute without morning or evening, a room without a door, an hour waiting for an owner who would not return. Perhaps the servant's name has vanished. Perhaps the reason for his departure was never recorded. But the stopped watch holds one quiet truth. He once needed to know the time. He once carried it close to his heart. And somewhere within that silent mechanism, beneath dust, metal, and uncertainty, a small part of his life appears still to be listening, while every clock around it moves on. On Sunday morning, the bell began before the mist had left the garden. Its first note moved across the estate slowly. It passed over frost-dark hedges, bare branches, sleeping roofs, and fields where the grass shone faintly beneath the pale sky. It crossed the dairy yard, touched the stable doors, and entered the windows of distant cottages. The sound was softer than the bells inside the great house. It did not demand hot water. It did not summon a footman to the drawing room, or call a maid toward an unopened bedroom door. It carried no room name, no immediate command. Instead, it seemed to open the morning. Beneath its echo, the estate chapel waited, beyond the trees, its stone walls silvered with damp, and its narrow windows holding the first weak light. Inside the servants' rooms, working clothes were being set aside. Aprons were folded, sleeves were brushed. Dark garments reserved for Sunday were lifted from hooks and smoothed by hand. A maid fastened a plain collar before a small mirror. A footman exchanged his polished livery for a quieter coat. A kitchen servant washed soot from her wrists, though the marks around her nails could not be removed entirely. For a brief interval, the household changed its clothing, and perhaps, for an even briefer interval, it changed its shape. It is said that the Sabbath entered a great house carefully, not as complete stillness, not as freedom, but as a loosening. The kitchen range remained alive, though its fires were banked. Breakfast had already been prepared. Later meals still waited within the day. Horses required feeding. Children required care. Doors would need opening. Guests might ring. Yet between one duty and the next, a narrow passage appeared. An hour, perhaps less. A space within the week in which some servants might leave the walls of the house and follow the bell toward another kind of time. The chapel bell sounded again. The servant standing before the mirror lowered her hands. Outside, mist lay close to the earth. The path through the garden seemed almost buried beneath it, as though the chapel could be reached only by crossing a pale and sacred sea. The family would take one route, the servants another. Both paths led toward the same door of heaven, but not always toward the same door of the chapel. Whispers tell us that the estate church or private chapel reflected the order of the household even while speaking of a kingdom beyond worldly rank. The family might approach from the front, walking beneath trees, or arriving by carriage if the weather was poor. Their places were known. The estate pew waited near the front, sometimes enclosed, cushioned, marked by inheritance and long habit. Servants entered more quietly. Some came through a side door. Some sat behind the household. Others occupied a gallery above, where they could see the altar across a distance of carved wood, hats, and carefully arranged social boundaries. The village entered by paths from cottages and farms. Landowner, tenant, housemaid, child, widow, coachman. All were gathered beneath one roof, yet each knew where to sit. The bell called them together. Architecture placed them apart. The procession began. Across the lawn, the family moved beneath dark coats and winter hats. Behind them, at a respectful distance, came those servants who had been released from immediate duties. The butler might remain at the house. The cook might attend an earlier or later service, if at all. A nursery maid could be absent because a child was unwell. A groom might hear the bell from the stable and continue working. Sunday did not arrive equally. Some received the full morning, some only a portion, some only the sound. The maid walked with her hands joined before her. The path was damp beneath her shoes. Mist gathered at the hem of her dress. Above the chapel roof, a few birds crossed the whitening sky. For most of the week, her steps followed routes chosen by the household. Bedroom to corridor to linen room, back staircase to servants' hall. The geography of service repeated itself, until movement became memory. But on Sunday, the path curved beyond the kitchen garden. It passed a stone wall softened by moss. It opened toward the chapel. The space between house and church was not great, yet it may have felt like a journey beyond the estate's ordinary boundaries. Ahead, the chapel bell moved once more. Its note carried both invitation and warning. Come, but do not be late. Even sacred time had an appointed beginning. Inside, the air smelled of stone, wax, old timber, and damp wool. Candles burned near the altar. Stained glass held muted colors within the grey morning. Blue, faded ruby, and pale gold rested upon saints, leaves, stars, and fragments of sacred story. The family entered their pew. The servants found theirs. The village settled around them with coughs, rustling cloth, and the quiet turning of prayer book pages. Then silence gathered. For one breath, the estate no longer sounded like itself. No kitchen vessel, no carriage wheel, no service bell trembling behind a wall. Only the soft movement of air within the chapel and the final fading note above the roof. The clock and the bell had brought everyone to the same hour, but they did not speak the same language. The household clock divided labor. It said, breakfast, carriage, dinner, bed. It transformed the day into duties arranged one after another. The chapel bell seemed to speak of something larger, an hour beyond wages, beyond rank, beyond the estate gates. Its sound suggested eternity, though the service itself would still begin and end according to time. Perhaps this was the strange harmony of Sunday. The clock measured the body's obligations. The bell called toward the life of the soul. The minister began. His words rose gently beneath the wooden rafters. Scripture was read. A prayer was offered for the sick, the absent, the grieving, and those at sea. A hymn followed. The congregation stood. Voices entered the chapel unevenly, some strong, some uncertain, some almost whispered. The servant sang from the back. Her voice was not identified as a maid's voice. It passed into the larger sound and became difficult to separate from the family, the villagers, or the children near the aisle. For several minutes, rank lost its clear outline. The hymn gathered every breath into one movement. It rose toward the rafters and faded there. Some believe that singing together creates a brief country without doors, a place where the voice of the servant may stand beside the voice of the master without bowing. But when the hymn ended, everyone returned to the pew assigned to them. The sermon may have spoken of humility, of charity, of the equal worth of souls, of a kingdom in which earthly distinctions would pass away. The servant listened beneath stained glass, while sitting apart from those she served. This contradiction did not need to be named. It stood within the chapel as clearly as the aisle between the pews. Before heaven, all souls alike. Within the room, every rank preserved. The family heard a teaching. The servants heard the same words, through the knowledge that dinner still required preparation. The maid looked toward the chapel clock, if one was visible, or judged the passing service by the length of the sermon and the growing light upon the windows. She knew what waited at the house: beds to straighten, children to dress, coal to carry, a tray to prepare. Perhaps she had been promised a walk afterward. Perhaps she hoped to write a letter before afternoon duties began. But hope on Sunday remained as fragile as it was on any other day. The sacred hour was borrowed. It had to be returned. Beyond the chapel, the estate continued breathing. The kitchen fire held beneath banked coal. A pot warmed slowly. In the stable, horses lowered their heads toward feed. A maid left behind in the nursery watched a child sleep. A servant unable to attend might pause near a window when the bell sounded and imagine the service through distance. Sunday did not stop labor. It rearranged it. Meals might be simpler, but they still appeared. Fires might burn lower, but they could not be abandoned. The house might dress itself in quiet, yet someone maintained that quiet through work. This was the hidden truth beneath the day of rest. One person's Sabbath often depended upon another person's continued attention. The family returned from worship to a prepared table. The chapel's promise of stillness had already been translated into clean plates, warm rooms, opened doors, and waiting servants. Yet the chapel was not empty of meaning, merely because the world outside it remained unequal. For the maid, the service could still contain an inner chamber no authority could enter. During prayer, she might speak silently the name of her mother, a sister in another town, a brother gone to sea, a child she once cared for, a village left behind when service began. No master could hear the prayer unless she chose to speak it aloud. No housekeeper could inspect it. No conduct book could record whether her thoughts had wandered toward home. The chapel gave her a private language. She bowed her head. Around her, the words of the service continued. But inside, another conversation opened. Perhaps she asked for strength, perhaps forgiveness, perhaps only that someone far away remained safe. The request needed no bell pull, no permission, no witness. A shaft of coloured light entered through the stained glass. It crossed the aisle and rested upon her hands, blue at first, then a narrow line of gold. Dust moved inside it like distant stars. For a moment, the servant's worn fingers appeared marked by another world. The same hands that carried ash, linen, trays, and water rested within a light that belonged to no household rank. Marked by the mourning, they became simply human hands. This may have been the chapel's deepest gift, not escape. Not equality fully realized, but a brief alteration of meaning. The uniform remained, the hierarchy remained, the duties waited. Yet within the hymn, the prayer, and the quiet fall of coloured light, another measure of life became possible. A person could remember that she possessed an inward self, untouched by service. A chamber with no key, a clock with no hands, a sacred room hidden within breath. The sermon moved toward its end, pages turned, the congregation rose once more. The final hymn began. Already, some servants were counting what must happen next. The cook would need warning. The family would return by the front path. A carriage might be requested. The nursery maid must be relieved. The servant's body remained inside worship, but part of the mind had re-entered the household schedule. Perhaps this was why the final minutes felt especially precious. The hymn continued while duty approached. The chapel bell waited above. At last, the blessing was given. Heads bowed. The final words passed through the room. Then movement returned. Prayer books closed. Coats were adjusted. The family stepped into the aisle. Servants waited. Order reassembled itself almost without instruction. The same people who had spoken together of eternity now left according to rank. Outside, the mist had lifted. The estate lay clearer beneath the late morning sky. Bare trees revealed the chimneys of the great house beyond them. Smoke rose steadily. The house had waited. Its windows reflected the pale sun. Its clocks had continued. No hour had paused while the congregation prayed. The servants began the walk back. The path seemed shorter now. The family moved ahead. The village dispersed toward cottages and farms. The chapel bell sounded one final time, softer as distance widened. The maid listened. Soon, the service entrance would open. Working clothes would replace the Sunday dress. Aprons would be tied. The language of bells would change again, from sacred summons to household command. Yet something of the chapel remained. A line from the hymn, the name spoken silently in prayer. The blue and golden light across her hands. These could be carried back unnoticed. No tray revealed them. No mistress could demand their surrender. The servant crossed beneath the garden arch. The great house rose ahead, its chimneys dark against the winter sky. It appeared immense after the chapel, ready, ordered, waiting to gather every returning life into its machinery. The maid entered through the side door. Warm air met her face. Somewhere, a kitchen bell sounded. The borrowed Sunday began to close. But beneath her uniform, another hour continued, slower than the household clock, deeper than the service bell. An hour measured not by duties completed, but by breath remembered beneath stained glass. Perhaps sacred rest was never fully granted to those in service. Perhaps it survived only in fragments. A hymn, a path through mist, a prayer no one overheard. Yet fragments can become sanctuaries. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen, and perhaps, long after the chapel bell had faded across the fields, its final note remained hidden within the servants who returned to the house, carried quietly through corridors, guarded beneath dark cloth, and kept like a small flame against the long week ahead. Before dawn, the servants' clock stopped. No bell announced the moment. No hand reached from the darkness to still it. The pendulum simply slowed, hesitated, and then remained suspended beneath the wooden case, as though the cold had entered the mechanism and asked time itself to be quiet. Outside, snow pressed against the lower windows. It gathered along the ledges, covered the yard, and softened the outlines of walls, gates, and roofs. Frost had spread across the glass in white branching patterns, delicate as buried forests or rivers seen from the sky. Inside the passage, the air was almost as cold. A jug of water had formed a thin skin of ice. Metal handles burned against the hand. Breath appeared briefly before each face and then vanished. The kitchen maid was the first to notice. She had been carrying kindling toward the range when she looked up at the clock. Its face was pale in the weak lamp glow. The minute hand stood over the same mark she remembered seeing before she left the passage. She paused. Perhaps she had mistaken it. She stepped closer. The second hand did not move. The pendulum remained still. The hour had frozen. It is said that darkness feels deepest when no clock can tell how long it has lasted. The maid listened for the hall clock above stairs. Nothing reached her. The great clock stood too far away, beyond passages, stone, and closed doors. The village church bell might have offered another answer, but snow had softened the entire world. Even if it rang, its voice would have crossed the fields like a sound remembered from a dream. Dawn had not yet reached the windows. No pale line marked the east. No bird offered its first uncertain note. The house remained sealed within winter, and no one knew the true hour. Beneath the silence, the household waited without knowing it was waiting. The family slept beneath heavy curtains. Guest rooms held cold air behind closed doors. In the stable, horses shifted beneath blankets. The kitchen range had lowered to a red and patient glow. Breakfast still had to be prepared. Fires still had to be lit. Water still had to be heated. The house could not remain in darkness until time explained itself. The kitchen maid carried the news to the cook. The cook looked toward the frozen clock, then toward the range. She did not ask the clock again. She opened the iron door and judged the fire. The coals had lowered, but not fully. The warmth against her hand told her how long the night might have been. The ash had settled in a particular way. A kettle left earlier was cold, yet not frozen. These small signs formed another kind of dial. Perhaps it was nearly 5, perhaps later. There was no certainty, but service rarely possessed the luxury of waiting for certainty. The cook began. Coal was added. The fire opened beneath the grate. A faint orange light entered the kitchen. The housemaid on early duty watched the windows while she prepared brushes and cloths. She knew mourning not by numbers, but by changes too slight for others to notice. The darkness before dawn was not the same as the darkness after midnight. Its silence had a different weight. Its blackness began to loosen, first near the upper edges of the glass. Even beneath snow clouds, the world slowly altered its breath. She had lived through enough early mornings to sense that change. The groom in the stable possessed another measure. He listened to the horses. Animals carried rhythms within them that clocks could only imitate. One horse began shifting before feeding time. Another lifted its head when familiar footsteps should have entered the yard. The stable remained blue-black, yet the animals had begun to wake. The groom took this as his hour. Whispers tell us that before clocks entered every room, people carried time within habit, hunger, light, sound, and the body. A baker knew when dough had risen. A gardener knew when frost would loosen. A nurse knew the difference between a child's midnight cry and the restless breath before morning. The great house appeared to depend upon clocks, but beneath that appearance lived older knowledge. The frozen mechanism revealed it. Servants began moving according to memory. The kitchen maid measured water into pots. The cook prepared bread, porridge, and tea. A footman carried coal toward the entrance hall. Housemaids climbed the back stairs with brushes, cloths, and hot water cans. No gong had sounded. No trusted hand had marked the hour. Yet the hidden house entered motion. A fire was lit in the breakfast room, then another in the morning room. Grates were cleared, ash gathered, paper crumpled, kindling arranged, coal placed with care. A flame rose. It is strange how fire became a form of time in winter. A room before the fire was early. A room warmed and ready was morning. The family would judge the hour partly by what awaited them when they opened their doors. Warmth would tell them that the household had already crossed through darkness on their behalf. The housemaid entered an unused corridor. The carpet was stiff with cold beneath her knees. Frost gathered inside the corners of the window frames. Her fingers felt clumsy around the brush. She worked quietly, back and forth, back and forth. Dust rose faintly from the carpet and disappeared in the dimness. She paused once to warm her hands above a newly lit grate, only for a breath. Her fingers opened toward the heat. The skin tingled. Then she lifted the brush again. Winter labor was made of these small negotiations. A moment near steam, a palm around a warm cup before it was carried upstairs. Hands held near an oven while waiting for bread. Feet placed closer to the range beneath the table. Warmth belonged to the family as comfort. To servants, it often arrived in fragments stolen between duties. Outside, a man crossed the yard, carrying coal. Snow reached above his shoes. Each step broke the smooth white surface and left a dark impression behind. The coal basket pulled at his shoulders. Black dust marked his coat and hands. The estate appeared pure beneath winter. Roofs white, fields white. Garden walls softened beneath frost. Yet warmth entered the house through black fuel carried by human bodies. The fire in every elegant room began in the yard, in the coal shed, in weight, cold, and soot. Beneath the silence of winter beauty, labor remained dark and visible only to those performing it. The servant's clock still did not move. Its failure became more unsettling as the house awakened. A household built upon schedule now depended upon approximation. Was breakfast early? Was it late? Had the servants begun an hour before necessary, losing sleep to uncertainty? Or had they delayed without knowing, allowing the morning to slip beyond them? No one could say. The hall clock might have provided an answer, but reaching it required entering the visible house before the rooms were ready. The church bell remained distant. The stable clock, too, may have slowed under frost. Each measure of time had become suspect. Some believe that order is strongest when it is never questioned. A clock strikes, a bell rings, a servant moves. The sequence appears natural. But when the clock stops, order reveals its fragility. The schedule was not held inside the wooden case alone. It existed in trust, in habit, in the cook's judgment, in the housemaid's memory, in the groom's listening, in the willingness of every servant to continue before anyone could confirm the hour. The house did not collapse when the clock froze. It became human. The cook tasted the porridge. The tea water came to heat. Bread was sliced. The footman entered the breakfast room and checked the fire. The maid carried hot water to the upper floor. In one bedroom, a lady stirred behind curtains. She opened her eyes to a room already warming. Perhaps she reached toward the bell pull and found tea arriving soon after. Perhaps she looked at a small bedside clock that had continued moving and noticed nothing unusual. For her, morning had arrived in the proper form. Fire, water, curtains opened, clothing prepared. The disturbance below had been erased before it could become visible. This was successful service. Not merely completing work, but removing the evidence that difficulty had ever existed. The family might never know that for several hours the household had moved without a reliable clock. No record would preserve it. The housekeeper's ledger might note cold weather, coal used, a clock repaired, but not the uncertainty, not the moment when servants stood beneath a frozen dial and had to create the morning themselves. Where memory fades, success leaves the fewest traces. There may have been mistakes, a tray arriving too soon, A fire not fully warmed, a groom later than expected. Perhaps someone received a reprimand. If the servants were early, no one thanked them for surrendering sleep. If they were late, someone may have been blamed. The clock itself carried no responsibility. Machines fail without shame. People beneath them absorb the consequence. Yet perhaps the unusual morning passed gently. Snow had delayed carriages. Visitors remained in their rooms. The family slept later under heavy blankets. Winter loosened expectation, even as it tightened every other hardship. By mid-morning, a weak grey light entered the service passage. The frost flowers upon the window became visible. Some resembled ferns, others looked like star-marked branches, ancient coastlines, or white ruins pressed into glass. The frozen clock was removed from the wall. Carefully, it was carried toward the kitchen range. Not too close. Heat applied too quickly could damage wood, crack glass, or disturb metal. The clock rested upon a table where warm air could reach it gradually. The servants passed around it. The mechanism that had ruled them now waited helplessly beside flour tins and steaming kettles. Its wooden case began to lose its chill. A drop of moisture formed near the glass. The housekeeper arrived. She examined the face. The cook offered her estimate of the hour. The butler may have consulted his watch, if he had already come downstairs. Perhaps the hall clock was finally checked. But even then, disagreement remained. Was the hall clock exact? Had the butler's watch been corrected recently? Had the snow delayed the church bell? One clock had to be trusted. The housekeeper listened. Then the pendulum moved. Only slightly at first. A narrow swing. A faint tick. Then another. The clock returned to life. The servants paused. Tick, tick, tick. The sound seemed strange after its absence. But the hands remained at the old time. They had to be placed somewhere. The housekeeper chose an hour. Perhaps she compared the butler's watch with the light outside and the kitchen's progress. Perhaps she simply selected the measure most useful for restoring order. Her fingers moved the minute hand forward. The clock accepted the decision. No celestial sign confirmed it. No voice from the snow declared that this was the true minute. Time had not been discovered. It had been chosen. The clock was returned to the wall. Its pendulum continued. The kitchen adjusted itself around the new hour. Servants corrected their understanding. The household rhythm tightened once more. Breakfast had passed. Morning duties continued. The house appeared governed again. Yet for those who had stood beneath the motionless hands, the clock may never have seemed quite as absolute. They had seen time stop. They had seen work continue. They had learned that the house did not truly depend upon numbers alone. It depended upon people who remembered what came next. Outside, snow continued falling. Large flakes crossed the windows slowly. The estate disappeared beneath white silence. Paths softened. Footprints filled. The village road became a pale, unmarked distance. Beyond the walls, winter followed no chosen hour. Snow did not fall at 5 or 6. The cold did not consult the clock before entering the passage. Dawn came gradually, without striking. The horses woke. The fire breathed. The servants moved. Perhaps the frozen clock had revealed an older truth. That time is not always something found waiting in the world. Sometimes it is made from need, from memory, from bodies rising in darkness, from one person saying, "This must be morning now," and others agreeing because the work cannot wait. The housekeeper closed the clock case. Its hands continued across the dial. Above stairs, the family entered another ordinary winter day. No portrait recorded the morning's uncertainty. No guest heard of the frozen pendulum. No household history remembered the servants who carried the estate through hours without names. But the snow remembered their footprints for a little while. The range remembered the cold clock warming beside it. The maid's hands remembered the brush before sunrise. The cook remembered judging darkness by fire, and perhaps the clock remembered too. Not through thought, not through grief, but through one faint hesitation in its mechanism whenever winter returned. The pendulum moved. Left, right, left, right. Outside, the world remained white. Perhaps the chosen hour was correct. Perhaps it was not. Perhaps time had never belonged to the clock at all. For one winter morning, those with the least power over their own hours had been asked to create the hour for everyone else. They did so quietly. They lit fires, carried coal, prepared breakfast, opened curtains upon the snow, and by the time the house awakened, uncertainty had already melted into order. Only the frost remained upon the windows, veiled, star-marked and silent, while beyond the glass, morning continued without needing to know its name. There were weeks when the great house seemed to forget how to sleep. The first sign was not music, nor laughter, nor the distant sound of wheels upon the drive. It was luggage. Trunks began arriving beneath the entrance portico before noon, their leather darkened by travel, and their brass corners dulled by rain. Hat boxes followed, dressing cases, wrapped parcels, cloaks carrying the cold scent of railway platforms and winter roads. Names were written upon cards. Rooms long closed were assigned once more. Keys turned in doors that had not opened since the previous season. Behind those doors, dust waited beneath linen sheets. Furniture stood like pale monuments. Fireplaces held the grey remains of older winters, and portraits watched from darkness, with expressions softened by neglect. Then the servants entered. Curtains were drawn back. Windows opened briefly to release the stale air. Ash was removed. Coal was carried. Fires awakened one after another until smoke began rising from chimneys that had been silent for months. The house expanded around its visitors. It became brighter, louder, restless, almost alive. It is said that a great house during the social season did not merely receive guests, it consumed attention. Every room asked to be remembered. Every bell expected an answer. Every clock seemed to announce a different duty. In the west wing, a bedroom fire needed tending. In the east corridor, hot water had been requested. Below stairs, the cook measured the evening through ovens and covered dishes. In the hall, footmen waited for the next carriage, and in the housekeeper's room, linen was counted as though the life of the estate depended upon folded sheets. Perhaps it did. The entrance hall filled slowly with objects and voices. A servant carried a card toward the housekeeper. Lady Ellison, the blue room. Mr. Vale, the room above the library. Miss Harcourt, the south chamber. Captain Meredith, the old nursery wing, though the room had not been used in years. The assignments spread through the service passages. The housekeeper repeated them. The butler repeated them. A young maid tried to remember. Blue room, south chamber, library room, old nursery wing. But the corridors curved. Doors resembled one another. Guests called from rooms she had entered only that morning. The house had grown larger overnight. Whispers tell us that servants learned a great household through memory rather than maps. They knew where the carpet changed beneath the foot, which stair creaked near the landing, which passage became colder beside the unused wing, which bedroom bell trembled on the board when a particular room called. But during the season, forgotten rooms returned to the household's living geography. Doors opened beyond doors. Temporary beds appeared. Dressing tables were uncovered. Bell pulls stiff from disuse had to be tested. A maid stood in one remote chamber and pulled the cord. Far below, a brass indicator moved upon the bell board. The sound was small, yet it meant the room had awakened. By late afternoon, every corridor carried preparation. In one bedroom, a lady's maid knelt beside the hem of an evening gown. The silk had torn during travel. She held the fabric beneath lamplight, passing a fine needle through its edge, with movements so precise that the repair would disappear into the dress. The guest might later descend the staircase beneath chandeliers, admired for elegance. No one would see the hurried stitches hidden near the floor. Across the passage, a valet searched for missing cufflinks. The dressing case had been opened, shirts unfolded, brushes placed in order, shoes arranged near the fire. One cufflink rested upon the dressing table. The other had vanished. The valet checked beneath folded collars, inside a small case, near the trunk lining, and finally upon the carpet beside a chair. Time narrowed. The guest expected to dress. Dinner would not wait. The missing piece became, for several minutes, the most important object in the house. Below, the butler studied a seating plan, Names had been arranged and rearranged around the dining table: rank, age, conversation, family history, quiet rivalries. A guest who must not sit beside another. A widow who should be placed near someone kind. A visitor of distinction close to the host. The arrangement appeared social, yet it was also mechanical. One mistaken placement could disturb the evening's balance. The butler knew that conversation, like a clock, depended upon careful positioning. In the linen room, the housekeeper counted again: sheets for occupied rooms, towels, table linen, napkins, pillowcases, blankets for the colder wing. The season transformed abundance into shortage. Cupboards that had seemed full began emptying by degrees. Every guest multiplied the household's needs. A room required linen, candles, coal, water, soap, and constant attention. A guest who stayed 3 nights left behind far more than luggage. They left work. The great house received visitors at the front door and distributed their needs through hidden passages. As dusk gathered, the first carriage arrived. Lanterns appeared beyond the trees. Wheels crossed the gravel. The front doors opened. Cold air entered the hall, along with voices, greetings, coats, gloves, and the faint excitement of arrival. Footmen stood beneath the lamps. One opened the carriage door. Another received luggage. The butler welcomed the guests with calm assurance, though behind him, servants were already calculating where each object must go. A dressing case toward the blue room, a trunk toward the south chamber, a parcel marked fragile, a coat still damp from mist. The guests entered warmth. The servants carried winter away behind them. Another carriage followed, then another. The hall clock continued, though its hour seemed to belong to no single part of the house. For the guests, it was the beginning of an evening. For the kitchen, it was already late. For the maid repairing the gown, it was nearly too late. For the valet searching beneath furniture, every minute had become urgent. For the housekeeper, the time was measured in unopened rooms and missing towels. The clocks had not disagreed. The lives beneath them had. Some believe that crowded houses contain several kinds of time at once. There was dressing room time, measured by candles, mirrors, and the expected descent to dinner. Kitchen time, measured by heat, sauces, and the brief perfection of food. Stable time, measured by horses, carriages, and journeys through darkness. Nursery time, marked by sleep disturbed and restored. Drawing room time, where conversation could stretch pleasantly beyond midnight. And servants' time, which moved through all of them without belonging fully to any. The servant had to cross these overlapping hours without confusion. Hot water before dressing, wine before dinner, lamps before darkness, coffee after the meal, fresh candles before cards, a warming pan before bed, breakfast preparations before the final guest had slept. Time did not pass in a line, it folded over itself. Evening touched morning. Dinner preparation met breakfast preparation in the same corridor. The cook below had not yet completed the late supper when someone began arranging bread for dawn. Sleep became a distant country, glimpsed only through half-closed doors. In the dining room, candles burned steadily. Guests spoke of rest, of leaving the city, of escaping appointments, offices, trains, and ordinary obligations. The country house offered freedom, they said. Long mornings, unhurried meals, cards after midnight, riding when the weather allowed, breakfast whenever one chose to appear. The house seemed to loosen time for them, yet their freedom depended upon stricter time elsewhere. A guest could rise late because someone had kept the fire alive early. A meal could appear at an unusual hour because kitchen servants had adjusted their own hunger. A carriage could be requested without warning because horses, coachmen, and grooms remained ready. Leisure above stairs was not the absence of schedule. It was schedule transferred to other bodies. The more freely the guests moved through the day, the more precisely servants had to anticipate them. The contradiction did not announce itself. It was carried silently in trays, coal scuttles, warmed plates, and extinguished candles. After dinner, the house opened further. Music entered the drawing room. Cards were arranged upon green felt. Wine moved from cellar to table. A guest requested tea in one chamber, while another called for hot water upstairs. The bellboard trembled repeatedly. Bedroom, library, drawing room, dressing room. Each sound claimed a servant's next moment. The young maid stood before the board, trying to remember who occupied the room above the old nursery. Was it Captain Meredith or Mr. Vale? She repeated the names silently while lifting the tray. A mistake might be corrected, but perhaps not kindly. She entered the remote wing. The passage there felt different. The walls carried older paper. Portraits had been left uncovered, though the faces within belonged to people no living servant could name. One showed a woman in silver-grey silk. Another, a child with one hand resting upon a carved chair. The maid crossed beneath their gaze. The guest room at the far end had once belonged to someone else, perhaps many people. The fireplace had been sealed for years and reopened that morning. Its first flames carried the faint smell of old soot into the chamber. Furniture marks remained upon the carpet where other arrangements had once stood. The maid placed the tray beside the bed. For a moment, she listened. The old wing seemed to contain another gathering beneath the present one. A footstep behind the wall, a soft movement in an empty room, perhaps only pipes warming, perhaps timber settling after fire returned, yet forgotten wings often feel as though they remember being inhabited. Where memory fades, architecture continues holding the shape of vanished lives. The same doors had opened for other guests. Other servants had carried candles along the passage. Other names had been written upon cards and later forgotten. The season seemed new to those attending it. To the house, it was repetition. Laughter rose again. Music changed. Midnight passed. The guests continued playing cards beneath bright lamps. A servant added coal to a drawing-room fire. Another removed empty glasses. A footman stood near the wall, with the stillness expected of furniture. Below, the scullery filled. Plates, cups, glasses, pans. The remains of leisure descended one course at a time. The cook prepared a late supper for guests who had grown hungry again after dinner. Sandwiches were cut. Cold meat arranged. A fresh pot of coffee was ordered. The kitchen clock moved toward an hour that once would have belonged to sleep. No one spoke of stopping. The house was still awake. In one upper room, the lady's maid brushed out hair while the guest described the evening. In another, the valet folded clothes discarded only hours after he had prepared them. The housekeeper checked a linen list by candlelight. The butler locked wine away and then reopened the cellar when another bottle was requested. Each completed duty generated another. Time curled back upon itself like a spiral. At last, the card tables emptied. Chairs moved. The final guest left the drawing room. Candles were carried upstairs. Doors closed one by one, but the house did not become dark. A maid crossed the corridor with a tray of extinguished candles, their wicks smoking faintly. At the far end of the passage, another servant approached carrying kindling for the morning fires. They passed without speaking. One belonged to the ending of night, the other to the beginning of day. Through a tall eastern window, the sky had begun to pale. No boundary separated their shifts, only a change in the colour of darkness. The exhausted maid descended toward the servants' hall. Her shoulders had lowered. Her hands smelled of wax, soap, and smoke. She passed beneath the hall clock as the early servant climbed from below. For one brief moment, they stood under the same calm hands. One had worked through the night. The other was beginning before dawn. The clock did not distinguish between them. It continued with perfect composure. Tick, a guest asleep. Tick, a fire being lit. Tick, a servant leaving one duty as another entered. Around them, every room remained awake in some form. Bedroom fires glowed, the kitchen range breathed, the stable stirred, the nursery turned toward morning. Even the forgotten wing held warmth behind its reopened doors. The great house appeared more alive than ever, yet the people sustaining that life were fading into shadow. A footman's face pale after midnight. A maid moving by habit when thought had slowed. The cook leaning briefly against the table before another request. The housekeeper reading one final figure twice because the ink blurred beneath tired eyes. It is said that a house can shine most brightly while consuming the darkness of those who serve it. The guests would awaken later and remember music, laughter, cards, and freedom from ordinary hours. The servants would remember bells, room numbers, trays, missing cufflinks, a torn hem, the moment dawn entered before the night had ended. Perhaps this was the true meaning of the season, not simply that every room was occupied, but that no hour belonged entirely to rest. The house grew larger through hospitality. The servants became smaller inside its demands. Outside, morning spread across the frosted gardens. A carriage lamp faded beneath the portico. Smoke rose from every chimney. The final night servant removed the last spent candle from the hall. The first morning servant opened a curtain. Pale light entered. Dust moved within it like distant stars. The house had survived another crowded night. It would soon prepare for another. Perhaps the guests believed the estate had awakened for them. Perhaps the house believed it had awakened because the season had returned. But beneath the silence, another truth remained. Rooms do not wake themselves. Fires do not light themselves. Bells do not answer themselves. Every glowing window was held open by someone's unseen hour. And perhaps, long after the guests had gone and the old wings returned to darkness, the house would still remember those servants crossing at dawn, one carrying extinguished candles, one carrying the morning flame, their shadows meeting beneath the clock before disappearing into another day. At the highest edge of the house, beyond the nursery passage and the last carpeted stair, a narrower staircase rose into darkness. Its steps were steep, its walls were plain. No portraits watched from gilded frames. No lamps waited inside carved brackets. The polished life of the household ended below, and above it began another world beneath the roof. There, where the ceiling sloped toward iron gutters and moonlit tiles, stood the servants' attic rooms, small chambers, iron beds, washstands, a wooden chair, a trunk pushed beneath the window, a hook for one dress, a shelf for a prayer book, a brush, a candle, and whatever private object could be carried from one household to the next. After midnight, a young maid began climbing toward them. The great house had finally grown still. Behind her, the last lamps had been lowered. Drawing-room doors were closed. The dining table had been cleared. Fires rested behind guards, and the clocks below continued their patient speaking through rooms no longer occupied. In one hand, the maid held a candle. Its flame trembled each time she climbed another step. The light touched the wall, withdrew, then returned. Her shadow stretched above her toward the attic landing, long and uncertain, as though another servant climbed there first. It is said that the final staircase of a great house often led not upward, but inward, toward hidden fatigue, toward borrowed sleep, toward the few hours in which servants might briefly belong to themselves. The maid reached the landing. A plain clock waited upon the wall. Its hands had passed midnight. Only a few hours remained before the morning bell. Yet even these hours were governed. The attic door stood closed behind her. Perhaps it was locked at a certain time. Perhaps the servants' entrance below had already been bolted. A servant returning late might be forced to knock, confessing the hour of arrival to the household that had granted the evening away. Names could be remembered, lateness could be recorded, and a single mark against one's conduct might follow a servant far beyond the house. The maid entered her room and lowered the candle beside the washstand. The flame revealed the narrow bed, the folded blanket, and a small trunk marked by travel. Inside lay the few things that belonged entirely to her. A spare dress, letters tied together, a photograph, a pair of gloves worn thin at the fingers, perhaps a ribbon kept from childhood, perhaps a dried flower pressed between the pages of a prayer book. The family below occupied rooms containing generations, portraits, furniture inherited through marriage, silver marked with crests, books carrying names from another century. The servant's private history had to fit inside a trunk. Whispers tell us that service did not end at the bedroom threshold. The servant's room remained beneath the master's roof, The hours spent inside it were still shaped by the household. Inspections could be made. Rooms were expected to remain orderly. Candles could not burn carelessly. Visitors were forbidden. Noise carried through thin walls. The morning bell would ring whether sleep had begun at 10 or 2. The attic appeared separate from the great house, yet authority climbed every stair. It entered through curfew, through rules, through the fear of losing a position, through the precious written reference required for employment elsewhere. A servant might leave one household with little money, but a good character could open the door of another. A poor one could close many doors at once. Reliable, respectful, honest, punctual. Such words might determine whether a maid found another place or returned home without wages. And so the curfew was more than a locked gate. It reached into the future. The maid sat upon the bed and removed her shoes. Her feet ached after the long day. The room was cold. Beneath the roof, winter entered quickly, and summer lingered too warmly. Rain could be heard upon the tiles, with a closeness unknown in the bedrooms below. Tonight, however, the sky was clear. Moonlight entered through the small attic window. It crossed the floorboards and rested upon the trunk. For a moment, the candle and moon shared the room. One belonged to the household, purchased, counted, expected to be extinguished. The other entered freely. No key had admitted it. No housekeeper had measured it. Marked by the moon, the room seemed larger. The sloping ceiling became almost like the interior of a ship travelling beneath stars. The iron bed became a narrow shore. Beyond the window, the road shone faintly between trees. Only a few feet of roof separated the maid from the open sky. Yet the road remained farther away than it appeared. She could see where it curved beyond the estate wall. She could imagine walking toward the village, toward a sister, toward a future husband, toward another household, toward no household at all. But to follow it, she needed permission. Freedom lay visible beyond glass, while duty slept in the clock beside her. Some believe that the greatest distance is not measured in miles. It is measured between what can be seen and what can be chosen. The maid turned from the window. A faint murmur came through the wall. The servant in the next room was not yet asleep. A whisper, then another. Soon, several low voices moved through the attic passage. The attic possessed its own hidden life. By day, servants were known by rank and duty. Housemaid, kitchen maid, footman, valet, lady's maid. But upstairs, behind closed doors, names returned. Mary, Eliza, Thomas, Anne. Names spoken softly, without title. A servant might sit on the edge of another's bed and share a story from a former house. A cook known for severity below might laugh quietly over some old memory. A maid newly arrived from the country might ask what the mistress disliked, which floorboards creaked, and whether the housekeeper was fair. Letters were opened beneath blankets to conceal candlelight. Photographs were passed from hand to hand. A mother beside a cottage door. A brother in uniform. A child not seen for 2 years. These small images carried entire worlds into the attic. Someone spoke of a marriage that might happen in spring. Someone else had heard of a position in London with higher wages. A footman imagined leaving service to open a small shop. A maid dreamed of returning to the village with enough saved to help her family. The futures described there were uncertain, but uncertainty made them precious. Below stairs, plans belonged to the household. Dinner, guests, journeys, the season. In the attic, plans became personal. A room of one's own, a family, a road taken by choice, a morning without a bell. It is said that hope speaks most softly where walls are thin. The servants knew that sound travelled. A housekeeper passing beneath the landing might hear laughter. A fellow servant might repeat what had been said. A careless remark could become gossip, then accusation. So laughter rose briefly and was covered by a hand. A whisper paused when footsteps moved upon the stairs. The attic breathed, then held its breath. Silence returned. Even privacy had to remain discreet. The maid opened her trunk. She removed a letter and carried it toward the candle. The paper had been folded many times. The edges had softened. Perhaps it came from home. Perhaps from someone she hoped to marry. The words were familiar. She had read them before. Still, she began again. In daylight, her hours belonged to tasks. She read only in fragments, one line before a bell, another before footsteps. Tonight, she could move slowly across the page. The handwriting carried a voice into the room, a voice untouched by rank. It asked whether she was well, whether the winter had been difficult, whether she might visit by Easter. The letter spoke of ordinary things: a roof repaired, a neighbour's child, a tree damaged by wind. Yet these details opened a world beyond the estate, a world where her absence had shape, where someone remembered her not as a servant, but as a daughter, sister, or beloved. The maid folded the letter and placed it inside the prayer book. There, a small photograph waited. The faces had faded. Time had begun erasing their edges, but not their meaning. Where memory fades, the heart often completes what the image no longer holds. She returned the book to the shelf. Then she looked again toward the window. Moonlight touched the sill. Near the wooden frame were scratches. At first, they resembled ordinary damage, but one mark curved deliberately, then another. Initials had been carved into the wood. 2 letters. Below them, a date. Decades earlier. The maid traced the grooves with one finger. Another servant had once stood there. Perhaps a housemaid. Perhaps a footman in a room assigned before the attic had been rearranged. The initials offered no full name. The date revealed no event, only proof. Someone else had looked through this window. Someone else had seen the road beneath the moon. Someone else had waited for morning, counted the hours, and wondered what life might exist beyond the gate. The carving transformed the room. It was no longer merely hers. It belonged to a procession of forgotten occupants, servants who had slept beneath the same roof, who had hidden letters, shared stories, feared dismissal, dreamed of leaving. The house preserved family names in portraits and stone. The attic preserved servants in scratches, a mark beneath a sill, a date inside a cupboard, a name written faintly upon the back of a drawer. These were the hidden inscriptions of service, not official, not honoured, but deeply human. Perhaps the initials belonged to someone who married and left, perhaps to someone dismissed before dawn, perhaps to a servant who spent 40 years in the house and was remembered only as an old maid in a wage book. Nothing else survived. The mystery remained gentle. The initials did not demand an answer. They offered companionship. The young maid rested her forehead briefly against the cool window. Outside, the stars had brightened. The road lay empty. One distant cottage lamp remained. Somewhere beyond the roofline, the village church tower stood beneath the same sky. Above all clocks, curfews, bells, and household rules, the stars continued through an older measure. No master arranged them. No housekeeper counted them. No conduct book judged their lateness. Their light travelled across years before reaching the attic glass. Perhaps some of it had begun its journey before the house was built, before the initials were carved, before any servant had climbed the final stair. The maid returned to the bed. The candle had shortened. Wax gathered around its base. Beside it, a small clock ticked loudly in the narrow room. Tick, a minute of sleep lost. Tick, the morning bell approaching. Tick, another private thought surrendered to exhaustion. The sound seemed larger here than it did below. In the hall, clocks belonged to architecture. In the attic, the clock stood close enough to hear beside the pillow. Its ticking entered the body, a reminder that rest had limits. She extinguished the candle. Darkness closed around the iron bed. Moonlight remained. Through the walls came the faint breathing of other servants. One steady, one restless. A quiet cough, a bed spring moving. The hidden household had gathered beneath the roof. Below them, the great rooms were empty. The corridors cooled. Portraits watched the darkness. The family slept beneath curtains and warm fires. Above, the servants lay close to rain, frost, wind, and stars. They possessed less shelter from the sky. Perhaps they also possessed more of its presence. The maid closed her eyes. The road remained behind them. The carved initials remained beneath the sill. The clock continued. Yet another kind of time rested upon the roof. Moonlight moved without hurry. across slate and chimney. Stars crossed the darkness without permission. The night deepened according to no curfew. Perhaps freedom was not entirely beyond the gate. Perhaps a fragment of it entered through the window each night. A letter read in secrecy. A true name whispered through the wall. A future imagined beneath the blanket. A moon no household could own. The maid drifted towards sleep. Soon, the bell would call her back into rank and duty. But for these few hours, beneath the sloping roof, she belonged partly to herself. Perhaps the attic was not merely the highest servant's room. Perhaps it was a hidden threshold between obedience and dream. Below lay the house with all its clocks. Above lay the sky with none, and between them slept the forgotten servants, their names returning softly in darkness, their hopes folded inside trunks, while starlight rested upon the roof and measured a time no locked door could command. When death entered the house, the first thing to change was the light. Curtains were drawn across the tall bedroom windows, leaving only a narrow line of winter grey at their edges. The fire burned lower. The polished furniture seemed to retreat into shadow, and even the white sheets upon the bed appeared dim beneath the weight of the room. Upon the mantel stood a clock. Its hands had stopped. One minute hand rested above the hour. The other marked the exact portion of time at which breathing had ended and silence had begun. Beside the bed, a servant stood with her hands folded. Perhaps she had been the lady's maid. Perhaps a housemaid sent to carry water during the final illness. Perhaps she had entered only moments before, summoned by a bell that would never ring from this room again. She did not know where to look. At the still face upon the pillow, at the grieving relative seated beside the curtains, or at the clock, whose silence seemed louder than any chime. It is said that certain moments divide a house into two worlds, before and after. The furniture remains, the doors remain, the same fire continues beneath the grate. Yet every familiar object seems to have crossed an unseen threshold. The bed becomes a final resting place. The mirror becomes something to cover. The chair beside the window becomes the chair in which someone last waited. And the clock, once trusted to lead the household forward, becomes a gate that refuses to open. Outside the chamber, ordinary duties continued. Coal was carried, water heated. A tray crossed the corridor. Somewhere below stairs, bread was cut for breakfast. The kitchen range breathed. A groom opened the stable doors and found Frost waiting in the yard. But the sounds reached the bedroom as though through deep water. A distant plate, a muted footstep, the soft closing of a door. The entire house seemed veiled. Beneath the silence, the servant waited for instruction. There were customs to observe, messages to send, relatives to inform, black cloth to find, mirrors to cover, rooms to prepare for those who would arrive carrying grief, luggage, and the discomfort of not knowing what to say. Death had entered without asking whether the household was ready. Now the servants had to make the house ready for mourning. Whispers tell us that grief in a great Victorian household required its own form of organization. The family might feel that time had ended. The servants could not allow work to end with it. Someone had to close the shutters. Someone had to receive the doctor. Someone had to carry the telegram. Someone had to prepare a bedroom for the sister arriving from the city. Tea must be available even when no one drank it. Meals must be prepared even when plates returned untouched. Fires must remain lit for visitors who sat without warmth. The bellboard rang less often, yet the work grew heavier. Each instruction was spoken quietly. Each door was closed softly. Each tray was carried with an added stillness, as though ordinary movement might disturb the dead. Grief had to be served with the same precision as celebration. At a wedding, servants opened rooms, arranged flowers, laid tables, and prepared carriages. During mourning, they performed many of the same duties under darkened light. The flowers changed, the garments changed, the voices lowered, but the labour remained. The housekeeper opened cupboards where black fabric had been stored. Heavy curtains might be replaced or draped. Armbands prepared. Appropriate garments located, brushed, altered, or ordered. The servants themselves might wear signs of mourning, according to the position of the deceased and the customs of the household. Black entered the corridors slowly, a ribbon, a band of cloth, a dress carried from the wardrobe, a veil folded upon a table. The house changed colour. Mirrors were sometimes covered, their shining surfaces hidden beneath dark fabric or pale sheets. The reasons varied. Some feared that reflections should not remain open in the presence of death. Others followed inherited custom without naming its origin. A mirror once used each morning became a blank rectangle upon the wall. The room no longer returned the faces of the living. The clock remained still beside it. Together, the covered mirror and stopped hands seemed to declare that ordinary reality had been suspended. Some believe these customs were attempts to protect the soul. Others see them as ways of protecting the living from the unbearable continuation of familiar things. A mirror reflects as if nothing has changed. A clock ticks as if no life has ended. Perhaps stopping them created one small chamber in which the household could refuse movement. Not forever, only long enough to believe that the lost person had not yet been carried entirely away. The servant approached the mantel. She may have been asked to stop the clock herself. Her fingers touched the wooden case. The mechanism continued inside for one final moment. Tick, then silence. Did she note the hour? Did someone speak it aloud? Was it written in a family Bible, a letter, or the housekeeper's ledger? Or did memory alone preserve it? The practice was not universal, nor followed in every home, yet the symbolism travelled widely enough to endure in stories. Time stopped at death. A household marked the hour, not because clocks possessed spiritual power, but because grief desired a visible form. The stopped clock became an altar to the final minute. It held the moment after voices had ceased, and before the world had resumed its claims. For the servants, mourning occupied an uncertain place. They might know the deceased deeply, not through inheritance or formal intimacy, but through habit. A lady's maid knew which pins were preferred in the hair. A valet knew how a coat should sit upon the shoulders. A cook knew which food was tolerated during illness. A housemaid knew the hour at which curtains were usually opened. A footman recognized the sound of a particular step upon the stair. A nurse might have held the dying person through long nights when family members could not remain awake. Servants witnessed the body in its ordinary truth. Tired, hungry, ill, impatient, afraid. They carried private evidence of life that no portrait recorded. Yet when death came, their grief often had no formal language. The family wore mourning openly. Black crepe, memorial rings, notices in the newspaper, letters edged in black, portraits preserved. The servant might receive none of these. She was expected to remain composed, to continue, to dress the household for sorrow while containing her own. A maid who had attended someone for 20 years might stand at the edge of the funeral procession. A nurse who had heard the final breath might return quietly to the nursery. A footman who admired the master might carry messages without speaking of loss. Servant grief moved through hidden passages. It rested in the pause before opening a familiar door, in a hand lingering upon a garment that would never again be worn, in the untouched breakfast tray returned from a room now empty. Where memory fades, unrecorded sorrow disappears first. The clock held some of this silence. For years, it had governed the room. It announced waking, dressing, visits, medicine, dinner, sleep. During illness, someone may have looked toward it repeatedly. The next dose at 10, the doctor expected at noon, a little rest before evening. The clock had remained an instrument of hope as long as another hour promised possible improvement. Then death arrived, and the instrument was stopped. Its authority ended beside the person whose day it had measured. For the first time, the room no longer belonged to schedule. No bell was expected. No appointment remained. No tray had to arrive at the proper minute for the person lying upon the bed. The clock's silence revealed how temporary every schedule had been. The great house seemed built upon routine. Breakfast at 1 hour, carriages at another, dinner precisely arranged, doors locked, fires lit, bells answered. Yet death entered without permission and interrupted all of it. For a brief period, no one could pretend that clocks were eternal. Visitors began arriving. A carriage crossed the gravel beneath lowered skies. Relatives stepped into the entrance hall wearing dark coats. Their voices softened as soon as the door closed behind them. Servants carried luggage upstairs. Guest rooms were opened, fires awakened, hot water prepared. Tea appeared in rooms where grieving people sat in silence. The cook made meals that were barely touched. A soup cooled. Bread remained unbroken. A cup of tea stood beside someone who had forgotten it was there. Still, each item had to be offered. Service continued not because grief could be solved, but because bodies remained inside it. The living required warmth, water, food, a bed. The household's practical needs did not end when desire disappeared. This was perhaps the servant's most intimate duty during mourning, to care for life while the house contemplated death. The days before the funeral moved strangely. Some hours seemed long, others disappeared. The stopped clock remained in the bedroom, still marking the sacred minute. Elsewhere, clocks continued. The hall clock struck morning and evening. The kitchen clock measured meals. The stable clock governed carriages. But in the room of death, time had become enclosed, a small, unmoving chamber within the moving house. The servant entered to dust lightly, to adjust the fire, or to gather objects under instruction. She saw the same hands upon the clock. They had not advanced. Perhaps she thought of the person who had last heard its ticking. Perhaps she remembered some ordinary moment, a request for tea, a complaint about rain, a smile seen only once. Grief often returns through the smallest doorway, not through the funeral, not through public words, but through a hairpin, a familiar scent, a cup still resting where it was left. The room carried such traces: a book marked at an unfinished page, slippers beside the bed, a folded shawl, a handkerchief bearing initials, objects waiting for a person who had crossed beyond waiting. The servant moved among them carefully. Duty required that possessions eventually be sorted, some stored, some given away, some returned to relatives, some discarded. Each decision altered the room. Absence became more complete, with every object removed. The clock alone preserved the final hour. At last, the funeral day arrived. The house awakened before light. Carriages were prepared. Black garments brushed. The entrance hall opened beneath quiet lamps. The chapel bell, or village bell, moved across the fields, deeper than an ordinary Sunday. The family departed. The servants followed according to rank, custom, and permission. Some remained behind to tend fires, watch children, receive callers, and prepare food for the return. Even mourning required someone to stay with the house. When the procession came back, the rooms seemed altered again. The body had left. The final visible presence was gone. The household crossed another threshold. Soon, curtains would be opened by degrees. Visitors would depart. The black cloth might remain for months, but daily rhythm would begin recovering its shape. Breakfast would return. Letters answered. Carriages ordered. The bells would speak more often, and the stopped clock would have to move again. Perhaps the housekeeper entered the bedroom. Perhaps the servant who had stopped it was asked to restart it. Her hand touched the case. The mechanism required winding. The key turned slowly. A spring tightened. The pendulum was released. For a breath, nothing happened. Then came the first tick. It sounded almost intrusive. Tick. The room had known silence too deeply. Tick. The hands moved beyond the sacred hour. Tick. The house accepted another minute. No one could remain forever beside the gate of death. Yet restarting the clock did not erase the stopped time. The hands could travel forward. Memory remained behind. The servant adjusted the curtains. A little daylight entered the chamber. Dust moved inside it like pale stars. The bed had been remade. The fire lowered. The mirror uncovered. The room was becoming ordinary again, though ordinary things now carried different meanings. She turned toward the door. Behind her, the clock continued. Its ticking followed softly into the passage. Another servant crossed with linen. Somewhere below, the kitchen bell rang. Life resumed not as betrayal, but as necessity. Still, the stopped hour remained inside those who had heard the silence. For the family, it marked the loss of one of their own. For the servants, it might also mark the end of routines, relationships, and private acts of care that no memorial would name. Not everyone crossed the gate in the same way. The house moved forward, but each person carried a different distance from the hour left behind. The servant closed the bedroom door. The clock continued in darkness. Perhaps the exact minute would later be forgotten. Perhaps a diary would preserve it. Perhaps the clock itself would one day stand in another room, its history unknown. Yet once, its hands had stopped because the household could not bear to let the moment pass. Perhaps this was never superstition alone. Perhaps it was an act of tenderness, a refusal, however brief, to allow time to behave as though nothing had happened. Outside, evening gathered beyond the windows. The first stars appeared above the roof. Clocks throughout the house continued striking. But beneath their sound, another silence remained. A sacred chamber, a motionless gate, the memory of 1 hour when the household stood still and listened to death pass through it. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. And perhaps every old clock keeps such an hour hidden somewhere within its mechanism. A minute once held for mourning, a name no longer spoken, and the quiet knowledge that although the hands move on, the heart does not always follow at once. Many years after the final servant had crossed the corridor, sunlight entered through a door that had once remained closed. It fell in a long, pale beam across the floor. Dust lifted quietly within it. The narrow passage, built to conceal movement from the grand rooms, was visible now to anyone who cared to look. Its plaster had cracked near the ceiling, paint had faded from the lower walls, a strip of worn flooring marked the path where countless shoes had turned toward kitchens, staircases, pantries, and rooms whose names still survived upon a wooden board: drawing room, library, blue bedroom, morning room, nursery. Each label sat beneath a small brass bell. Some were dark with tarnish. One leaned slightly from its spring. Another no longer had a wire behind it. The library connection had been cut years before. The drawing room bell, once bright from constant movement, had become almost brown. No servant waited beneath them. No footman looked up from polishing silver. No housemaid paused with linen in her arms. The bells remained, but the household language they had spoken had fallen silent. It is said that old houses do not lose their voices all at once. First, one room stops calling, then another. A wire is disconnected. A bell no longer answered. A door once opened each morning remains closed through an entire season. The silence spreads slowly, almost politely, until no one can remember when the house last spoke as it once did. The bellboard had governed a hidden world. Every brass cup represented a room above. A hand pulled a cord beside a fireplace, bed, or doorway. Somewhere behind plaster, a wire tightened. It passed through walls, around corners, beneath floors, and down into the servants' passage. Then a bell trembled. Its sound was small, but immediate. A servant looked up. The name of the room moved. Drawing room, library, nursery. The board transformed invisible desire into visible command. No voice had to cross the house. No family member needed to enter the service corridor. A slight pull in comfort above became footsteps below. Whispers tell us that the bellboard was more than a household device. It was a map of hierarchy. The rooms with names possessed the power to summon. The passage beneath them existed to respond. A guest could pull the cord and return to conversation. A servant might be interrupted midway through a meal, a letter, or a brief moment of rest. The bell did not explain what was required, only where. Tea, coal, hot water, a missing shawl, a fire burning too low, a lamp turned too high, a door closed, a window opened. Every need entered the same mechanism. The servant had to discover the rest. Together, the bells joined the grand rooms into one nervous system. Wires became hidden veins. The board became a listening heart. The servants' passage became the place where the house revealed its appetite. There were evenings when several bells moved almost together. The drawing room trembled, then the library, then a bedroom above. A servant learned to recognize the difference between them, not by tone alone, but by habit. One guest rang repeatedly, another rarely called. The nursery bell moved at unusual hours when a child was ill. The morning room remained quiet in winter and active in spring. The library might call late, after everyone else had gone upstairs. Each room developed a character through its demands. The board knew them all, yet it could not tell their stories. It remembered only motion, a bell shaken at midnight, a spring vibrating after anger, a room silent through mourning, a cord pulled once, then never again. Mechanical memory is exact and empty. It records movement without meaning. Perhaps this is why the old board feels so mysterious now. It witnessed everything and understood nothing. By the early 20th century, the world around it had begun changing. Electric wires entered houses that had long depended upon candle, coal, muscle, and bell rope. Telephones carried voices across rooms and distances. Lifts altered how trays, luggage, and people moved between floors. Electric bells replaced some older wire systems. Gaslight gave way to electricity. A switch could illuminate a room without a servant trimming a lamp. A speaking tube, telephone, or new service arrangement could replace the old summons. The hidden house did not disappear, but its machinery changed. War accelerated what technology had begun. Men who might once have entered service went into military life, factories, transport, offices, or trades. Women found other forms of employment. The old certainty that a great estate would always be surrounded by abundant domestic labor began to weaken. Young people looked toward work with clearer hours, wages less dependent upon favor, rooms not located beneath another family's roof. An evening that could be left without permission, a future not decided by a written character from a master or mistress. Service remained for many, but it no longer appeared inevitable in the same way. The old household had depended upon people accepting that their time belonged largely to someone else. The new century offered other possibilities, not always easy, not always equal, but visible. The great house felt this change room by room. A second footman was not replaced. The under-housemaid's duties were divided among those remaining. A wing was closed during winter. Formal dinners became less frequent. The family travelled differently. Income shifted. Taxes rose, estates contracted. Houses that once required dozens of servants attempted to continue with fewer. The bellboard still hung in the passage, but fewer hands stood ready beneath it. Some rooms continued calling, others were disconnected. The old order did not collapse in one dramatic night. It faded through vacancies, an empty bedroom in the attic, a livery coat never worn again, a servants' hall with more chairs than occupants. A bell that moved while everyone was already occupied elsewhere, position by position, wire by wire, bell by bell. It is strange how systems can survive after the world that created them has changed. A bellboard might remain in use long after the household had become too small to answer it properly. The mistress pulled the drawing room cord, the bell moved, but the maid was preparing supper, carrying coal, or answering another call. The delay lengthened. What had once seemed instantaneous began to reveal the human limit concealed beneath the mechanism. The board implied that service was always available, but service had always depended upon bodies that grew tired, aged, left, refused, found another way to live. When those bodies disappeared, the bells revealed their true helplessness. They could summon, they could not serve. Eventually, a wire was cut. Perhaps during renovation, perhaps because the room received an electric bell, perhaps because no one used that part of the house any longer. The severed wire withdrew into plaster. A small end of metal remained behind the board. No ceremony marked the change. The library bell simply ceased. Its label remained. Its room remained. The shelves of books remained. But the line between desire and response had been broken. Where memory fades, the quietest endings leave no date. Years later, the house opened to visitors. The front rooms were preserved. portraits cleaned, silver arranged in display cases, clocks wound for demonstrations, furniture polished. Guides spoke of owners, architects, marriages, inheritances, political visitors, and famous dinners. The visible house received careful attention. Its grandeur became history, yet the service passages often stood empty. Wires had been removed during repairs. Bell pulls disappeared beneath new wallpaper. Attic rooms became storage. Servants' stairs were blocked, altered, or forgotten. The objects representing wealth survived more reliably than the mechanisms representing labor. A clock in the hall was valuable. A bell wire behind plaster was inconvenient. A portrait carried a name. A worn patch of floor carried none. Visitors admired the dining table, without seeing the path through which every plate had travelled. They entered bedrooms without noticing the narrow door once used for hot water and coal. They paused before paintings, while standing above the hidden corridor where servants had waited. The house preserved what it had considered important. History later inherited that judgment. And so the visible owners remained. The invisible workers became atmosphere. A guide might point toward the bellboard and explain briefly how it worked. The visitor looked at the labels, perhaps smiled at the strange idea of summoning someone by pulling a cord, then moved on. But the board deserved a longer silence. Each bell represented interrupted time. Someone leaving a meal, someone rising from sleep, someone turning back from a letter unfinished, someone climbing stairs while already tired. The board did not merely connect rooms, it connected privilege with waiting. One person pulled, another listened. That distance was the architecture of service. The empty passage still held its signs. A small black mark where a chair had once stood beneath the board, nail holes beside the wall, a shallow groove in the floor where servants repeatedly turned toward the kitchen. A patch of plaster opened during restoration, revealing old wires bundled like dried roots. These were the ruins of domestic obedience, not grand ruins, no crumbled columns, no broken statues, only brass, dust, wood, and lines hidden behind walls. Yet ruins do not need to be monumental to hold a vanished world. A worn stair can preserve more human movement than a marble hall. A cut wire can mark the end of an entire relationship. A silent bell can contain thousands of unanswered echoes. Some believe that old mechanisms remember through tension. A spring held in one position for decades may tremble when touched by air. A wire loose behind plaster may move when timber contracts. A bell may shift if a door closes far away. Natural causes, ordinary explanations. Still, the imagination enters. Which room called most often after midnight? Which guest demanded constantly? Which bell remained strangely quiet while illness moved through the house? Did servants learn to fear one particular sound? Did a bell ever ring after a room had been emptied? The board cannot answer. Its knowledge is forbidden, not because it is deliberately concealed, but because it exists in a form no human voice can recover. Metal remembers pressure. Wood remembers weight. Walls remember holes. None can explain. Late afternoon entered the passage. The visitors had gone. A doorway once kept closed remained open toward the garden, allowing cool air to move through the corridor. Dust lifted again. The sunlight had shifted from gold toward pale blue. The bellboard hung above the empty wall. Eaters, drawing room, library, blue bedroom, morning room, nursery. Names of chambers still existing elsewhere in the house. Some restored, some locked, some converted, some without any clear purpose now. A breeze crossed the passage. It touched the cut wire, moved through the old spring. One small bell trembled. The sound was almost nothing. A single, delicate note, too soft to reach the grand rooms. No servant looked up. No footsteps answered. The bell settled. Silence returned. Once, that movement would have meant someone was needed. Now it meant only that metal had not entirely forgotten how to speak. The passage darkened. Beyond the doorway, leaves moved beneath evening light. The great clocks in the public rooms continued striking, restored and maintained for visitors. But no clock measured the years since the last servant had waited beneath the board. No ledger recorded the final unanswered summons. No family history named the moment when the system ceased to matter. Perhaps the old household did not end when the estate was sold, or when the staff was reduced, or when electricity entered. Perhaps it ended when a bell moved and no one came. The final note remained beneath the silence. Not a command now, not a complaint, not a request for tea, fire, water, or attention. Only an echo. The last breath of a world measured by service, secrecy, and waiting. Perhaps some voices survive only after they are too quiet to command us. Perhaps the bellboard was never merely a machine. Perhaps it was a record of countless lives turning toward the needs of others. And perhaps, in the empty passage, when dust moves through a shaft of light and one tarnished bell trembles against its spring, the house is not asking to be served again. Perhaps it is remembering those who once answered. At dawn, no one rose below stairs. The eastern sky opened slowly beyond the roof, pale and colourless beneath a veil of mist. Light touched the chimneys, crossed the empty courtyard, and entered the lower windows of the great house. But no hand drew back the curtains. No maid carried hot water along the passage. No footman opened the shutters in the entrance hall. The light entered wherever broken glass or loosened fabric allowed it, moving through rooms without permission, and resting upon dust that had gathered through many silent seasons. In the kitchen, the range was cold. Ash remained inside it, grey and undisturbed. Copper pans hung above the preparation table, darkened by time. A kettle waited upon the iron surface, as though water might still be poured into it before breakfast. Nothing moved. The servants' hall clock had stopped. Its hands pointed toward an hour that no one had thought important enough to record. The pendulum rested behind clouded glass. Dust lay along the wooden case, softening its edges. Farther down the passage, the bellboard waited beneath the names of empty rooms: drawing room, library, nursery, blue bedroom, morning room. The labels remained. The voices were gone. It is said that a great house does not become abandoned when the final owner departs. It becomes abandoned when no one wakes before it. For generations, the house had seemed to rise with the sun. Fires opened, curtains parted, coal arrived, water warmed, clocks were wound, breakfast appeared. The household seemed naturally alive, as though warmth, light, and order emerged from the architecture itself. But the house had never awakened alone. Its morning had been carried to it. Now, without the servants, dawn entered and found no answer. The kitchen remained cold. The back staircase remained dark. The bells remained still, and for the first time, the house could no longer conceal its dependence upon human hands. Years had passed since the estate began to empty. At first, only a wing had been closed. The rooms there were too costly to heat. Furniture was covered, curtains removed, fireplaces sealed behind cold iron guards. Then fewer guests came. Formal dinners became rare. The second footman was not replaced. The under-housemaid left for factory work in the town. The old coachman retired to a cottage beyond the village road, and no younger man took his room above the stable. The servants' hall table grew longer around those who remained. Empty chairs gathered at its edges. The housekeeper still kept her ledger. The butler still wound the hall clock. The cook continued tending the range. Yet the old rhythm had begun to weaken. One person performed the work once divided among three. A bedroom bell rang, but no servant stood free to answer it immediately. The east corridor remained unheated. The attic rooms closed one by one. The great house did not fall in a single dramatic hour. It faded by subtraction. A uniform folded away. A key no longer needed. A fire not lit. A bell disconnected. A clock left unwound. Then came the day when the remaining furniture was covered. Dust sheets descended over chairs, tables, pianos, mirrors, and cabinets. They transformed familiar rooms into pale chambers of waiting. Portraits were lifted from hooks. Some went with the family. Others entered storage. Upon the walls, lighter rectangles remained where painted faces had watched the house for generations. The absence of a portrait looked almost like another portrait. A blank image, a name removed. In the dining room, silver was packed into cases. The table remained, but the gleaming objects upon it disappeared. Pale shapes marked the sideboard where trays, candlesticks, and serving pieces had once stood. The room remembered abundance through emptiness. A circle without a decanter, a rectangle without a clock, a dark line where a cabinet had protected the wall from sunlight. These were the shadows left by possessions. The servants left different marks. A shallow curve worn into the floor beside the dining room door. A handrail polished by countless palms upon the back staircase. Small dents near the kitchen table where stools had stood. A patch beneath the bellboard where shoes had turned again and again toward the room that called. The family history had been carried away in portraits, papers, jewels, and silver. The servants remained in wear. Whispers tell us that buildings remember repetition more faithfully than names. A footstep taken once disappears. A footstep repeated for 30 years changes wood and stone. A hand placed upon the same rail each morning smooths the grain. A door opened by generations of housemaids develops a pale mark near the latch. The house preserved labour, not as biography, but as texture. The abandoned passage became a kind of buried scroll. Its writing existed in scratches, stains, worn corners, and objects left behind. To read it required patience and imagination. One could walk through the empty rooms as though walking inside memory. The drawing room still held the faint outline of conversation. A card table waited beneath its cover. The fireplace contained a little ash from the last season of use. Near the window, a curtain cord had been tied back and forgotten. Perhaps this was where a servant once stood while laughter moved around her. Perhaps she carried tea beneath the chandelier. Perhaps she watched rain gather beyond the glass while waiting for a guest to finish speaking. No record said. The room remembered ceremony. It did not remember who made ceremony possible. In the library, a shelf stood partly empty. The remaining books had faded unevenly, where sunlight reached them. A ladder rested against the darker shelves. Beside the fireplace, the bell pull hung without tension. Once, a hand had drawn it. A wire tightened behind plaster. A bell trembled below. Someone left another task and came. Now the cord led nowhere. The room could desire nothing. The nursery lay beneath a colder light. Its faded wallpaper carried small birds, vines, stars, and flowers, almost erased by damp. A wooden horse stood near the wall, with one wheel missing. Pencil marks climbed the edge of a cupboard, recording the growth of children who had long since become old elsewhere. The nursery remembered hands at different heights. A child touching the wall. A nurse fastening a button. A maid gathering toys after dusk. The children entered family records. The servants who watched over them often did not. Perhaps one nurse stayed through several generations. Perhaps another left after a single winter. Their names may have appeared in wage books and vanished when the pages were lost. Yet the room had received their voices, their lullabies, their warnings, their tired breathing after the child finally slept. Now the nursery held only weather. Rain touched the windows. Wind entered through a cracked frame. Dust gathered in the empty cradle. Where memory fades, rooms continue listening. The back staircase rose toward the attic. No one had swept it for years. Dust lay thick along the edges, but the centre still carried the darker path once formed by daily use. At the top, servant bedrooms stood beneath the sloping roof. Iron beds rusted. Washstands cracked. A trunk remained open in one room, empty except for a strip of ribbon and a button. Moonlight entered through the attic window. Beneath the sill, initials remained carved into the wood. 2 letters. A date from another century. The hand that made them had disappeared. Perhaps the servant left to marry. Perhaps she was dismissed. Perhaps she grew old in the house and slept in that room until another servant inherited the bed. Nothing else was known. Yet the carved marks had survived the clock, the rules, and the household that once governed her life. They were not grand enough to enter history. They were only proof that someone had stood beneath the moon and wished to remain. The abandoned house carried hundreds of such proofs. A pocket watch forgotten beneath a bed, a hairpin behind a dressing table, a kitchen knife sharpened more deeply on one side, a black ribbon trapped inside a drawer. A page torn from a prayer book, a servant's name written faintly upon the underside of a shelf where no employer would think to look. Small relics, private ruins, the surviving fragments of lives spent among the hours of others. And this returns us to the quiet question the house had once hidden so well. Why were Victorian servants always watching the clock? They watched because breakfast had to appear before hunger became complaint. They watched because fires had to be burning before cold was noticed. They watched because a carriage must stand ready before the family reached the door. They watched because trains departed, candles shortened, food cooled, water lost its heat, and guests arrived at appointed hours. They watched because children needed medicine, because laundry required weather, because silver had to be polished before dinner, because the bell might ring while another duty remained unfinished. They watched because lateness could threaten wages, reputation, and the written character needed for the next position. They watched because the household expected anticipation. To be ready after being called was sometimes already too late. The finest service was the need fulfilled before it was spoken. A fire laid before the guest entered, a shawl carried before the room became cold, a lamp lit before darkness reached the stair. A servant had to live a few minutes ahead of everyone else. Yet beneath these practical reasons lay something more melancholy. They watched time for others, while their own years passed almost unrecorded. A housemaid entered service young and measured the days by bells, rooms, and tasks. A footman counted the minutes between courses. A cook calculated hours through heat and preparation. A nurse watched nights through fever and restless breath. A housekeeper turned seasons inside cupboards and ledgers. Their attention kept the household precise. But who measured their lives? Who noted the first morning when a maid climbed the back stair? Who recorded the Sunday she had been promised and lost? Who remembered the candle she read beside, the letter hidden beneath her pillow, or the hour when she decided to leave? The house seemed timeless because human lives were spent protecting that illusion. Polished silver concealed tarnish, fresh linen concealed wear, warm rooms concealed coal and cold hands, perfect dinners concealed heat, repetition, and urgency. The family experienced continuity. The servants absorbed change. One servant aged and another replaced her. One hand left the clock key and another lifted it. The room remained ready. The illusion survived. But when the servants finally disappeared, time entered the house visibly. Dust thickened, metal tarnished, wallpaper loosened, cold penetrated closed rooms. The estate aged as though released from a spell. The clocks stopped one by one. In the kitchen, the clock had already fallen silent. The stable clock lasted longer, sheltered beneath its arch, until damp entered the case and slowed the mechanism. A small bedroom clock exhausted its spring. The nursery clock lost a hand. The servants' hall clock stopped at an ordinary hour. Only the great hall clock continued. Its weight descended within the carved case. Day after day, the mechanism released its measured beat into the empty entrance hall. No butler compared it with a watch. No footman waited for dinner. No housemaid counted the chimes before rising. Still, it continued. Tick, dust falling. Tick, rain entering the east wing. Tick, a season passing over the roof. The weight reached lower upon its chain. The pendulum's arc shortened. Its rhythm became uneven. Tick, a pause. Tick, another pause. The great hall had heard carriages arrive beneath lanterns. It had heard wedding guests, funeral processions, dinner gongs, and the hurried steps of servants crossing before dawn. Now it listened only to itself. At last, the pendulum slowed. It moved left, then right, then left again, not quite reaching the distance of the swing before. The final tick entered the empty hall. Nothing followed. The house lost the hour. No servant looked up. No housekeeper chose another time. No clockmaker entered through the back passage. Silence received the mechanism and closed gently around it. Outside, evening gathered over the estate. The sky deepened from faded gold into dusk blue. Moonlight reached the broken windows and crossed the uncovered floors. No bell announced dinner. No lamps appeared along the drive. No carriage waited beneath the portico. In the kitchen, darkness settled over the cold range. In the attic, the carved initials rested beneath starlight. The house had once divided every day into commands. Now the moon crossed its roof without permission. Winter entered where curtains had been removed. Birds nested near cracked chimneys. Roots disturbed the garden paths. Rainwater found its way through damaged stone. Nature did not restore the household's rhythm. It replaced it with an older one. Light, darkness, frost, thaw, rain, leaf, silence. The estate belonged again to seasons rather than schedules. And yet the silence was not empty. It held the memory of hurried footsteps upon the back stairs. A spoon placed quietly beside a cup. A bell answered before its vibration ended. A servant warming her hands above steam. A young maid folding the dress she could not wear beyond the gate. A footman checking the hour beneath the stable clock. A housekeeper closing her ledger. A servant extinguishing the final candle after midnight. Every borrowed Sunday, every delayed meal, every private breath taken beside a locked door. These moments had not vanished merely because no formal history preserved them. They remained within the house as echoes without sound. The empty passage held waiting. The attic held longing. The kitchen held endurance. The drawing room held invisibility. The clocks held obedience. Perhaps this was the final secret of the great house. It had never been timeless. It had only been carefully defended from time. Servants stood between the house and decay. They polished, repaired, warmed, carried, opened, closed, counted, anticipated, and remembered. When they left, time crossed the threshold without resistance. Dust became visible. Cold entered. The mechanisms failed. The house surrendered. Night deepened. The moon rose over the broken roof and touched the stopped hall clock through a high window. Its hands remained fixed. No one knew whether they marked the true hour. Perhaps truth no longer mattered. The house had moved beyond clocks, beyond dinner, beyond duty, beyond the need to appear eternal. It belonged now to silence, weather, memory, and the slow return of stone to earth. Perhaps some houses die when their owners leave. Perhaps others die when the final servant stops listening for the bell. And perhaps this house had not died at all. Perhaps it had simply crossed into another kind of time, one without wages, without curfews, without commands. A time measured by moonlight moving across dust, by ivy climbing abandoned walls, by stars appearing above the attic roof, by the long breath of winter entering every room. The final clock remained silent beneath the staircase. Around it, the house rested without preparation. No one woke below stairs. No one watched the hour. And in that sacred uncertainty, after generations of lives had been spent keeping it ready, the great house finally belonged to time alone.